Hey everybody, welcome back to Umineko. I'm Malleable Persona, and I'm here with Kat as always.
Hi. Yeah, we're both we we have not been awake very long. It's like 40 minutes maybe.
Yeah.
You're okay, buddy. Lay down. I haven't even finished my first cigarette or cup of tea yet, so you know it's a slow day.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So things I've been up to, mostly just playing more Metaphor. Because that is a very good game. Really, the only thing I don't like with Atlas's usual MO is the deadlines for
Yeah,
finishing
I don't
dungeons.
like games with deadlines. Like sometimes they can be used very well, like in Fallout 1, but like most of the time it's just sort of annoying.
Yeah, yeah,
I know it's like it makes for like it's supposed to be like a realistic story, right? Or at least in some way, because of course, like the other guys are also doing stuff, right? And if you take too long to solve a problem, the problem's gonna get bad. But also, it's a fucking video game. Come on.
yeah.
Hi, Rika. It has been a little bit, hasn't it? Oh, we're not talking about Umineko here. It's fucking uh Mal's been playing Metaphor Refantasio.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
they were complaining about the deadlines for like finishing dungeons, and like I agree, 100%. I agree. I'm not actually playing Metaphor myself. I'm just getting the play-by-play from Mal when they're playing.
Yep. Yep, we're just doing our usual
Spool up.
pre-talk.
All right, I'm gonna set the fucking uh stream announcements in the Discord.
Well, uh, other than that, really not a whole lot going on. I will say that we probably won't stream next week just because I am getting my vaccinations.
Yeah, that depends on how you feel.
Yeah, that really depends on how I feel. We might have one by Thursday, but it really depends.
Oh well, there's more to talk about on the following Wednesday. Hopefully, Nate's up for a Tuesday stream this time.
Sure, because you're super
You're
close.
okay, Phoenix. Fucker.
Yep, we got through the whole study battle, Quinn. We were too
I
fast.
remember like none of the details of.
Yeah, we were too fascinated to stop.
Boy, I'll spray you. Sorry, my cat's like walking around the office just yelling for no reason. It's actually because I'm talking and he thinks I'm talking to him. I'm not though. I'm not talking to him.
Yeah, the study battle was very interesting. My only concern is that Kinzo and Battler were getting along.
Yeah, that's that's not okay. Don't do that. Like, what have I been doing? I don't fucking know. I feel like I did something, but I don't remember. The only like noteworthy thing that I can. Okay, no, I got two things. So late last night, I finally understood VTubers, and all it took was two very gay women being gay at each other, which is
Understandable.
par for the course for me. No, I mean like literally dating real life kind of gay at each other, not.
Not just implications that may or may not just be kayfabe.
Yeah. It's like look, that's just like women, okay? That's all it is. Yeah, the streamer is Alexandria. I'm pretty sure her username on Twitch is literally just Alexandria. So if anyone wants to go watch her, go do that. The second thing is like, did I ever talk about like on stream how my main Final Fantasy 14 character, Raya, has a admirer, let's call it.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so uh I don't remember where we fucking met now, but you know, I was doing my typical fucking like joking, flirting thing, and she decided she liked that a lot. So she started giving me. Uh, Somehow the conversation got to um, like stones that I like precious gems and shit like that. So I like onyxes and you know, obsidian and all that shit. So she started like mailing me or like tracking me down in the world to just like shove a bunch of high quality onyxes in my hands and run off.
Oh, excellent.
And she finally decided that it was time to add me on Discord and has been like fucking in my DMs ever since, chatting me up.
Fair enough. Hey, Riot is a very good character.
A very handsome blind old lady. That's what she is.
Yep. Also, the other thing we've been deeply appreciating with Umineko is Erica getting dunked on.
Oh yeah, that's been very fun. Fucking deserved all over.
Yep. Very much a love-to-hate character.
I don't know if she's a phenomenal villain. She's just like a little weirdo.
Well, that's the thing, is she's a little weirdo. It works. She's absolutely... Like, she doesn't have the charisma of Beto.
Yeah, like she's got all of the arrogance but none of the charisma, which makes her very funny to make like to see get her fuck up.
Yeah, Bern Costello is also a phenomenal villain.
Yeah, Bern Costello actually has the charisma or the riz, as the kids say. Erica, however, it does not have any of that.
Yeah, like you said, all of the arrogance, none of the charisma.
None of the like showmanship either. Like she tries, but she just sort of it doesn't work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like everyone around her knows it doesn't work, but She is the DM's girlfriend, so.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like,
Oh yeah,
having.
it is. I'm not saying like it's bad writing or anything. I love it, but I'm just saying like I do kind of want to put her in a trash can, right?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah,
You're
Doctor.
okay, Ember.
And yeah, Dr. Breen is just
Hello, my son.
absolutely
handsome boy.
uncharismatic.
No, buddy. You can't lay in my lap right now. My legs are too sensitive. Dude, yesterday I was trying to fucking do. But I was sat down in the kitchen and doing because I was waiting on something or I just needed to take a break. I don't fucking recall. I put my left hand on my left knee, you know, because like when you're sitting down on something without armrest, you just sort of like rest your arms or your hands on your legs, and that comes to like such a sharp fucking like burst of pain that I almost goddamn screamed while I was sitting there. I was like, "What the fuck? That's
Oof.
not good."
Yeah, no, that's not good at all.
Yesterday was apparently like a very bad day for my legs.
Apparently.
New heights of pain spikes. Ow. Why am I like this? I was stretching and I tapped my fingers on the handle of my kettle because I was just happened to be stretching in that direction. And that's the hand that's missing a bone in the wrist. Didn't feel good.
Ooh.
It's bullshit how that happens. Like it could be the tiniest little tap of my hand on something, and then like all the tendons in my hand are just like, nah, I hate you. Fuck you.
Ugh.
Why are you like this? Stop it. Fucking weepy little shit. Lady Berncastel, my apologies.
あんたのその顔潰して額縁に飾りたいくらいに最高に笑える顔だわ
That face of yours, it's so incredibly laughable that I'd like to squash it flat and put a frame around it. It's rude.
私の分身が情けない無様
Oh yeah, extension of the like us not having been awake very long. That means I haven't cleared like my allergy bullshit out of my throat yet today. So there's gonna be a lot of coughing. Allergies suck. If you can avoid them, avoid them. Don't get allergies. My double is so pathetic, shameful. Lay down, Ember. Lay down.
Bathed in the sneers of Berncastel, the being who was like a mother to her. Erica was so ashamed that it looked as though she'd chew her lower lip to pieces.
この恨みは必ず
With this, I swear.
後ろ見や
Yeah.
バトラベアトリーチェ
You're the one that fucked up, idiot.
夏日
Okay, yeah, she's definitely like an extension of Berncastel.
Yep. Also, extremely salty.
Yep.
This riddle is ours.
誰にも邪魔はさせねえぜベアトリチェ
I won't let anyone else get in the way. Beatrice.
You don't got anything else, Beato? Is that it? just a quick little yes?
In the Golden Land, the quiet rain just kept on falling.
Amber, stop it. That little meow almost peaked my mic. Looking at the audio lines, it's damn near red.
In the arbor sat the sad witch whose eyes had lost their glint, and Battler. Virgilia could also be seen there. Yeah, it almost sounds like Ember had been causing the rain in the Golden Land.
Oh, fuck.
She sat next to
Amber
Beto.
with an E, by the way. I know that the captioner keeps calling him Amber, but no, it's Ember. Like the embers
Yeah.
of a fire. It's got that name because whenever the sunlight hits him just right, he looks like a burning coal.
She sat next to Beto, knitting quietly. Lambda Delta's game had paused the climax of the first Twilight, and they were taking a short break. Gazing out at the golden rose garden soaked with rain, Battler thought back on the present, what was to come, and what had happened so far. Battler, thinking was itself a battle. I know what they actually mean, but
Yeah.
come on.
Battler not beating the very dumb allegations.
Even with the game stopped
we
and
go.
Beto unable to speak, could still keep on fighting. Virgilia suddenly stopped her
go.
knitting.
A picture of my son sitting in the sunlight. I had my window open that day, and the light hit him just right to show off why he's named that.
Battler had noticed too. Though none should have been able to visit this rose garden, they had noticed a silhouette approaching.
珍しいここへたどり着ける者がいるとは
That's unusual. Not many people can reach this place.
あいつは
It's her. Oh, hi.
I thought that was like fucking Erica with a goddamn shotgun.
Oh, that
So
would
I
have been
completely
great.
forgot the existence of this lady. So
Yeah. That silhouette walking through quietly falling rain without so much as an umbrella.
yeah, you
Was-
did hit apply on the new title and category. It still says Weeb Wednesday.
There we go.
Hold on. I gotta
Was,
check mine.
Delanor.
Okay, yeah, mine's fine too. Cool.
That was a splendid garden maze.
バラを楽しむにはとても良い趣向です。
A very nice way to enjoy the roses.
お前どうしてここに
Why are you here?
お久しぶりです、ミセス・ベアトリーチェ。
It has been some time, Mrs. Beatrice.
はいえ、今はミセス
I don't think that's the proper honorific for her. I don't think she's married. Like, we don't know, but I don't think she is.
Excuse me. It is Mrs. Virgilia now, is it not?
久しぶりですねドラノール
Sorry, I might have to take a second to go, like, cough up a little real quick.
Yeah, no problem.
Just give me a second.
Mm-hmm. I do like Delanor. The unfortunate design with her pants, or whatever you would call that, is unfortunate. But everything else, I'm fairly interested.
Alright. Somewhat better. Normally on like days like this where we go live before I'm truly ready, I would use like an inhaler or something like that to break everything up very quickly. So this wouldn't happen. But mine's dead. Mine's out.
Oof.
So just gotta do this the old fashioned slow way, which sucks. Long time no see, Delanor.
さあこちらへ
Come over here.
客人を雨に濡らすもてなしなど私たちは心得ませんよ
We aren't ones to leave a guest out in the rain. Yeah, but the gazebo doesn't actually have a roof. That's just a lattice.
Yeah, unless that's meant to be glass?
Maybe. Could be.
大丈夫彼女は戦いに来たわけではありませんよ
Fuck. Sorry, someone, my colleague sent me a picture because like he's trying to restore a house that he just bought,
Mm-hmm.
and like it's just like a fucking nightmare in there, right?
Oh boy.
There's like people not like sealing the walls properly, so like whenever it rained, like water would drip in and just like destroy the insulation, among a whole host of other shit. Now there's a fucking this is a picture of a galvanized steel pipe duct taped to PVC piping under a pile of insect debris.
Ugh.
What the fuck?
Good luck to your colleague.
That's awful. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's really all I can think to say. It's good fucking luck.
That's horrible. Holy shit. Anyway. Don't worry, she hasn't come to fight. She fucking hope not.
Do you know her?
天界の古い友人の一人です
You used to be from heaven? She's one of my old friends from heaven.
ずいぶん懐かしいですね
This really takes me back.
Well, I suppose she might have been a good person
Well,
and became
she
a...
does have the silver hair and the fucking nuns have it hair shape, so
Oh yeah, you got
she
a
might
point.
actually have been an angel or something.
Yeah, because she's got
At some point.
the even framing, so it could work.
Mhm.
懐かしいです
Yes, it does.
ミセス・ワルギリアは天界学問にも造詣が深くおられる
Mrs. Virgilia possesses a deep knowledge in heavenly
よ
studies.
く解釈をめぐって議論を戦わせたものです
I have often battled with her over interpretations.
あなたとの数々の知的冒険は楽しかったですよ
My many intellectual adventures with you were quite enjoyable.
またいつかご一緒したいものですね
I'd like to do it again sometime.
ええまたいつかご一緒に必ず
Yes, let's do it again sometime.
あなたとはぜひまた戦いたいです
I'd love to fight with you again. They used the word fight, but it didn't sound like they meant anything unpleasant by it. It sounded like something old chess rivals would say to each other. Unlike Beato, it seemed that Virgilia had always acted properly and courteously. So she had many friends in various other worlds, including both heaven and the demon world.
You could just call it hell, you know.
Yeah, surprisingly, Delanor was one of them.
Like in this case, it's not like it's not like Ryokishi is using like the other kind of demon, the Majin. So like the demon world is not the magic world. It's just hell.
Yeah. Delanor, who had crossed swords with me just a short while ago, bowed her head as if to thank us for allowing her shelter from the sun and rain, and sat in the seat Virgilia pointed out like a guest.
紅茶に希望はありますか
Is there any type of black tea you would prefer?
何でもあなたの入れた紅茶ならどれで
Yeah, I
も
like chai,
全然
Virgilia.
Anything, any tea you make is superb.
では
Damn it, my cup's empty. Then how about some Darjeeling?
バトラ君もベア
Not the best
おかわりはい
fucking
りますか
black tea in the world. It's fine though. Battler, Beato, would you like some more?
ああ俺もベアとももらうぜ
Yeah, Beato and I would like a refill. Right? As usual, Beato didn't answer. But if you quietly gave her a cup, she would sip it from time to time.
Oh, she's moving now? That's good.
Yeah, that's at least an improvement. There was still some black tea left in that cup, but it had already chilled. The battler asked for a refill for Beato as well.
Just like one big gulp, you just chug the cold tea. You don't waste it. You don't waste the tea.
I have heard
the
the
only
rumors.
time I've ever actually like dumped out tea is when it was that chocolate mint stuff that made me sick.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, if it makes you sick, it makes you sick.
Yeah, like I couldn't even get like a quarter into it where I was just like, nah, this is impossible. I don't want to waste it, but I cannot do this.
How pitiable that Beatrice, the endless witch, famous for her cruelty, has been reduced to this. She's no longer participating in the game. Lambda Delta is the one controlling the Beato that's on the game board. I know. However, she is the original master of this world.
Phoenix, my son.
And you are the proper guest invited by that master. That is why I have come to greet you. On the game board, Beato and I met Lanor. But those were the game pieces of those witches. They weren't Beato and me ourselves.
Is that why you went out of your way to greet Battler and Beato here? As here as conscientious as always. Fuck out of here.
That is my way of doing things. Greetings, Mr. Battler. I am Delanor A. Knox. We play opposing roles, but it is a pleasure to meet you. Yeah, she's just kind of conscientious, huh?
You'd expect as much from a character like this.
Sure, I'm Ushiramiya Battler. Pleased to meet you. Oh, okay. So... she will call this Beatrice Miss, but... she'll call...
I wonder if it's an age thing, because we don't know if Virgilia was ever married either.
Yeah. But at least that makes... something approaching sense.
Yeah, because like I can see people misusing the honorifics in English, same way people when they're speaking English misuse like Japanese or Chinese honorifics. So it's like to the outside, Mrs. might seem like something you say to a mature woman, but no, it's for married women specifically, regardless of age. Which is kind of bullshit. But, like you'd say, if you wanted to be respectful to the woman who owns a place and is a mature woman or whatever, you would say madam instead.
Yeah, that makes sense. And, like, obviously I know since I speak English, but...
Yep. Although, a lot of people also, even though they speak English as a native language, don't know how to properly use madam. But... it's fine. It's not... honorifics are slowly going away today anyway, so...
Yep.
If anyone's curious about mine's a new one. Someone made it the fuck up a couple years ago. It's Miss. Not like the way that Delanor's calling Beato Miss, but as a mystery.
Yep.
Because Utada Hikaru is a fucking genius.
Yep. Greetings, Miss Beatrice. I'm Delanor A. Knox.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
You get it. You understand. Kettle is done, so just a couple minutes until the minerals settle and I can start brewing the tea. Yeah. Just because of like how English uses words and how they pronounce the letters.
Yeah. I am toying with the idea of mage.
For Magister, yeah.
ベアト、お前に挨拶してるぜ。
Beto, she's saying hi.
For anyone wondering, this is this is what I mean by like honorifics going away. We don't use like any of these anymore.
Nope.
We have like 3 honorifics now, and that's it.
歓迎するとさ。
Although I guess doctor counts, but that's almost more like a title than an honorific.
She says welcome. Thank you very much.
Miss Beatrice.
The witch and the inquisitor, whose job it was to hunt witches, greeted each other around a tea table surrounded by the aroma of black tea. It was a strange
The
sight.
battler out here being like a translating eye twitches.
Apparently. Virgilia made gold butterflies appear from the palms of her hands and transformed them into a teapot and a can of tea leaves. It was a very witch-like way of preparing tea. She was a witch, so it wasn't a particularly unusual sight, though I was a bit concerned about whether Glanor, an inquisitor, could allow herself to watch such a spectacle.
ご安心を。私は振る舞われる紅茶の立て方に口を挟むほど無粋ではありません。
Have no fear, I am not so rude as to quibble about the way my tea is served.
What can I expect? Not. Like, goddamn.
Yeah,
The only quibble that I would ever have about like how the tea is like prepared is like whether I could pour it myself or not.
yep.
魔法で紅茶を入れているのにか。
Even though the tea's being made with magic. Alright, we are going to take a short few minutes break. My housemate just got back from a trip, so I want to talk to him for just a bit.
Alright, we can just take a minute then.
Alright.
We'll be back shortly. When we come back, I will have a fresh cup of tea. Yay.
Alright.
We're back.
Yes, we're back.
You were gone less time than I expected, so my kettle isn't ready yet, which is upsetting.
Even though the tea is being made with magic.
Too much.
物陰に紅茶の道具がある。
Yes.
私たちに隠れてミセス・バルギリアが紅茶を入れている。
There's a tea set hiding in the shadows, and Mrs. Virgilia is making the tea with it in secret.
それを魔法で入れたと私たちが解釈判断し物語に記した
We interpret and/or conclude that it was made with magic, and it is written as such in the tale.
ノックス第90
Bedwards, hi, it's been a bit. How you doing? For fuck's sake.
It is an interpretation permitted even by Noxus' 9th commandment. Fair enough. But yeah, at least she's not being like a hardliner about this.
Yeah, although we do have to take another break already.
Oh, whoops.
Because my housemate this time is being a shitbag.
Alright. We will be right
But not to say that your housemate is for a shitbag, but
Yeah, I knew what you meant. Alright. We will be right
fucking
back
do it,
again,
dude.
folks.
Yeah,
Yes.
Al's always been here.
Yes, we are back.
Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. At least my fucking kettle is actually ready now.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah. Excellent.
So I'm tempting fate, but hey, Captioner hasn't broken yet.
You are tempting fate, yes.
おやおや、9条の解釈は大法院でもタブー視されるほどのデリケートな問題のはず。
Oh my, I do believe the interpretation of the ninth commandment are such a delicate issue that they're even viewed as taboo by the Great Court. What is the ninth commandment? I don't remember.
首席異端審問官の発言と知られれば首が飛ぶかもしれませんよ。
Even though it's just a personal opinion, if it became known that the chief inquisitor said such a thing, you might be sacked.
私がどのような解釈を記そうとも、ミセスの紅茶の味を何ら偽ることにはなりません。
No matter what kind of interpretation I might record, there is nothing false about the way your tea tastes.
ですから、私はその立て方を気にすることはないのです。
Therefore, I will never concern myself with how it was prepared.
Does this imply that heaven determines what is truth or not based on those commandments? What?
Huh, guess so. At least that's how I'm reading it.
Yes.
Which
The only argument against that I can see is that she's using record in a different way than we're reading it.
Yeah. Could also be the way that the church, the Catholic Church, determined what was canon.
Yeah, could be.
Though she looked cold, she was a surprisingly tactful person. Unlike Erica.
Yeah.
If Delanor were to deny that the black tea had been prepared with magic, this magic would surely be crushed in an instant. However, even if it was depicted that a tea set existed here and Virgilia had used it to make the tea normally, the result, that Virgilia had made tea, would still remain unchanged.
結果を闇に閉ざす魔法は邪悪です。
Magic that hides the result in darkness is evil.
私たちは許さない。
We will not permit it.
しかし、過程を包む魔法は邪悪とは限りません。
However, magic that conceals the process is not necessarily evil.
私の敵は邪悪であって、魔法そのものではないのです。
My foe is the evil, not the magic itself.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hey? Whatever keeps the peace.
なるほどな。紅茶のもてなしが出てくることが重要なんであって。
I get it. The important thing is that you're being welcomed with some tea.
その立て方についてどうこう突っ込まないのが
Not poisoned.
客の礼儀ってわけか。
It's just common courtesy to avoid complaining about how it was made. That's right. It's common courtesy to be grateful for tea that someone makes for you. There's nothing elegant about pushing your way into the kitchen and poking around through the tea-making process. Yeah, get the fuck out of my kitchen.
Although, I may ask after the preparation process and recipe of the tea, like the mixed blend of the tea, to make it myself later.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's different.
Like I do that with shit all the time.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You don't invite your guests into the kitchen.
そして
I fucking you
そこ
know.
よりの配膳はもてなしの心で美しく飾られるべきです。
And when you set the table, you should adorn it beautifully in the spirit of hospitality.
どうぞ。暑いですよ。
Here you go. It's hot.
ありがとうです。
I don't know. Like I would.
砂糖とミルク。
She said spirit of hospitality there, but I don't know if that's actually the spirit of hospitality, right? Like you just got to give your best efforts.
Yeah, but also these are rich folks.
That's true. Yeah.
Thank you. I would also like some sugar and milk.
まだストレートでは飲めませんか？
That's a personal preference thing for Jilia. Fuck you.
Yeah, shush.
As I say, and turn around to grab the sugar and milk. You still can't drink it straight.
No, I'm
Like, I
just
really
thinking.
want to know, like, why people go along with this, like, that fucking drinking coffee or tea straight and not altering it to your taste is somehow adults. Like, fuck you.
It's mainly the thing I derive from it is wanting it sweet is considered childish, and as we've discussed, in particular, it is considered in Japan to be childish or feminine.
Which is so stupid.
Yeah.
It's like, the reason why so-called girly drinks in the US are considered girly is because, like, they don't look strong. They're colorful and they look like a, like juice or something.
Yeah, and they don't taste like battery acid going down.
Yeah, which if your strong alcohol tastes like battery acid, you've got really bad strong alcohol. Just saying.
Where it doesn't feel like battery acid going down. I'll say it that way.
But that's the best part. I like that even in my mixed drinks, but I'm also a fucking weirdo.
I'm not opposed to it.
I also smoke strong tobacco because I like the burn.
But yeah, it's probably that. But
I think it's actually a good thing if alcohol has at least some burn, by the way, because if it doesn't, you can very easily just, like, drink 8 of them and not even realize how plastered you are until you've, like passing the fuck out or pissing yourself or something.
Yeah, that's
so, like,
fair.
I view, like, the burn on alcohol as, like, a warning. It's like, hey, this is alcohol.
Yeah, don't drink it like juice. But yeah, all I can think of is the...
poison yourself responsibly.
Exactly. All I can think about is the Persona 4 coffee meme.
I don't know this meme. Are you finding it to send it to me?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Let me see.
No matter how much you reach for me, buddy, I'm not going to stop making my tea and pet you. I'll pet you afterwards. Little fucking monster.
Let me see. Pinterest is the bane of my existence.
Oh yeah, same. Because, like, every time you try to find a source on Pinterest, like, it's just recursive bullshit. It just leads back to itself. Yes, my son? You pawing at me? Yes, you're very handsome.
There we go.
That's so fucking stupid. I think if someone said that to me when I told them, like, how I take my tea, I might, like, genuinely just kick them right in the grundle.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't mind being called madam or anything, but, like, fuck, dude. If you use it, like, derogatory like that, I'm gonna kick you in the dick.
Oh, okay. I am a kid. It has to be sweet.
Okay.
Okay.
She's taking advantage of her agelessness. I would too. Fuck you, I'm a kid. No, I don't care that I'm 1,000 years old. Fuck you, I'm a kid.
なのか。
So is
Hey,
magic... So is magic a white lie, then?
No, don't. No, I said Dottie, not Daddy. Don't you fucking put that evil on me, Captioner. What the fuck?
Captioner.
No. God damn it.
嘘というと聞こえが悪いですね。日本語で表現する場合は就職と呼んだ方がよりふさわしいでしょう。
Mal has a captioner. And captioner, like, changed your name into Daddy, Dari. So. Fuck. I swear half our content comes from, like, the captioner, like, putting weird shit in our mouths.
Yeah, really.
Oh, God. Lie is such a dirty word. The word embellishment is probably more fitting. Spoken like a true liar.
ポケットの中でぐしゃぐしゃになったのを出して与えるのと、素敵な手品を見せてそこから飴を出して与えたのでは、与える感情が全く違うはずです。
When giving a
What kind
child...
of candy do you eat that's crumpled up? God damn.
When giving a child candy, you can either take a crumpled up one out of your pocket, or use a wonderful bit of sleight of hand to produce the candy. And the impression you give with each method is completely different.
So I know Japan has different candies and everything, but like I'm trying to think, even like soft, flexible candies would be really difficult to crumple up, right? Like, how the fuck are you gonna crumple taffy?
Yeah, really. You kind of have to squeeze the package. Sure, I mean, producing the candy out of nowhere is a cool little trick.
違います。飴を与えるという結果に対し、より美しく楽しい就職を与えたことに意味があるのです。
Wrong. The meaning is in embellishing the result. A candy is given in a way that makes it even more beautiful and fun.
Lanor, that's what he said. He said that it was a cool trick. It's entertaining, it's fun. That's what cool means. Did he say something different in Japanese or something? I don't know.
ポケットから出して与えるのと、普段から良い子にしていたから。
I hate this. This man's gonna act like it's a huge revelation or something, but he already said this. Please don't. Please don't, Donnie. Think of when you give Maria candy. There's a huge difference between taking it out of your pocket to give it to her and saying a fairy gave it to her for being a good girl, or being such a good girl.
こっそりポケットに忍ば
The
せるの
internet
は
has corrupted me.
全く違うという意味ですよ。
After secretly slipping it into her pocket.
Yeah. I mean, the internet has ruined both Daddy and Good Girl.
Mm-hmm. One far more than the other.
True.
I will leave it up to interpretation which one I mean.
それを全員のアリバイを調べて。
In my opinion, it would be boorish to then question everyone about their alibis.
Yeah, a little bit.
Also, thank you for the follow, Dari Dari. I appreciate it.
Lay down, Ember. No. Stop it, cat.
誰がポケットに忍ばせたのか調べ上げて特定するのは、私は無粋なことと思っています。
And investigate and pinpoint who was that slipped it into her pocket.
飴を受け取り、少女が喜んだという結果こそが重要です。
The important thing is the result. That the girl received the candy and was delighted.
そして少女を喜ばせるために就職されたことが意味あることなのです。
And the meaning lies in the fact that it was embellished in order to delight her. So this is why she's drawing a line between what Battler said and what she said. Because Battler called it a cool trick, as in a way to show off. Is what I think the implication was.
Okay, I see. Because, like, there's not much difference in English between the two.
Right. Whereas Lenore's saying the intention isn't to trick, it's into delight. So I think this is where they're drawing the difference.
Yeah, that's fair. And, like, it also might be a thing of, like, how trick was used, 14, 15 years ago or whatever when this was published and translated.
Yeah.
Because while I was alive and very much sapient back then and capable of forming long-term memories, I got the brain fog, so I can't actually remember.
That's surprising. When you showed up, I got the feeling you'd deny anything that went by the name of magic.
異端審問官としてはそう振る舞います。職務ですので。
That is how I act in my capacity as an Inquisitor. It is my job.
ですが、職務を離れているときはそこまで冷酷になりたくありません。
However, when I am away from my job, I don't enjoy being quite so cold-hearted. If you don't like the work, then find a new career.
勤務中は市場は持ち込まないってわけか。
So this is what they call leaving your personal feelings aside when on duty?
できるやつだな。
You do it
And
well.
the furious typing. Don't mind it. I'm just flirting with someone.
異端審問官として魔女を狩るのは仕事です。
As an Inquisitor, hunting witches is my job.
しかし、一個人としては魔女を
That's
憐
rude.
れんでいます。
Personally, I find witches pitiable.
しかし、
Usually it's,
無慈悲に断罪します。
Good God, this fucking... this word is smooth. Anyway. I find it difficult to interpret pity as, like, something bad in most cases. But in this, that just seems rude. Like, this is, like, the one time that I'm actually interpreting it as a bad thing, is this right here. Stop it, bro.
However,
You're fine, buddy.
I condemn them mercilessly as an Inquisitor.
結果において、私が魔女たちを処刑するのに変わりはない。
The result, that I execute witches, is unchanged.
私の憐れみなど、所詮は無駄な就職に過ぎません。
In the end, my pity is nothing more than a useless embellishment.
あってもなくても何も変わらない。
Whether I have it or not, nothing changes.
なら、なくてもいい。
So it is better if I do not.
そんなことはありませんよ。結果が同じでも心が違えば大きく意味が異なることもあります。
Not at all. Even if the end result is the same, there's a big difference depending on your heart.
あなたの母が焼いたクッキーは優れたパティシエが作るクッキーよりきっと美味しかったはず。
I do like how philosophical and introspective this has been so far.
Yeah, I agree. Like, this has definitely been a good episode.
I meant Umineko as a whole, but yeah, episode 5 is, yeah, it's especially true for it. Your mother's cookies must have been more delicious than those made by a good pastry shop. No.
心が込められていることを知っている。
I mean, my mom's really good at lasagna, but fucking most things, as long as it's fresh, it's just as good. It's not like people making like who work in a pastry shop aren't parents or don't put love into their cookies or whatever. I don't know. I've never gotten the whole like home cooked food is better than restaurant food thing. I don't know. It's partially better, but only because I don't have to go anywhere for it.
Fair enough. I think that might be a neurodivergence thing to an extent.
I think so too. I don't know. Fuck. Like, I definitely have had moments where I put more importance on things, like even cheap things, because they came from someone I cared about. But, like, it's never been food. It's always been, like, weird shit like, oh, yeah, I got you, like, a wooden bead bracelet. Fucking, alright, cool, yeah. Excellent.
There you go. It just hasn't been food for you. That works.
Yeah. Which makes me sound far more materialistic than I actually am, by the way. I'm not. I like food more than I like jewelry. Or adornments, whatever the fuck. Accessories, there we go. I think specifically it was a package of like really cheap like faux leather bracelets. I still have them. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find them. Oh, I'm just knocking shit over now. That was... Ugh. A pair of headphones that I have spare just in case these ones die on me. But, like, they're really old, so they're literally falling apart. So they're not going to be working as spares for very much longer. So I've told you about my my little tin that I keep all, like, my fucking random sentimental bullshit in, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they're in here. Yeah, there we go. So most of this is, like, a dead motherfucker's ashes. But a lot of it is also, like, little bits of jewelry. Accessories. Oh, this tin smells so fucking good. That sounds weird, but it smells good because when I was, like, 10 or 11, I went to a Renaissance fair in Texas. It was the Scarborough Fair, for anyone that's in the area. And I bought a little, like, scented oil pendant with a little dragon hanging off of it. And the damn thing is still, like, it still smells the way that it should after, like, fucking 19 years. It's ridiculous. I want to get another one, but I don't know what the scent is called, and I can't remember the person's name or face or the shop name or anything like that.
Oh, no.
I don't think I ever saw them again at the Scarborough Fair, like, when I went back in later years, either. So, like, I have no idea what the scent is called. I just fucking love it. It's painful.
Yeah.
I can't even really describe it. It smells good. The only thing I can say about it is that it's sweet. Like, it smells a little sweet, but aside from that, I cannot. I have nothing else to compare it to. I've never smelled anything quite like it. Ugh, god damn it. Anyhow, that's because you know that they were made with heart. Fresh bread is fresh bread. Doesn't matter if it's made with heart or not. It's fresh, and it's bread. Fuck you.
That's right. Even if the result appears to be the same, there's a huge difference depending on whether or not it had a little thing called sincerity. I am not so sure. Whether I have a heart or not is completely meaningless.
But to Landor, the very fact that you're not sure about something means that you do have a heart.
Yep. Leonor's gaze fell to her cup a little sadly.
And the fact that anything you do can be described as sad also says you have a heart, you little fucking weirdo.
That's not true.
Oh my god. This woman is so fucking smooth. It's like she matches me beat for beat in smoothness. God damn. Holy shit.
Because of everything you've just said, I've changed the way I look at you a little. So saying your heart is meaningless isn't true at all. Virgilia was a little surprised to hear the words she should have said coming from Battler's mouth. After all, understanding the heart was the first step towards magic's true nature. Perhaps Battler was unconsciously starting to understand, bit by bit, the essence of Beato, the essence of witches, and the very first essence of all, the essence of magic. Yeah, this fucker is becoming a witch.
Slowly, but surely.
Whether you want to become a witch or vanquish them, the very first step is learning about magic.
Yeah, Quinn, exactly. Which I know it's been a couple minutes since you said that, but yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Yep. Virgilia was sure that she felt this faint change within Battler.
先ほどの戦いではありがとうございました。
As for that last fight, thank you very much.
最後の最後に慈悲を与えてくれたこと感謝いたします。
I am grateful for the mercy you showed me at the very end.
俺は俺じゃねえぜ。ラムダデルタが操ってたんだ。
That me wasn't me. Lambda Delta was controlling him. No, she was not.
So we haven't gotten to him controlling himself again yet.
Maybe he doesn't interpret it as controlling himself, he just looks at it as viewing the piece, is all I can think.
Yeah, that's fair, Quinn. I think the same thing so far. That's a good analogy. That Galanor and at least ostensibly other Inquisitors should be like this as well. But they're basically like lawyers who, while they know that not every defendant is guilty, they still have to do their job just to make sure the system functions.
Yep, that makes sense. I joined in on the 5th game partway through. At this point in the story... Oh, nope, never mind. Fuck me then.
Yeah, we know, Darty, but last stream we were thinking that for whatever reason the background, the room that Battler had rejoined in
Had just changed
had
between...
changed for whatever reason.
Yeah, we just weren't sure. Oh, okay, so this was the exact final accusation. We thought it was just after the first Twilight. But it's exactly the final accusation. Got it.
I don't think any more people die, though, regardless. So it's still the first Twilight. She just has... Apparently she's just making more than one accusation in a day. Working overtime.
Mm-mm. At this point in the story, I still hadn't joined. So up until the point where I did join, the piece me is probably being controlled by Berncastel or Lambda Delta. It's Berncastel.
Yeah.
Granted, it could, or maybe he's interpreting it as, oh, it's being swapped from one to the other.
Could be, yeah, actually. That would be weird, considering Lambda Delta is the witch side, and Berncastel is the human side, and he's the human piece.
Yeah.
But it could still technically happen because Game Master is going to Game Master.
Yeah.
Especially one like Lambda Delta where they don't understand narrative themes and player agency.
Yeah, for sure. Just what kind of mood's taking those two? Trying to make it look all cool. They made me look like some kind of knight coming to say a bit. Oh, you're happy about that part. Don't even try and play it.
You can tell from his voice that he's happy about that part. Even if he doesn't realize it yet. That does explain why he would defend Natsuhi like this. But there is also the secondary explanation anyway of that, just like Battler didn't like Erica and wanted to put her in her place.
Yeah. Plus, he doesn't like people being cornered like that.
Especially considering I lost the train of thought halfway through. No, there it is. Okay. Especially considering how Erica described herself as an intellectual violator.
Yeah. Which I interpret her saying that more as her trying to make herself sound hardcore, but just sounding very cringe.
天秤が人間側に大きく傾いたので、
Lady Lambda Delta wants both witches and humans to be in balance, resulting in a draw. With Erica's appearance, the tails have tipped strongly in the favor of the human side.
ベアトに加担するように物語を操ったのでしょう。
So she manipulated the tail in a way that supports Beato.
Yeah, makes sense.
それは知っています。
Does it, Dottie? I don't remember episode 1 very well, but again, brain fog, bad memory.
Yeah.
It's like I know roughly what happened, but I don't remember details like that, like who accused who. Like the best I got is that Natsuhi was the last adult, in quotes, to die. Because George was still alive, and George is definitely an adult. Like, you can't call, like, a 24 or 23-year-old a child.
Yeah.
No matter how old you are, if you do that, that's fucked up. Outside of a joke, anyway. Because I will absolutely call a 23-year-old a baby. But I'm just fucking with people at that point. That's not serious.
Yes, I am aware. However, pieces cannot do things that are impossible for them.
そして本来の性格にふさわしい行為を得意とする。
Hell, even like Jessica and all that aren't really like children to me. I will jokingly call them babies, but they're not actually children. They're perfectly capable of making their own decisions for themselves.
And they specialize in actions appropriate to their original personality.
だから
Hell, I'd say even someone like fucking Maria's age is perfectly capable of making decisions for themselves. But that one's debatable, because she's like 9.
Yeah. Therefore, she was certainly... therefore, that was certainly something that Battler, was capable of.
だからあなたに感謝するのです。
That is why I'm grateful to you.
何もしてねえのに褒められるってのは妙な気分だな。
It feels a bit weird to be praised when I didn't actually do anything.
ゲームがもう少し進めば、俺の駒も俺が操るようになるだろうよ。
After the game continues a bit more, I'll probably regain control of my piece.
その時にも優しく手加減するかはわからねえぜ。
Not sure I'll be going easy on you then.
私も同じです。
The same goes for me.
次に太刀を交えるときは遅れは取りません。
I will not be caught unawares in our next bout.
上等だ。相手してやるぜ。
Perfect. I'll take you on any time.
全力で来い。
Give me everything you've got.
約束します。
I know you're like young and confident, Battler, but like you're gonna get the shit kicked out of you.
Absolutely. You have my word. Everything I have. Lanor. I thought she
You know
was
that's true, Dari. It is similar. It's the same room. Battler comes in. Natsuki is the focus. Ava brings up the receipt. Kinzo is the missing subject. Yeah, you're right. That is very similar. And I think we did call a receipt. Yeah, we did. We called the receipt before it even happened last time.
Yep.
Or on the last stream, I mean.
I thought she was an emotionless
Someone was
killer doll
surprised that
without a
we did.
heart. But maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though, of course,
This
neither...
goes to show you that you don't need like a good memory to call shit. You just get a feel for these things after you like experience enough media.
Yep. Though, of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting on the game board. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea.
一つ謝らねばなりません。
There is one thing I must apologize for. Leonor suddenly murmured something.
何がだ。
What is it?
さっきの戦いのことなら、もうノーサイドだぜ。
If it's about that fight a short while ago, it's already
お
over.
互い全力で戦
Yeah,
っ
but the
たら。
background sounds changed, Battler. That means something serious is about to happen.
We both fought with everything we
勝つ
had.
わけは時の運だぜ。
The outcome was just the luck of the draw.
いいえ、時の運ではありません。
No, it was no luck of the draw.
それに任せられなかったから、私は謝罪に訪れたのです。
We were unable to let the outcome be decided naturally by chance, so I came here to apologize.
何の話だ。
What are you talking about?
勝ちを譲った ということですね。
You're saying you threw the match, aren't you?
Julia spoke softly without hesitating in her knitting.
Oh, of course she's fucking knitting.
Mr. Butler.
Witch MILF.
Yes, Mr. Battler.
ミスターは軽いぜ。
You know, like when I was 18, yeah, being called with like a formal honorific like that did fucking like weird me out. I understand. I mean, it still weirds me out now, but for different reasons.
That Mr. is really getting to
バ
me.
トラでいい。
Just Battler is fine.
バトラー、謝罪します。
Battler, I
私
apologize.
たちは全力ではありませんでした。
We did not give it everything we had. Why? Is it because Bernkestel was actually the one calling the shots?
分かっていますよ。金蔵は全ゲーム開始時に死亡している。
I know. Kinzo is dead at the starting time for all games.
すでにベアトによって語られている真実です。
Beato already told us that truth.
あの戦いはバトラ君には引き分けに持ち込めれば上々。
Yep, red texting time.
Mm-hmm. Battler should have... Yeah, Battler should only have been able to achieve a draw at best in that battle.
勝ち目は絶対にないはずの戦いでした。
He shouldn't have had any chance at all of winning.
Yeah, unfortunately that's true, because that red text was definitely said, so it was on the docket.
そうだな。一言そう言われちまえば、それで終わっちまう戦いだった。
You're right, if you just say that, the whole fight's already over.
なぜその赤を使わなかった？
Why didn't you use that red?
まさかステイルメイトだからと言うのか？
Are you telling me it was because of a stalemate or something like that?
ノックス第2条探偵方法に超自然能力の使用を禁ず。
Nox's second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique.
その赤き真実を私たちは直接使うことができ
This makes me, like the focus on the Nox's 10 Commandments makes me want to write a story where I break all of them. Every single one.
Fair enough. Granted, Nox acknowledges that any and
Oh, I
all
know.
of these could be broken.
Any fucking writer worth their salt will, like, whenever they give out like a set of rules, will just be like, yeah, and you break these all the time. Break them all the time.
Yeah,
These are just guidelines.
Yeah, it's just a matter of know what the conventions are so you know if you're breaking them or not.
Short story anthology called Sins of Father Nox, dedicated to this exact purpose. Okay, I am immediately interested in it, especially with that name.
Yep, absolutely.
しかし
Sins for Father Nox, not of. Interesting. Did I misread that?
No, it's Sins of
No.
Father Nox.
Oh, I'm looking at the cover page right now, and it says for, not of.
Oh, interesting.
So I don't know if Quinn was just mistaken or if there was just a typo or something. Nah, we're not gonna write anything down. Too lazy for that.
We cannot use that red truth directly. However, the red truth that the window was never opened after it started raining
私は窓を守っていたコーネリアに持たせていました。
was one I had given to Cornelia, who was protecting the window.
ドーン。そいつでチェックメイトだ。
Oh, fuck off. This is rude. There's a Czech edition of Sins for Father Nox, and it's $6.50, but the English edition is $21. Fuck you. That's so... I know it's because, like, there's a difference in, like, purchase power parity and all that shit. Like, I understand economics, but that feels horrible.
Yeah.
That feels bad.
Yeah. Boom, that's checkmate. Why didn't that girl use that trump card?
That feels like I'm getting kicked in the butt cheeks for just, like, being born in America. Fuck.
金系我が赤が破れる道理はなし。
This is for your attention. There is no way to defeat my
そな
red.
たの望み叶うことなしと知りたまえ。
Know that your wish will not be granted. Though she had fought calmly up until that point, she quickly got flustered when I dashed forwards. I thought that she had been frightened by my sudden attack, but the truth was different. Even though she held a trump card which could completely repel me, she suddenly became unable to use it and hesitated.
わかりません。突然あの瞬間に切り札の使用が禁じられたのです。
I am not sure. In that instant, use of that trump card suddenly became
そ
forbidden.
れを失った時点であ
Hell
なたの
no.
勝利は約束されました。
Once we lost that, your victory was guaranteed.
Was I distracted by flirting there? Was this explained?
Which part?
That the trump card suddenly became forbidden.
No.
You haven't explained it yet? Okay, cool. I didn't miss anything then.
Yeah, no, they don't know why it became forbidden. That's the point. Is
Interesting. Okay, yeah.
suddenly they just felt it in their bones. Fuck, I can't use this move that would guarantee my win, which means battlers
Lambda Delta's
guarantee
fucking
the
with
win.
things. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I missed like a half a sentence there or some shit like that. It turns out I didn't.
ゲーム
Fuck.
ラムダデルタ
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Thanks, Virgilia. The game master, Lady Lambda Delta, probably interfered.
あいつね
That bastard.
結局あの戦いは全てラムダデルタの手のひらでの茶番ってわけかい
So in the end, that whole fight was a farce in the palm of Lambda Delta's hand.
俺たちはあいつの筋書き通りお芝居をやらされたってわけだ
She made us play out that entire act according to her script.
不愉快とは思います。
I understand that you were upset.
しかし全力で来いとおっしゃられたバトラにそれを打ち明けぬわけにはいきませんでした。
However, since you told me to fight with everything I had no choice but let you know.
許してください。
There's
Please
a free
forgive me.
version of Sins for Father Knox on the Internet Archive. Yeah, baby!
Excellent. Thank you, Internet Archive.
Assuming that this is not one of the pages that got like taken down.
Yeah.
Because for those of you who don't know, the Internet Archive like went down for a while, a little bit back. I actually have semi-personal experience with this because one of my colleagues is doing their, I think it's a PhD paper or presentation or something like that. It might be master's, I don't remember. The only place that they could get like the reference material they needed for their presentations and everything was on the Internet Archive, and it went down right before they were due to do it.
Oh no, and it was down for like a month or two due to DDoSing.
And it came back like right after. It's so like I think it came back like the day of, like in the morning before. So my colleague did get the material on time, but they were having a fucking panic attack over it the entire time, which is understandable.
Yeah,
Okay, yes, it is still
absolutely.
here. Good. I will send you a link later. Actually, I can just send you a link right now.
それでもあなたは切り札を失っても残されたカードで全力で戦いましたよ
Thank you.
I can't send you the actual thing because it's too big to fit over
あなたを
Discord,
非
so
難など
you'll have to
誰も
download it
できる
yourself.
でしょう
Still, even though you lost your trump card, you kept on fighting all out with your remaining cards. I don't believe anyone could find fault with what you did.
そうだなむしろ余計なことをしやがってと
That's
ラ
right.
ムダデルタを怒るべきだぞ
If I should be mad at anyone, it's Lambda Delta for butting in.
金像が存在しないのはすでに確定事項のはず。
Kinzo does not exist should already be an established fact.
ラムダデルタ教もベルンカステル教もそれをよくご存知のはずです。
Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Berncastel know this well.
なのに二人とも金像が存在する余地を残してゲームを進めています。
And yet, they are both leaving room for Kinzo to exist as they continue through this game.
二人で結託して金像を否定させないかのようです。
It is almost as though the two are conspiring to prevent Kinzo's existence from being denied.
つまりじい様をわざと逃がしたと
You're saying they let grandfather escape on purpose?
はい。何かの意図があるに違いありません。
Yes, they must be after something.
確かに少しラムダデルタ教とベルンカステル教は魔女が優勢にならない限り 対立する関係にあるはず。
It is a bit odd. Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Berncastel should always be in opposition unless the witch side is in a superior position.
現在の流れでは
Unless Berncastel's goal is the same as, Lambda Delta's. It's hard to imagine that those two would be conspiring together with things going as they are. And your imagination is very limited then.
Yeah. But it...
And they were dating! Or rather, and they were roommates. Sorry. I fucked up the meme.
They might be
pals being pals.
Yeah, they might be trying to grab a specific answer or get a specific reaction out of either Battler or Beto.
Yeah, something.
私には何か
I think it'll be fucking hilarious if it turns out that Berncastel actually is trying to help Beto. She's just playing along with Lambda Delta until, like, the positioning is right.
Maybe, but I don't know. I'm starting to believe that she's just as bad as Lambda Delta, really.
Yeah, like if that little theory, not even really a theory, it's just like a fun little thought, is actually correct, then she is a very good actor.
Yeah. I cannot help but think that they have some sort of wicked objective.
それをお伝えしたくて私はここまで参りました。
I came here because I wanted you to know that.
お前そんなことのためにわざわざここまで来てくれたのか。
So you came all the way here to tell us something like that?
はい。ですので私はもう用事を終えました。
Yes, which means that my business here is finished.
これにて失礼しようと思います。
I think I will leave now.
ゲームも時期に再開するでしょう。
The game will probably resume
エ
shortly.
リカと今後のゲームを打ち合わせねばなりませんので。
I need to have a discussion with Erica about the future. Leonor gulped down the last of her black tea and stood up.
次は第二の番の戦いにて。
I will see you next at the Battle of the Second
そ
Twilight.
こにて私は再び無慈悲の太刀を振り上げるでしょう。
Therefore, I will once again raise my merciless longsword.
ですからどうかバトラも。
That's gladius size. What you have, Glanor. Even for you being a short fucker like you are, that's gladius size. Okay, that's not a long sword.
So, Battler, I ask the same of you.
私に慈悲などかけぬように。
Show no mercy towards me.
Just being picky as a martial artist. Don't
手加
worry.
減なんかしたらこっちの頭が叩き割られちまうぜ。
I know, if I go easy on you, I'll have my own head smashed in.
ゲーム版での私はベルンカステル教の駒フルドエリカの手先も同然です。
On the game board, I am nothing more than Lady Berncastel's piece and Furudo Erica's
こ
agent.
れからも敵として何度も立ちはだかるでしょう。
In the future, I will likely block your way as an enemy many times.
しかし私の心は本来中立です。
However, in my heart, I am always neutral.
いや忘れてください。
No, please forget that.
そんなことはあなたと私の関係においては何の意味もない。
It has no
Yes, it
bearing.
does, Glanor.
It has no
That
bearing
means
on
I'm
the
not gonna
nature
hold
of
a
our
grudge.
relationship.
It's like if you were aligned with your game board, like in thought as well, then we might have some problems. But since you're not, no, we can be polite.
Yeah,
We can
absolutely.
be friends.
あるぜ。強敵であることは間違いないが、あんたをムカつきはしなくなった。
It does. There's no doubt that you're a fearsome opponent, but you don't piss me off anymore.
エリカのやつは最高にムカつくよな。
Unlike that Erica who totally pisses me off.
よかった。
I am glad.
私もフルドエリカにはムカついています。
I also
Excellent.
find Furudo Erica to be obnoxious.
Oh man, I love that.
You know what? 1 second.
Beautiful.
I'm getting a screenshot of that one. Yoink.
Like, I think, like, one of the most obnoxious things about her is actually her visual design. Like, it's good design from a professional standpoint, but my god, if I saw someone wearing that, like, around the house, I would question their sanity.
Little bit. Or
Quinn
rather,
says, my theory is that Ava Trice was placed in episode 3 as training wheels for dealing with a much more annoying opponent in episode 5. And you know what? I think I can see that.
yeah, you know what? I can believe it.
I don't know Ryukyushi, and I don't know his writing very well, his writing style, or how he does it. So I don't know if he'd actually planned out that far, but I can believe it.
Yeah, I can 100% believe it. If he didn't, it's a gradual escalation of annoying-ass antagonists.
Which is how you want to do it. But at the very least, Erika's "this is a trivial deduction" speech thing is not nearly as annoying as Ava's fucking die forever pun.
Yeah.
Gods, I fucking hate that pun so goddamn much. And like the difference here is that Ava Trice said that every other fucking sentence.
It's true. Granted, I think they're both annoying.
Oh yeah, they're both super annoying, but... Shut up, asshole! No, I don't have anything for you!
Leonor's expression finally softened slightly. At the very last moment, it felt as though we finally understood each other. In our hatred of
like treats. What
Erika.
The fuck Go away. Stop it, cat.
フルドエリカはとても邪悪な存在です。
Rudo Erika is a very evil creature.
先ほどの敗北で面目を潰され、復讐心に燃えたぎっています。
After her recent defeat and loss of faith, she is burning with a desire for revenge.
何を企んでいるのか、私にもわかりません。
Even I cannot tell what she is plotting.
ですが、ろく
I
な
think
こ
it's
とのわ
mostly to
け
be
が
like
な
an
い。
entire landfill in a pink trash bag.
However, it cannot be anything good.
注意してください。
Please take care.
ベルンカステルの困った時点で気を許す気はないぞ。
Just knowing she's burned Castell's peace means I'm not gonna let my guard down. Leonor nodded as though satisfied, left the eaves of the arbor, and walked out into the rain.
あのような邪悪の手先を務めることになろうとは。
Who could have thought that I would end up serving as an agent of such
ど
evil?
うして私はこの世界に呼ばれたのか。
Why was I called to this world? Leonor let out a small sigh. Pieces can do nothing except fulfill the functions they have been given. And that function is given to them by the one who controls them. Probably can't disobey Bern Castell, player in control of her.
呼んだのはベルンカステル教かもしれない。
Lady Bern Castell may be the one who called you here.
しかしこの世界に受け入れたのはベアトです。
However, the one who let you into this world is Beato.
この子が望まなければあなたは迷路庭園を抜けここへは至れなかったのだから。
If this child didn't wish it, you would have never been able, or you would never have been able to make it through the garden maze to arrive here.
ね、ベアト。
Right, Beato. Twitch translation time.
ミス・ベアトリーチェ、あなたは私に何を求められるのか。
Miss Beatrice, what is it that you want from me?
邪悪の手先としての私があなたの何かに応えられるならば幸いなのですが。
I do hope that I can help you in some way, though I may be an agent of evil. She spoke to Beato, but of course there was no response. After bowing once more in thanks for the black tea, Leonor disappeared off into the rainy rose garden.
この黄金鏡にはベアトが望まない限り誰もたどり着けないのだ。
So no one can reach this golden land if Beato doesn't want them to?
ええ、ドラノールをここへ呼んだのはこの子なのですよ。
Fuck. What the fuck? We've been Chico'd again.
Oh dear.
So the thing that Chico just posted in the link sharing is a snip, like a screenshot of a headline And it says, people are flipping out over the revelation that avocado tastes exactly like clean penis, in quotes. And I just, what the fuck? I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true at all.
No.
But also,
no.
what the fuck?
No, that is definitely not true.
Oh god. This is what getting cheat-code means, for everyone wondering. It's always the weirdest shit. Sometimes it's like you want him to fall off a cliff for what he posts. Other times it's breaks your brain and confuses you.
Yep, pretty much.
God damn it, Chico. Like, you don't even build up an immunity or a resistance to it either. I've known this man since I was fucking 13. More than half my life. And I still just get stun-locked by some of the shit he posts. Oh, God. Anyway, yes, she is the one who called Delanor here. Fucking... God damn it, Chico.
ベアトがあいつをここへ呼び俺に会わせたのか
So Beato called her here to meet me. But I know of a person who reached this place despite Beato's wishes. Angie. In the last game, Angie reached this place by herself even though she was an uninvited guest. Was that also something Beato desired?
It's weird that her school allowed her to wear the armband with the one-winged eagle on it. All the time.
Rich-ass family, I guess.
I guess. It's just weird to me. It's like, even if you're rich, you don't get away with that shit in the school. At least in the US, for the most part. I don't know how it's like in other countries. I cannot comment. I did not go to public school in, Korea or whatever. That I am here, that you are here, that Beato is here, and that Delanor was invited here. All of these things occurred because she wanted them to. Even the bit of time that you and Delanor spent together drinking tea. Are you sure? Because Beato is, very jealous.
Beato, what was I supposed to learn from her? Does it have something to do with finding your heart and letting you rest in peace? Leonor A. Knox, the natural enemy of witches, Inquisitor, a vanguard of mystery who denies fantasy. Is she here to help me, gouge out your heart, and arrest your breathing?
Please stand on one leg.
Cornelia.
Don't abuse the angels, you fucking little weirdo.
Of course she's going to abuse them.
That's so fucking rude.
Cornelia slowly got up and stood on one leg, as she had been ordered. Her hands were clasped behind her back, because she had been ordered to do so. Then with a loud thump, Erica shoved her from behind with both hands.
Okay, what the fuck?
Cornelia...
I thought it was gonna be some weird fucking military exercise punishment, and then she just...
Cornelia landed on the floor face first with a thud.
Please stand on one leg. Really? Again?
Cornelia rose shakily. Then once again she stood on one leg as she had been ordered. She had been ordered not to try to keep her balance. So she had fallen on her face over and over again. She had barely managed to protect her nose, but after smashing against the floor so many times, her face was bright red. She wasn't shedding any tears. No, she couldn't shed them, because she was forbidden to do even that.
Please stand on one leg.
Thump, thud.
Please stand on one leg. You know what? She reminds me a bit of what's her fuck? And she's on. I can't remember her name.
Well,
because it's been like 3 months.
Oh no, that
the other one.
Oh, yeah, Kiri's sister, Kasumi. Yeah.
Yeah, Kasumi. There we go. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Erica repeated this following torture over and over again. At times like this, Erica hated counting things, so she decided that when she ran out of fingers to keep count on, she would just keep on going until she lost interest. However, Erica's main redeeming feature was that she never lost interest in anything. Couldn't be me. ADHD is a curse.
Yeah. Like I don't have ADHD. I just lose interest in shit constantly just because like it gets boring.
I mean, yeah. Autistic, evil version. Yeah, also could be that. Because I will focus on specific things a lot. So the torture continued on without end. Erica didn't know the truth of why Cornelia had been unable to fully protect the window. So the whole time since then, she had been criticizing her, blaming her entirely for their defeat. For your attention, I beg to state the following. Please forgive Cornelia for her failing. She has already performed sufficient penance.
Oh, was that so? Then please take her place from now on.
Gertrude bears no sin for which to repent.
Gertrude, please stand on one leg. Clasp your hands behind you.
Gertrude followed the order and clasped her hands behind her back, standing on one leg.
You mustn't resist or try to keep your balance. You are not permitted to bend your knees. You are not permitted to shed any tears. Do you understand?
As you wish. Erica took her time walking behind Gertrude. She was even enjoying making her wonder when she'd push. At that moment, Gertrude and Cornelia burst in a bright light and disappeared. Leonore had returned at some point and had sent them back to heaven for the time being. Erica, who had had her fun spoiled, directed an openly malicious expression at Leonore.
Miss Erika, waga buka no toga wa joushi no watashi ga seoimasu.
Miss Erica, I will bear the punishment for my subordinate as her superior. Please have mercy upon her.
No, thank you です。お仕置きってのは苦痛を与えるから意味があるんです。
No, thank you. Punishment is meaningful because of the pain it inflicts.
傷一つつかない無痛覚の人形女など面白くもなんともありません。
There's nothing remotely interesting about punishing an unfeeling doll girl who can't receive a single scratch.
So Erica slowly grabbed hold of the back of Leonor's hair and tugged on it unrelentingly. Leonor's neck tilted unnaturally backwards, creaking.
傷はつきませんが傷つきはします。
I cannot be harmed, but I can be hurt.
あんたに傷つく心なんてあるわけもないです。
As if you have feelings to hurt.
魔女狩り殺人人形の分際で
You witch-hunting murder doll.
私に口答えする気ですか？
Are you trying to talk back to me?
大ベルンカステル教の使者にして分身のこの私に
Lay down. You little shit. Me, the envoy and double of the great Lady Bernkastel.
いいえ
No.
あんたらが使えないから私がベルンカステル教にお叱りを受けるんです。
I am being reprimanded by Lady Bernkastel because you people are useless.
二度と無様な真似は見せないでください。
Never demonstrate such miserable incompetence again.
Almost like, cycles of generational violence.
A little bit.
いいですね。
Also, the whole shit rolls downhill thing from the military.
Yeah.
For those of you wondering, what that basically means is that, like, whenever someone fucks up, they will turn around and, like, punish their subordinates as well, who then turn around and punish you. Get it?
Yeah.
So, like, if say, like, a colonel fucks up and gets reprimanded by the general, the colonel will turn around and reprimand, like, say, I don't know, a lieutenant or a captain or whatever the hell. And then that lieutenant or captain turns around and punishes the sergeants and so on and so forth. The sergeants usually won't turn around and do that, but that's because sergeants aren't commissioned officers. They're also grunts. You know, they're NCOs. So, like, it usually gets stopped right there. Usually, there's still some assholes.
Yeah.
Are we understood?
She pulled back the hair she had grabbed even more strongly. This didn't cause Leonor any physical pain, but she could clearly feel Erica's ill will.
失礼しました。お許しくださ
My apologies. Please forgive me.
クズが
Filth.
With sound like taut string snapping, she ripped out several strands of Leonor's hair. Then Erica waved her hand about as though
No,
trying
collective
to
punishment is when you punish an entire group for something one person did. What shit rolls downhill is like literally you think of like a higher ranks as the top of the hill, and then when someone gets punished, it rolls down the hill into the lower ranks for no reason.
Yeah.
Collective punishment would be if the lieutenant punished the entire squad, including the sergeant and all of the specialists and privates for it. That would be collective punishment, but which also happens. But you know, it's slightly different, related but not the same.
Then Erica waved her hand about as though trying to shake off something dirty that had gotten stuck to it.
まあいいです。これで終わりにします。
Also,
ようやく私の怒りも収まり、灰色の脳細胞がうずいて
tearing out hair does not like cause a snapping sound. That's when you rip the hair itself. Tearing out hair sounds like fabric being ripped.
Yeah, fair enough, though it kind of depends what Leonor's hair is made of. Since
True, but I would assume that it's basically hair, right?
Yeah.
But that's only because we just haven't gone into the anatomy of the angels and the inquisitors. Which we shouldn't. I should hope not, anyway. That would take a very different turn.
Oh boy. I am very interested, Quinn.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's enough. I'm done. My anger has finally subsided, and my little gray cells are tingling again.
あの使えない二人を呼び戻して現場の再構築をしてください。
Please call those two useless people back and reconstruct the crime scene.
推理ゲームを始めましょう。
Let's start the deduction game. I gotta start the
い。わ
kettle.
かりました。ガートルード、 Cornelia.
Understood. Gertrude, Cornelia. As you wish. The two of them reappeared behind Delanor and reconstructed the crime scene for Erica, the one who had just been tormenting them.
Not you. You guys are fine. I'm talking about Cat.
金蔵の失踪なんて第一の晩のおまけでしかありません。さあ、第一の晩の検証を始めましょう。
Kinzo disappearing was nothing more than an added bonus for the first Twilight. Let's start investigating the first Twilight proper.
とその前に、実は私たちは殺人事件の発生以前から一つの謎を突きつけられていることをご存知ですか？
Oh, before that, are you aware that we were actually presented with a mystery before the murders even occurred?
はい。昨夜の24時の何者かのノックによって現れた片翼のわしの刻まれた手紙ですね。
Oh, right, yeah, the letter. Okay.
Yes. Yes, you mean the letter with the mark of the one-winged eagle, which appeared at midnight last night along with a knock by some person.
そうです。一見、物語はその瞬間に人間の誰にも不可能であったと語り。
That's right. The tale appears to describe that it was impossible for any of the humans at that moment.
未知の魔女が存在しているかのような幻想を作り出しています。
Creating the illusion that an unknown witch exists.
まずはこの魔女幻想を叩き潰すことから始めましょう。
Let's start by crushing this witch illusion.
手紙が届けられた昨晩の食堂の状況から確認していきます。
We'll first check the situation in the dining hall last night when the letter was delivered.
了解です。
Understood.
ガートルード、コーネリア、昨晩の食堂の親族会議を再構築。
Reconstruct last night's family conference in the dining hall. As you wish.
Lay down. Doing the shit.
The family conference last night was conducted with the adult relatives and Battler present. And part
I'm like pointing at my cat to tell him to lay down and everything, and instead of like laying down, he just saunters up a little bit and starts rubbing his face across my finger. Alright, you little fucker.
As cats do.
Usually they lay down when I tell them to, but sometimes they're just like, nah, I want pets.
Yeah.
Hi, buddy.
And partway through, the servants arrived to serve tea.
手紙が現れた瞬間の全員の立ち位置を確認しましょうか。
Let's review everyone's whereabouts at the exact moment the letter appeared. How did that go again?
緊急、謹んで申し上げる。
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following.
親族会議以前にエリカ、ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、南條、ゴーダ、熊沢は屋敷より退出し、
Before
ゲ
the
ストハウスへ移動したものなり。
Before the family conference, Erica, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa left the mansion and moved to the guest house.
近県、謹んで申し上げる。
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following.
残りはクラウス、夏日、源氏の3人のみが2階廊下におり。
Yes, more red text. Of those who remain, only Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji were in the second floor corridor,
それ以外の全員は食堂におりしこと申し上げたてまつる。
while all
Yeah, we still don't
others
know where
were
the
in the
fuck
dining
Kraus
hall.
is.
Yep, we don't know exactly who he had been quote-unquote kidnapped by. Which I'm only saying in quotes because, you know, it could be a
fucking know.
farce.
Yeah.
屋敷は親族会議に先んじて全て施錠されていたため、
Because the mansion had been entirely locked in advance of the family
そ
conference.
れ以外の人間は屋敷に入ることができません。
Everyone else was unable to enter the mansion.
おやおや、それでは屋敷内の誰にも食堂の扉をノックして手紙を置くことは
Right.
できない。
Before we get too far into the mystery, I do have to go give my housemate's dog her insulin. Because my housemate won't do it themselves for whatever fucking reason, despite promising me that they would. So we're gonna take a bathroom break before we actually get into the meat of the mystery, because if we don't, we're gonna be too hooked on the mystery.
Yeah. So, quick bio break, everyone. Get your
back in a couple minutes. Get yourself
back.
All right. We have returned.
Yes.
My cat is yelling at me. He's upset I left him here for like 10 minutes. Huh. At least they don't have like the really bad anxiety anymore. They used to be so bad that whenever I'd go to check the mail, I could hear them like yelling from my office.
At least there's that.
Which is like, the mailbox, by the way, is like 40 meters away.
Yeah, it's
so they were big mad when I first moved here.
Yeah.
Hello, handsome. Yes, thank you. All right. That would mean no one inside the mansion could have knocked and placed the letter there, right?
そうなります。その人物こそが手紙を記した魔女、ベアトリーチェであるとの魔女側の主張でしょう。
Yes, the witch side will probably say that this person is the same who wrote the letter, the witch Beatrice.
バカバカしい。くだらないトリックです。手紙が24時の瞬間に置かれた保証はありません。
A stupid trick. There's no guarantee that the letter was placed there at the stroke of midnight.
それ以前にもう置かれていたと考えるのが常識的です。
It's only sensible to consider that it might have been placed there earlier.
But everybody would have noticed it when they walked in.
Yeah.
手紙が発見されるほんの数分前にシャノンとカノンを給仕に呼んでいます。
Just a few minutes before the letter was discovered, Shannon and Cannon came in to serve tea.
二人を迎え入れる際、廊下に手紙などの不審物が一切なかったことを複数が確認しています。
When they entered, multiple witnesses confirmed that there was nothing suspicious like a letter in the hallway.
100万人いなかったクラウス、夏日、源氏のうちの誰かがその直後に隙を見て手紙を置いただけのことでしょう。
Most likely, one of those not in the dining hall, Kraus, Natsuhi, or Genji, simply saw their chance right after that and placed the letter there.
いえいえ、ゲストハウスに行ったはずの人物でも可能です。
No, in fact, it would have been possible for the people who supposedly went to the guest house, too.
屋敷は施錠され、外部の人は入れなかったそうですが、
Why aren't you like this,
ゲ
dude?
ストハウスに戻ったふりをして屋敷内にこっそりと隠れていた
Get your tail out of my nose,
そ
cat.
の人物が手紙を置いたとしても何ら
Yes,
問
you're
題はあ
very
りません。
handsome. Now get the fuck out of here. We've heard that the mansion was locked and no one outside could get in. But if someone only pretended to go to the guest house and instead hid inside the mansion, it's perfectly possible that they could have placed the letter there.
休憩、青き真実、有効なり。
For your attention, Blue Truth, valid.
となると問題はノックです。手紙と違い、ノックの瞬間にその場に存在しなくてはなりません。
In that case, the problem is the knock. Unlike the letter, someone would have to exist there at the instant of the knock.
なるほど。それこそが魔女という名のいないはずの人物が存在する証拠だと。
It's the classic shit where, like, you stare at someone from across the street, and then a bus passes in front of you, and you just sprint along with the bus.
Yep.
Same shit here. I see. So this is the so-called proof that a person who shouldn't be there, a witch, existed.
実にバカバカしいにも程があります。
This is completely ridiculous.
その程度でこのフルドエリカが屈服するとでも？
Do they think that this is all it takes to get me, Furudo Erika, to surrender? You know, like, the more I think about it, the more I think I am on the bandwagon of get a 3D model so that people can actually see me, like, look to the side and just, like, look down in irritation or annoyance.
Yeah.
Without actually having to show my face. I think I'm into that now. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, we might have to get you a model next once I have mine.
It's like, despite my my particular neurodivergence, because this is a social situation, I've already trained myself to react, like, with facial expressions and body language and all that shit. Like, even like talking with my hands, which I'm doing right now. So, but I don't want to show my face on camera because, like, fuck that.
Yeah, like...
So this just seems like a good idea to do.
Fuck being known, especially by the internet.
Yeah, do not perceive me. Fuck you. You're not allowed. Your eyes do not get to grace my face.
But also,
Or
I kind of
the other way
consider,
around.
because I've been thinking about this a little bit, I kind of consider an avatar the same way I do clothes.
That's true, yeah.
It's just full body clothes.
I consider them the same way that I do, like, a profile picture, right? Like, I know some people change their profile pictures, like, fucking every other week, but because I'm old and have been on the internet for, like, 20 years now, I've always seen avatars as, like, just the face of the person. Like, whenever you say someone's name, that, like, their avatar is what I think of.
Yeah, absolutely. If I...
Like, I just think of your slime face whenever, like, I'm thinking about you. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, that's Mal. That is Mal right there, the slime.
Yeah, exactly. Like, when I think about Quinn, I think about their VTuber they had for a while, Quali, because that's what they use on at least some social media.
Yeah, fair enough. Like, whenever I think of Cappy, it's always just like that, that orange-haired
Yeah, it's all...
whoever the fuck with a visor.
Yes, come
Cappy's
closer.
visor.
You know, come closer. I am a normal treasure chest. Because
Did you have a mimic? Is that what your character was?
yes, the mimic was the
That's
one
amazing.
talking, but there was a femme anime girl in there,
Like holding the mimic.
not holding the mimic, inside the mimic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Although I could think of it like a very interesting character to have, like, the character itself be the mimic, but the mimic is being carried by an anime girl or boy, if you're into that, as like a servant, you know, like a custodian servant sort of deal.
I could see that
butler.
too. But yeah, so yeah, when I think of Quinn, I think of Quali. When I think of Cappy, I think of their... Well, that is Cappy, really. That is,
Yeah.
that is just literally their demonstration of themselves.
Yeah, like that's why I couldn't like describe it any further. It's just like, oh yeah, it's just like a orange hair visor, that thing, because it's just Cappy.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is Cappy.
Yeah, like the lore kayfabe is that, you know, digital non-binary person in a digital world, but that is just Cappy. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, we shield the Cappy.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I was wondering where you were going with it, but yeah, as soon as I saw that pop up, yes, we shield Cappy here.
Yes,
Go
Cappy.
check out Cappy. Cappy is awesome.
Yeah, Cappy is responsible for my character design. Even when I do use the 3D, it's still Cappy's character design, even if it'll be modeled by somebody else.
Yeah, and the art that you see on my screen or up in the corner of Mal's thing is also done by Cappy. It's my design, but it's their work, their style.
Yeah.
So if you like that style, go check it out.
Yes, absolutely.
Click
Because,
that link.
yeah, those are assets made for our...
Yeah, Cappy also streams that too.
Yes, Cappy also streams. Doing a lot of content for Final Fantasy XIV with their static.
Oh hell yeah! See, I'm not much into like rating and trials and all that stuff, so I just don't have a static.
Yeah,
I just like slap shit together out of my fucking out of my link shells whenever I need something.
Yeah, I've seen other people get frustrated with it, and I'm just not into it unless I'm specifically looking for a piece of gear.
Like, even then, like, I'm just like, I just go to my link shells and like, hey, anyone want to farm this thing from this trial with me? And I'll usually get like 20 volunteers and be like, okay, I can't take that many.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't need a static for that.
Someday I will be able to go and like farm the fucking wings from the Dawn Trail Extreme Trials because I want those fucking wings.
Oh yeah, they're excellent.
But the first I gotta get paid. Someone pay my sub.
I would, but I'm broke as shit.
I'm not asking you. You've done enough.
I mean, fair, but also I still would.
I mean, you fucking bought me the damn game. You've done enough.
But yes, being on a fixed income and being a VTuber is suffering.
Yeah, it's awful.
まずノックが確かに食堂の扉を叩いたものなのか
It double sucks because like not just VTubing but also streaming takes like an investment, right? And I'm not talking about like the equipment, but literally we have to buy the games we play.
Yep, we have
Which is not cheap because like you could say it's like, oh, it's only like $50 a month. You can get like 3 indie games for that. Yeah, but indie games are also only like 8 hours long.
Yeah, that's the thing, is indie games are shorter, which is good because they don't overstay their welcome, but also that means we're done with them sooner.
They don't last long enough.
Like, I appreciate it.
It's like I am super thankful that Nate has wanted to take his like sweet fucking time finishing Elden Ring, because that means we've been able to stream a game that cost like $50-$60 for 2 years.
Yeah, you've really gotten all the
I'm
content.
milking the fuck out of Elden Ring.
Yeah, you've really gotten the content out of Elden Ring and its DLC.
It's been real good. Also, like, thank you again, by the way, for getting me Shadows of the Erdtree.
Yeah.
Greatly appreciated.
Yeah, of course.
Look, I don't usually buy games myself because I'm poor. People just give me stuff. Apparently, I'm super charming like that. And it's not just Mal either. Like people from all over the internet is just like, here, have this. And just like toss a code at me or something.
Yeah, but I didn't want you to have to be too far behind, Nate.
Yeah, that would have been brutal. I still have like multiple games that I want to stream that people have bought me, but I just don't have time so far. Eventually, I will, but not right now. Hi, Phoenix. Anything else that you want to show before we get back to it?
No, I think we're good.
Okay, cool. Firstly, I question whether the knock was even something hitting the door to the dining hall at all. For example, the mansion's construction may be such that when a certain pillar on the second floor is struck, the noise is transmitted down the pillar, which is definitely possible. It's actually, I know I just said we were getting back to it, but just like an interesting little tidbit is on older ships back during the Age of Sail, they would actually be constructed in such a way where you could knock on the hull in certain places and have the sound travel up through the hull to communicate without shouting and waking up the rest of the crew. Interesting.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so like if someone in the like on the deck wanted to say something to someone that's down in the holes, like, hey, get back up here, or whatever. You just like knock on a certain part of the railing, or I don't know the specifics because I'm not an Age of Sail sailor, but you just like knock on a specific part and the sound would travel through, and it would just sound like a light knocking, right? So it wouldn't really wake people up.
Gotcha.
But there's nothing really to like knock on the side of a hull, right? In the ocean, aside from just like fucking fish or whatever, and they don't do it regularly. So it's very easy to tell when it's just like a dolphin bumping up against the ship versus like someone on the deck knocking.
Yeah, exactly. But still, you know, being a sailor, you cannot be a consistent sailor and wake up to the slightest tap.
Yeah. Otherwise, like, the waves would wake your ass up, which is not good.
Yeah.
It's fun shit. Like humans are genius at shit like this, figuring out ways to communicate. It's that pattern seeking shit in our brains.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, and it sounds just like a knock on the door to the people in the dining hall.
あるいは偶然何かの音をノックと聞き間違え同様に誤認してしまうとか。
Or they could have misheard some other random sound as a knock and misconstrued it in the same way, or in the similar way.
That one I kind of doubt.
Yeah, because like the timing and relying on people misconstruing it.
あるいはノック音を録音したテープがこっそり再生されていて。
I sincerely doubt that one as well, because like the recording of a knock and an actual knock is very different. Not because the sound is different, but because the feeling is different. Like you can feel a knock that is actually there. For the most part, it depends on the construction of your house and all that shit and the exact knock. But usually, you can actually like feel it.
Yeah,
it's not going to be like a conscious thing, but like you can tell the difference. Trust your senses, for the most part. Sometimes that shit's fucked up, like with infrasound. Don't trust infrasound, ever. But yeah, like you can definitely like tell, which a lot of people don't realize. Did I read that one?
No,
I
you
think
didn't.
I did, but
nope.
Okay, or a tape with the sound of a knock recorded on it that could have been secretly playing.
それがちょうどのタイミングで聞こえるように細工されていたのかもしれない。
Which had been carefully set up to be heard at exactly that time.
いずれにせよ、扉の向こうに誰もいなくても、いくらでも考えられます。
Like especially with like the tape recorders of like the 80s, right?
Yeah, like I don't think
like that shit's like
you wouldn't have that
choppy as
crisp.
fuck.
Yeah, you wouldn't have that crisp sound. Like if you're not gonna wake somebody up or disturb somebody, just knock on a door or a wall. You can tell the difference.
Yeah, like the part of it is like the echo, right?
Yeah, like there's just
a lot of people like
thing.
Echoes will happen regardless, no matter what the shape of the building or the room is. It's whether or not it's perceivable as an echo, right? Otherwise, it just like sounds as part of the sound itself.
Granted,
knock on a door.
I will say that today we have the ability to soundscape in a way that mimics a knock on a recording.
Oh, absolutely. But that's today, right? That's not in the 80s.
Because I've definitely been jump scared by a recording like that, just involved in something or other.
Which is like, stereo sound. That's what it does. But stereo sound in the 80s was achieved with multiple speakers, not, just like the ones in your head.
Yeah.
You'd have like several speakers. That's what it originally referred to. Mono sound is one speaker, stereo is multiple. In any case, even if no one was on the other side of the door, I can think of many ways to make them hear a knock. How is that, my master? What do you think of my reasoning? You're too smug, idiot. Well, you heard her. How did she do? Oof. That's not what you want to hear. That's not what you want to hear when you give a blue truth.
No.
Well, it looks like your cute little piece gave it her all to think up these blue truths, so I'll be nice and give out a few red truths myself. I guess I'll start with a letter. There was that knock when the large clock struck midnight. And when the door was opened, there lay a letter, in an envelope bearing the one-winged eagle. Is it a grandfather clock that's in there?
I think. It was definitely a large clock.
If it's a grandfather clock, I can't actually think of a way to trick people with that. But that's because there's actual emotion involved in that, so...
Yeah, we'll have to see when we see it again.
Yeah. Anyway, the idea that the people who weren't in the dining hall secretly placed the letter in the hallway is such an old one, right? Kraus, Natsuki, and Genji did not even touch that letter.
へえ、じゃあシャノン・カノンが給仕に訪れて扉を閉じる瞬間に最後に食堂に入った最後尾の人間は誰？
Oh? Then, when Shannon and Cannon came in to serve the tea, who was the last human to enter the dining hall?
例えばカノンとか
Let's say it was Cannon.
最後尾のカノンが扉を閉めるときにこっそりポトリと手紙を落とせば簡単じゃない？
Wouldn't it be easy if Cannon, the last person in, secretly dropped the letter there when he closed the door?
食堂の全員の誰もいえもっとシンプルな言い方をするわ24時の
Not a single person in the dining hall.
誰一人
No, there's a simpler way to say it. Among all those inside the mansion at midnight,
あの手紙を廊下に置いた者はいないわ
not a single one of them placed that letter in the hallway. So, a guaranteed delayed knock of some kind.
Yeah, that has to... Well, a delayed laying of the letter. Like, there has to be some way someone left that letter before midnight. Well, not a single... Well, not a single... all those inside the mansion. So no one who was left inside the mansion after midnight.
Yeah, so my thought there is that like someone dropped the letter at say 11:45 and left the mansion, and then somehow made the knocking sound. A delayed knock, as in the person wasn't actually there when the knock happened.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to think
Which also implicitly confirms that. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm more thinking about how they left the letter then. That's the important thing on this, because you can think of all the methods to do the delay knock, but how do you delay the letter being there?
Well, again, that one's easy. Like, you just go into the fucking mansion and then leave before midnight.
Yeah, I guess if they manage to get in and get out, but I guess
yeah,
then we have to establish if there's a perfect seal.
Yeah, the problem with this is that we don't know exactly how big the mansion is or how the layout is, so we don't know if it's actually possible for someone to get in that quickly and then get out, right?
Yeah, also, we don't know how well Ryukishi understands the running speed of a human.
This is also true. That would be actually very difficult to find in the mid-2000s, because, like, Google was not really working yet properly.
Yeah.
And back in those days, what you'd have to do when you search a thing is because you couldn't just like type in a question, right? Like, what is the average running speed of a human? You couldn't type that in. You'd have to be like average running speed, human, etc. And then like start adding like little qualifiers on it, like minus Olympian, minus professional runner, and shit like that. Until you like narrowed it down enough. It's possible, but it's very difficult. So you can't say that no one touched it.
I mean, yeah, it probably worked better than it does right now.
Yeah, like right now it's a huge pain in the ass, but that's because of like the fucking AI shit. A couple of years ago, before the AI,
it was better than it was in the
2000s.
Early 2000s, yeah.
Hell, in the early 2000s, people still use proprietary ISP browsers.
That is also true.
It's like I actively remember using AOL as a browser. That was the first thing that I ever used. I don't remember exactly what time it was, but I remember it being a laptop. Because like I was too young to be on the internet before then, according to my parents, which is not actually the fucking case. But
maybe.
Also, I was poor, so having
the
internet in like fucking 2003 was not not something we could afford.
Yeah, maybe too young to be unsupervised, but that's a different thing.
Yeah. Because even in, like, 2005, there were, like, plenty of, like, kid sites and shit. I know, but you do your research before you write.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not.
Yeah, again, Ryukishi was doing this year by year. Well, actually, 6 months by 6 months.
Yeah, and I can think of like plenty of instances where like an amateur might be researching the scenes, so the stuff involved with the scenes as they were writing it. I want to say that you wouldn't do that with a mystery, but like maybe like there's a chance that you could research it while you were writing the mystery and still have it come out cohesive. It'd be very rare, but you could do it.
Yeah, like, it wasn't super primitive. We're not saying it was, you know, the living room-sized machines or anything.
Yeah.
Of the early.
Like I just said that like the first time I was on the internet was on a laptop. Come on.
Yeah, so we're not saying it's like that primitive. We're just saying that, you know, there were proprietary search engines. Google was just becoming dominant.
What the fuck? When was Google a search engine?
You know, definitely back then, it was a toss-up whether
it was officially launched in 1998.
You know, it was.
That sounds about right.
You know, it was a toss-up of whether I was using Google or I was using Yahoo.
Or fucking Ask Jeeves.
Yeah.
For those of you who remember that one, there's also a Genie one that I can't remember the name of. Did MSN ever have a search?
Yes.
Yeah, Ask Jeeves. That's because it is old. I'm old. All these fucking Zoomers and Generation Alphas on my fucking internet. Get out of my front lawn. Leave. You're too young for this shit.
Yeah, like, Ollie from HoloLive is a fucking Zoomer, I should mention, since I showed you that clip of her being very thirsty for Kiara.
Yeah. Although, like, it's not difficult to be a Zoomer, right? Like, it'd be like fucking 25 and technically a Zoomer.
Yeah, yeah.
Be right on the edge, but technically. I know Zoomers are generally old enough to vote and shit like that. It doesn't feel right. Old internet dweller shakes fist at sky. Fuck. Yelling at clouds. Fuck me, dude. Like, this ties into, like, that fucking shit we were talking about yesterday in the Discord with the demotivational posters. Like, the first memes on the internet were, like, literally just black borders around the thing with a text at the bottom.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I actually preferred in some ways, which I also talked about in the Discord, because then, like, you didn't need, like, a fucking giga brain shit to understand all the memes and the references. You would just, like, have the reference, the thing that the meme was referencing, in the meme with it. Because what you would do is you would make the original demotivational poster smaller inside the image and then put an extra caption on it.
Yeah.
And it was actually legible because people actually fucking understood that back then, because the only people on the internet were people that actually knew how to use it. Damn it.
As was the fashion at the time.
Fuck. I missed the early internet.
In some ways.
Yeah. I do not miss, like, the 90s ass fucking websites with their weird fucking kerning and font choices. Like, you'd have, like, 8 different fonts on one goddamn page.
Oh, yeah, there's that.
But I do miss, like, the lack of web bloat. The web bloat today is awful.
Yeah.
Like, we have computers that are hundreds of times more powerful than the ones that they sent people to the fucking moon with, and yet you still can't load a goddamn web page under 3 seconds most of the time. Oh, gods. Look, I am certified in web design and development. I am always upset about this. Constant. It's just like a low undercurrent in the back of my mind where I'm just constantly pissed off about how sites are designed these days. I'm old. Leave me alone. You're okay, Amber. I'm not yelling at you. I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, you're fine. Whatever. Anyway, to get back to the damn thing before I go on another 3-hour rant about fucking web design these days. Fuck. Of course not. They touched it when they picked it up. Of course, I can't say none of them touched it.
I mean, yeah, fair. Kind of.
じゃあこういう解釈だわ。24時の時点で屋敷外に存在した何者かがあらかじめ手紙を廊下以外の場所に置いたのよ。
I see. Then let's interpret it this way. Someone who existed outside the mansion at midnight placed the letter there. Placed the letter somewhere other than the hallway beforehand.
そして何らかの方法でそれが移動して最終的に廊下に置かれた。
Then it moved by some means and ended up placed in the hallway. Yeah, you could like put it underneath the serving cart,
仮の想像ですが、
so that like whenever the momentum would stop from them stopping at the door to open it, it would, get shoved out of whatever thing. Fuck you, Erica.
お茶の道具を積んだ
Don't read my goddamn mind.
裏側に貼り付けられていたとか。
Eat shit! Stop it! Stop reading my mind! You're not allowed. You're not allowed to be this good. Or maybe it's just a sign that I'm kind of dumb. Could be both. I don't know.
Erica gonna
Just an
start
example.
trolling you on Blue Sky soon.
Please don't. Although it would be really funny if someone did make an Erica, Fruto Erica thing to troll me on Blue Sky whenever I post. Don't do it, but it would be funny. Just as an example, let's say it was deliberately stuck to the underside of the serving cart carrying the tea set, which the servants wheeled into the room.
それは時間が経てば剥がれてしまうような簡単な接着。
It was simply affixed there in a way that would make it come unstuck after a certain amount of time. Yeah, you could do that with like a putty or some kind of like adhesive gum that would like slowly lose its adhesiveness. Because that's actually a problem in would it be material or chemical sciences? A little bit of both. That's a problem in material and chemical sciences, is getting adhesive to work for the right amount of time. Not too long, not too short, right? It's actually very easy to make an adhesive that will only keep its adhesiveness for about 5 minutes. It's very difficult to make it work for specifically 3 hours.
Gotcha.
It's all about like what you're trying to make specifically.
Yeah. And of course, you can tell the servant,
You're okay, buddy.
Granted, you don't have to, but you could tell the servant tap on the side of the serving cart or something and loosen it.
Yeah. There's also the mechanical aspect of being able to stick it somewhere, like wedge it into a corner just right, so that like whenever the momentum of the cart stopping, will jar it loose.
Yeah, cart stopping.
There's a whole bunch of different options here.
Cart going over the little, divot in between doors.
Threshold bump.
Yeah.
Well, although, would it even have a threshold? It's an indoors door.
Well, maybe a slight one if it's changing the type of wood.
Is it carpet in the dining room?
I think it's partially carpeted, partially wood, but that might just be my brain doing things.
I don't remember. I know that they mentioned it at one point. I just don't remember. It was in the 4th episode, I think.
Well, there are definitely wood slats in there.
Yeah. And like that depends on like whether like the outside is also carpet, right? The hallway, is that carpet or is it wood? Because like if you do have
the hallway is carpet, I think. So I think it is like carpet to
then,
wood.
Like, yeah, it'll be like a. Thanks, Dari. Yeah, so it's probably like a rug or something like that underneath the actual like dining table. So the hallway being carpet going onto the wood would have that fucking I don't remember what it's called, and I used to work construction and building interiors like this, but
that change
that
in
bit of metal that you nail into the edge.
Yeah.
That would definitely do it. That would be much more reliable than the momentum stopping to open the door, right?
Yeah, exactly. That was my thinking is it's much more reliable. Oh yeah, the cart is going to clank a bit.
Yeah, it'll have that little bump. And just as a side note, because it's a fun fact, if I remember correctly, Teflon was made by people trying to make an adhesive. And instead, they made something that doesn't stick at all.
Yep. A lot of things that were originally made to either be an adhesive or a replacement for asphalt ended up being something else.
Mm-hmm. Fucking adhesives are really hard to make. That was the whole point. Sorry. Anyway, let's go on. What was the... Yeah, okay. Such that when it eventually fell off, it would become the letter left by a witch who shouldn't exist.
つまり時間差で手紙が現れるようにすることで真の差出人がその時刻にアリバイを作ろうとする古典的トリックです。
In other words, this is a classic trick where the true sender gives themselves an alibi by making the letter appear at a different time.
金系青き真実有効なり
For your attention, Blue Truth valid.
ちょうど都合よく食堂の扉の前に落ちたのは犯人にとって幸運だっただけということ。
In other words, the fact that it landed just outside the dining hall door was just the culprit's good luck.
下手をすればそこは厨房か廊下かはたまた食堂の中だったかもしれません。
Now, the servants are, like, very professional, and they do things on a schedule, right? Like, you could very easily predict where the servants are going to be at any given time.
Yeah.
And this is, like, normal, right? This is why people scout out, like, used to, anyway. Although I suppose they still do in some cases, but it's not as common anymore. This is why people scout out, like, fucking guard duty, you know, and like where people are in the building at any time, because like security and maintenance and all this stuff is done on a schedule.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like there aren't as many big heists where you go break into a place with a bunch of guards anymore. Not as many as there used to be, at least, because like you would normally count stuff like military infiltration like that too, but just don't do that as much anymore because war is less common these days.
Yeah, not to mention just in general.
Even if it doesn't feel like it is.
There's a lot more automated security, a lot more.
Yeah.
It's much more about just getting into a place by social engineering.
Yeah, like, that's the reason for the black domes over cameras in shops and all that stuff, is so you cannot see which direction the cameras are pointing, because you can't have an omnidirectional camera and make sense of it as a human very easily. And you want to lower the amount of training you have to give your security people by a lot, because it gets expensive if you have to train them for like 3 years, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. This
is why like a security certificate that like lets you be a security guard only takes you like fucking 6 weeks to complete, right?
Yeah, it's mostly knowing what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do as somebody who doesn't have the legal protections of being an officer.
Yeah. And in fact, in a lot of places in the States, you don't even need a security certificate. You just fucking get hired to sit at a desk and like stare at a screen.
Yeah.
Which is more of a scarecrow than anything else.
Yeah, you're basically there as a scarecrow, because you're not chasing people for the most part.
Like, whenever stuff like this comes up, I always think that, like, it always strikes me that, like, maybe I'm not fucking boring, maybe I do have a lot of stories, maybe I do know a lot of shit, because I know 2 people who worked as security. It's like, both Tyr and Packer. Packer doesn't have a security certificate, but he did work as security for a hospital for a while. And Tyr does have, like, an actual certificate.
Yeah, no, you
He's
know
like genuinely good at his job.
Yeah, you know interesting things. You've met interesting people.
I just always forget them when it comes time. Like, as soon as I'm done telling the story, I just forget that it happened.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Somebody asks what my interests are, and I forget, like, everything I've ever done for the entirety of my life.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Don't put me on the spot. Do not perceive me. Just let me ramble. I'll tell you interesting things, I promise. It could have easily fallen in the kitchen, the corridor, or even out inside the dining hall itself.
グッと食堂の中ならば 随分と素敵ですね。
Oh, good. If it had happened inside the dining hall, that would have been even more wonderful.
全員の監視の中、突然床に手紙が現れる。
Within everyone's sight, a letter would suddenly appear on the floor.
食堂という密室に忽然とその場の誰も触れていないという赤を維持したまま。
And a red stating it suddenly appeared in the locked room of the dining hall and was not touched by anyone there wouldn't even be violated.
お見事です。
Well done.
配膳者の下部に手紙を貼り付ける行為なら誰が犯人でも可能です。
If the letter was stuck to the bottom of the serving cart, then anyone could be the culprit.
Honestly, I have issues like imagining, like, say, Ava, for example, on the floor, like, in the kitchen, trying to stick this fucking letter on the bottom of the cart.
Yeah.
But, like, that's also just because, like, my image of rich people is that they usually have servants doing most shit. Unless it's for leisure, in which case they'll just do it themselves.
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily exactly how it happens, right?
Yeah, no. Like, especially when they're smart enough to just get their own hands dirty rather than delegating it.
If you want something done right, do it yourself. Apparently.
でもそれと同じ論法がロックについても通用するかしら。
Hey, Lambda Delta, can you give me a pizza? No? Fuck you too. That might work for the letter, but will that same type of argument work for the knock as well?
I would not trust any pizza made or delivered by Lambda Delta.
You're not wrong. But, like, either I get a pizza, or I don't have to deal with being alive anymore.
じゃあもう一度同じやり取りをしようかしら。
It's a win-win, you know? I ain't gotta deal with this bullshit anymore, but also I could have a pizza. Oh, God, don't put that evil on me, Quinn. Candy corn on a pizza? Fuck. Although that sounds like a Banto trick.
No, that's absolutely also a Lambda Delta trick. She is a child and likes her sugar.
Yeah, that's true. A Porque no Lusto situation. Small bombs in the shape of candy corn. Actually. Yeah, you could do that. You could have a weak plastic barrier on the inside of the candy corn that has, like, say, potassium and water, like, in separate things. So, like, when you either swallow it whole or you chew it, it just starts, like, burning in your mouth. Just explodes your fucking teeth. And that would actually not be very difficult at all.
Oh, geez, Quinn,
Why did I not think...
Small bombs.
Yeah. Why did I not think of this when we were going over the small bombs thing in episode 4? This is actually, like... that would be really effective.
So, what I was OG'ing about is, Quinn had posted, a Higurashi animation of, Rika trying to buy alcohol. Because, of course, he's been through, time loop shit.
Yeah, you know what? Fair. I understand. Yeah. I would try to buy alcohol, too. Let's try this again, shall we?
どうぞ。
Please, go ahead.
クラウス、ナツキ、ゲンジの3人はノックをしていない。
Neither Kraus nor Natsuhi nor Genji knocked.
これは扉
Can neither be used like that?
限定的な意味じゃないわよ。
Because neither is usually, like, between two options, right?
録音したカセットテープの再生ボタンだろうと。そのノック音を生み出したことは
I think the Nor allows for it.
No, Nor is, God God damn it, the caption died. Nor is specifically for neither. You don't use or with neither, just like you don't use nor with either. That's the things like neither, nor, either, or.
Oh, yeah. But I think you can do it. Just, it's...
Yeah, I just don't see that very often. So I'm just sort of like, does that function in English? But whatever, I need another captioner link.
Yes.
The more important thing. Captioner.
Yes, captioner.
There we go. Okay, we're good. Anyhow, this isn't limited. This isn't the limited meaning of them knocking on the door. Okay, it means they didn't use a pillar to transmit sound, or push the play button on a cassette tape they recorded, or create that knock sound by any means.
無論直接的にも間接的にも意図的にも偶発的にも無意識的にもね。
Of course, this includes all direct, indirect, intentional, coincidental, and unintentional means.
すでにくさびを
Shut up, Cat!
繰り返すわ。クラウス、夏日、源氏たち3人以外の誰かが乗って
Yeah, exactly, Gwen. Either or and neither nor are not interchangeable. No part of it is. It's some weird fucking like old bullshit English thing that doesn't actually make very much sense. Because ostensibly, like the use of neither there would preclude the idea that either option is true. But you know, whatever. This wedge has already been knocked in, but I'll repeat it. Maybe someone other than Kraus, Nazi, or Genji made that knock, or else a sound that could be misidentified as a knock.
And let me just read what she said.
Because we got distracted. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, so it could easily be Cannon or Shannon who created the knock through, some means. Because they're
this
just...
is actually a common thing. This is the common question. Can neither be used for more than two? And apparently, yes, it's just not common. Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just like a colloquial thing to not do that, because it sounds better, I guess.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Google.
24時の時点で2階廊下にいたクラウス、夏日、源氏の3人と食堂にいた全員以外の一切の人間は屋敷内に存在しなかった旨申し上げ立てまつる。
For your
The
attention,
use of 2400 there like fucks with my military brain.
Yeah. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. At 2400 hours, except for Kraus, Natsuki, and Genji in the second floor corridor, and all of the people in the dining hall, no other humans existed inside the mansion.
Okay, go back to that real quick, because I want to teach people a little bit of military time. So, formally in English, that is not read as 2400, that is read as 24 o'clock, because of that colon in the middle. If you don't have the colon nor any other punctuation mark in between, say a period, that's read as 2400 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because military time does not use punctuation between the hours and the minutes. However, I read it like that all the time anyway because I was raised military. That was my first exposure to 24-hour standard.
Yeah, I was not raised military, but it sounds better than me because I cannot say 24 o'clock and have it make sense in my brain. Granted, Captioner understood it.
Yeah, that's the... that's it's common for people to say both, right? Because there's military and civilians.
Yeah, but yeah, if
but that's the difference for anyone wondering.
Yeah, if I'm talking in 24 hours, if I'm talking in 24 hours, I'm going to say it in the hundreds place after 12.
Yeah, I just keep my my computer and all of my devices on 24-hour standard all the time. Except for Discord, because the only way it happens for Discord is if you change your fucking system language.
Oh, geez.
Which also changes your fucking autocorrect and all that shit. So, like, I'll spell shit the American way because, you know, I'm fucking American, and it'll tell me that's spelled wrong because I'm on English, so I have to use the 12-hour standard. Pisses me off.
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. In addition to Kraus, Nazi, and Genji, none of those in the dining hall knock.
このノックとはノック音を生み出す直接的、間接的、意図的、無意識的、
Where
間
not
接的な全てを含めるものなり。
where knocking includes all direct, indirect, intentional, unintentional, and coincidental events that could create a knocking sound. Alright, fuck me, I guess.
Yeah, Quinn has it exactly right here. Apparently, while it's commonly said as 0-100 hours, AR 25 to 50 paragraph 1 to 20 or 126. Military time will be expressed in a group of 4 digits from 0001 to 2400 based on the 24-hour clock system. That is exactly true. I just prefer 0-100 hours because I'm a fucking nerd.
Fair enough.
And 2400 hours is applicable. Like, it's proper, but, like, fuck that. It sounds stupid.
A direct knock refers to someone literally hitting a door or making a knocking sound. An intentional knock refers to someone creating a fake knocking sound with intent to make it appear that someone knocked. Unintentional knock refers to someone unintentionally creating a fake knocking sound. A coincidental knock refers to some kind of coincidence creating a fake knocking sound.
つまり屋敷にいた人物全員がノック音の発生源とはなり得ないという意味です。
In other words, it is impossible for anyone who was in the mansion to have been the source of a knocking sound.
So, and I don't want to interrupt again, but to explain what zero indexing is for people who don't know, this is the difference between saying 700 hours and 0700 hours. 0700 is how the military actually does it. So, the zero indexing. Because you put the 0 at the beginning, it's the index.
In other words, in this case, anyone also includes any people who might have gone undetected or unobserved. Oh, that makes it tougher.
Yeah, I can see why this is Quinn's favorite.
Because, yeah...
That makes it difficult.
Yeah. Because someone would have to be outside the mansion or to have done it in an automated fashion. But how did they hide it? Where did they hide it? When did they do it?
Shitty adhesive.
Small bombs knocking on the wall.
Yeah, sorry. The programming thing, not the military. Yes, you're right. Sorry. I didn't realize you didn't mean the military version.
Yeah, zero indexing is starting with 0 as the first entry in a string of anything, but a string of numbers for simplicity. So 0 to 99 instead of 1 to 100.
Yes, thank you. My bad. I'm wrong.
Anyone who was in the mansion also includes any unknown person X who was secretly hiding in the mansion. Therefore,
normally
this
people have
literally
to pay me to hear that, so, you know, take your win, Quinn.
That it was impossible for anyone inside the mansion to knock, with no wordplay allowed.
なるほど。どうひっくり返そうとも、いわゆるゲストハウス組にしかノック音の生成は不可能というわけですね。
I see. So no matter how much I toy with it, the only ones who could have possibly produced the knocking sound are those in what we call the guest house group, or what we might call the guest house group.
例えば、私、このフルドエリカがカセットテープにノック音を録音し、それをどこかにこっそり仕掛け、ちょうど24時頃に再生されるような仕掛けを施したなら。
Like me, for example. What if I, Furuto Erika, recorded a knocking sound on a cassette tape, secretly installed it somewhere, and set it up so that it would start playing at exactly midnight?
もちろん、24時の時点では屋敷にはいないわけです。
Of course, I wasn't in the mansion at midnight.
これなら何も問題ないじゃないですか。
There aren't any problems with this, are there?
問題ないです。しかし扉の前に手紙があればこそノックがその存在を教えるきっかけとなりますが。
There are no problems, however the knock serves to alert everyone to the existence of the letter, and does so precisely because the letter is on the other side of the door.
もし厨房などに手紙が落下していたらノックは手紙の存在を教えるものにはならなかったように思います。
If the letter had fallen in the kitchen, for instance, I do not think that the knock would have served to inform anyone of the letter's existence. If the trick in Erica's theory about the letter being stuck to the serving cart was accurate, then the location that the letter fell was a matter of luck. The people in the dining hall were able to notice it due to the knock only because it had fortunately fallen near the door. However, if the location it fell was a matter of chance, it might have landed in the far-off kitchen, or even remained stuck the entire time. If that had happened, the knock would have been ignored, as though they'd just imagined it. In other words, the knock by itself carries no message at all. Only in combination with the letter is the knock capable...
You could use a timed electronic switch in the 80s. It would be difficult, but you could.
Yeah, theoretically you could. No one's looked at the bottom of the serving cart.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also of the opinion that it could have been placed. Because all you have to do, because it says, you know, nobody touched the letter. All you have to do is get the servants to tap hard enough on the side of the cart.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, that is also possible if you want to time it exactly correct. Like, you set up both at the same time, or offset from each other at the right amount of time differential. And then, you know, could just happen. You could just do it with electronics completely.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, I wouldn't be absolutely surprised if Kenzo had early CCTV. Or something. You know, some sort of cameras actually facing inwards.
Where would you get the cameras? Or where would you hide the cameras, rather? Not get them, because you can just buy them.
I guess it depends on how thick the walls are.
Yeah.
And also, you know, Ryukishi's understanding of camera technology.
Yeah, that's also a big point of contention here. It's because, like, does Ryukishi know about, like, the quality of tapes in the 80s? I'm sure Ryukishi was alive then, but, like...
How much does he remember of that, etc.? But yeah, we'll see.
How much does he remember, and, like, how much does he know about, like, the high-end shit that you could get, right? And am I wrong about how much interference, or not interference, like the weird artifacts are in recordings? Am I wrong about that? I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
You know, welcome to the Watsonian and Doyleist combination of theories.
So you don't know if the author actually knew about this, and you don't know if it's explained in the universe. You don't know.
Yeah. And to explain that very quickly, Watsonian is going by the text, assuming everything in the text is accurate. Or Doyleist, where you go, well, how much did the author know? Only in combination with the letter is the knock capable of asserting that someone existed there. In that case, the knock can't be combined with the theory of the letter falling from the bottom of a serving cart at a random location. The letter must be reliably positioned on the other side of the door so that it can be discovered thanks to the knock. However, it was declared and read that no one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway.
I'll reword that red about placing it in the hallway a bit.
屋敷内の誰一人手紙を廊下に置いた者はいない。それは直接的、間接的、意図的、偶発的、無意識的、すべての概念だよ。
Okay, well, fuck me then.
So this means that there has to be someone in the guest house group that set it up somehow.
Mm-hmm.
No one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway. That goes for every conceivable possibility. Directly, indirectly, intentionally, coincidentally, and unintentionally. And that also, like, kicks out your idea of, like, knocking on the cart. Since that would be unintentionally.
これならば食堂の扉でノックするために
Or
一度停車す
indirectly.
るだろうことが事前に予見できるからうまいこと扉の前に手紙を落とせるように思えるかもしれない
For example, let's assume there was a device on the serving cart that drops the letter when it stops moving. The culprit could predict that the cart would probably stop when those two knocked on the door to the dining hall, so you might think that with this theory, you could cleverly make it so that the letter drops right in front of the door.
しかしこれもダメなのよ配膳車
But even this doesn't work, okay?
廊下に手紙を置くという行為を間接的に示してる
The action of stopping the serving cart would indirectly lead to placing the letter in the hallway. Okay, so my adhesive is out.
Mm-hmm.
Or not my adhesive, the momentum. There we go. Because the adhesive is still in.
よってこれでは台車を押していたシャノンとカノンが間接的に無意識に置いたことになってしまう
That would mean that Shannon and Cannon, who were pushing the cart, indirectly and unintentionally placed the letter there.
だからこれもダメ
So even this is no good.
さらに言うと時間が経てば剥がれて落ちる仕掛けもそこまで
Okay,
配
there's
膳
the...
車を押した人間によって偶発的に無意識に置いたことになってしまう
I guess you could interpret it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. So there goes my adhesive. Furthermore, any setup to the letter, so the letter peels off with the passage of time, would mean that the people pushing the cart, or who pushed the cart, serving cart to that location, coincidentally and unintentionally placed the letter there.
Well then, what you do is you stick it to the ceiling.
Yeah, but that's still in the hallway.
Well, yes, but I'm saying that somebody who is in the guest house group did it.
Okay, yeah.
So it has nothing to do with the cart, and you just do the timed adhesive to the ceiling. Because as a video game designer would know, getting humans to look up is a challenge in and of itself.
Yeah, and like, from what we know of the ceiling, it probably has those fucking, lined braces, which aren't even braces, they're just there for aesthetic. You can easily put it on the other side of one.
Yep.
So that even if they look up as they're walking towards the door, they won't see it.
Yeah. And we can assume that they don't do their ceiling cleanup in that kind of, like, regular interval. Because you don't have to.
Yeah. Of course, this is also no good.
復唱要求24時の時点で屋敷以外に存在するのはエリカ、ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、南條、ゴーダ、熊沢のみである
Repetition requested. At midnight, only Erica, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion.
1 minute, I'm eating a donut.
Fair enough, you have your donut. Damn it, now I want a donut. Fuck.
Say if,
Get out of my face.
say if
Little
someone
bastard.
in the dining hall slipped out the window just for the instant of midnight and didn't exist in the mansion at that time. With a bit of wordplay like that, it might be possible to get around the red truth.
復唱要求気前よく赤をサービスしてるからってちょっと欲張りすぎじゃない
Repetition request? I know I'm being generous with a red, but aren't you getting a bit greedy?
私ベアトみたいにバカじゃないから
Not an idiot like Beato.
相手の求める復唱にペラペラ答えたりなんかしないわよ
So I'm not gonna go blabbing all the repetitions my opponent asks for.
Yeah, but you're your own flavor of idiot.
Yeah.
今度お風呂でマシュマロとコーヒーとスクラブで全身マッサージしてあげるわ
Yeah, bribe your girlfriend, that'll do it. I'll give you a full-body massage scrub and a bath with marshmallows and konpetsu sometime soon.
生皮はげるくらいにゴリゴリと
Hard enough to rub your skin off.
絶対よ、約束だからね、ジュルリ。じゃあいいわ、サービスしちゃう。
Now you've got to keep that promise. Alright then, here's a freebie. It's not free, you are paid for it! I'll respond to your repetition request.
24時の時点で屋敷以外に存在するのはエリカ、ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、南條、ゴーダ、熊沢のみである。
Like fucking... you bribing someone at a fucking D&D table to do a thing with stuff outside of it. God damn it.
But of course they would. They're the most toxic table.
Yeah, you're not wrong. At midnight, only Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion.
In other words, try as we might, those 8 including Erika, cannot exist inside the mansion, much less in front of the door. And at the same time, try as we might, those who were inside the mansion cannot exist outside the mansion.
なら配膳車ではなく廊下の天井に手紙を
Fuck you, Erika. Shut up. Stop being smart. In that case, the letter might have been stuck to the ceiling of the hallway instead of the serving cart.
廊下の天井は案外高いから堂々と貼り付けてあっても誰も気づかないかもしれない
The ceiling of the hallway is surprisingly high, so even if you just stuck it out there in the open, or stuck it there out in the open, maybe no one would notice it.
これなら廊下に落ちるのは確定的
This way, it would certainly fall in the corridor.
そしてそれを屋敷外の人物が行ったなら赤も潜れる
And you could slip by the red if someone outside the mansion did this.
私
Good job, me.
神経謹んで申し上げる廊下天井に手紙が存在したことはなきなりや
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. The letter never existed on the ceiling of the hallway.
神経謹んで申し上げる配膳車に手紙が触れたことはなきと知りたまえ
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Know that the letter never touched the serving cart.
Although it could be on the wall above the door.
Yeah.
Rather than the ceiling, right?
Yeah.
知らないですそんなとにかく屋敷以外の人間が何かのトリックであそこに
There we go, come on.
置いてみせたんです
Come on, that's Battler, like, episode 2 arguing.
Yeah. You can't use something so vague in a blue truth anymore. Like, you can't do that.
Which, I mean, she doesn't, but...
Yeah, but like, she needs to propose a blue truth.
Yeah.
To win. So, who cares about that? The point is, someone outside the mansion used some kind of trick to place the letter there.
あの手紙とノックでベアトリーチェを存在させようなどという目論みはこのフルドエリカには断じて通用しません
Actually, is there like a relief or a design above the door?
It might be.
Because you could, like, this would take a lot of doing without anyone noticing, but you could, like, separate the relief into, like, a front portion and then put some kind of electronic in it, or a spring, or, like, a timed spring, rather, to pop it open and just drop the letter.
Yeah, you could do something like that.
No, time spring wouldn't work. Well, maybe it would. Like, people have done some pretty incredible shit with time spring, so, like, you could have it close afterwards, probably, maybe.
Yeah, there's ways and means to do it, I think.
You know, like that. Have you ever, like, looked into, like, early clockwork contraptions very much?
Just a bit. I know there's some interesting things. Granted, some of the more impressive things turned out to be mechanical turrets.
Yeah, there's one that I'm thinking of where it's a small, like a very small doll of a boy who can write letters. Like, you just program him by flipping some fucking gears in the back to say what you want to write, and the boy will actually write it in script with a quill on parchment.
Very interesting.
Something like if something like that is possible, I am absolutely certain that you could somehow use timed springs to close the relief after opening it.
Yeah, I think you could do something like that.
I think that would like require a hell of a lot more like knowledge and understanding of shit than like just making a fucking electronic version of it, because like you just need 2 switches for the electronic version. But
it could be more well hidden, so there is that.
Yeah. Fucking, you never know. I know what you're trying to do. Use that letter to knock to argue that Beatrice exists. Well, it definitely won't work on Furudo Erika.
Yeah, but you're also awful. Also, hell, it could be built in that the vibrations of the clock are what trigger the mechanism.
Yeah, you could do that. That's even more doing, but you could do it.
Yeah, but
that is possible.
The thing with timing it like that and having it go with the vibrations of the clock is it's helpful because it hides the sound itself of the letter being dropped.
You could also have a small thing inside the wall knock on a stud or the frame of the door.
Yes,
at the same time.
Absolutely.
Or like delayed by a couple seconds or whatever, because that's fairly easy to do. The people do it all the time with fucking watches.
Yep.
近景謹んで申し上げる。屋敷以外の全員は親族会議開始後屋敷内にて何を行うことも不可能なり。
That's fine. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. It was impossible for anyone outside the mansion to influence anything inside the mansion after the start of the family conference.
Okay, clarification requested, Gertrude. Do you mean family conference as in the several days, or the family conference as in that meeting?
I assume
that phrase refers to both.
Yeah, I assume it's that meeting from the way it's being said, but yeah, clarification.
じゃあ、親族会議以前に屋敷以外の何者かが何らかの仕掛けを施したのよ。
But yeah, exactly.
Then someone outside the mansion set up some kind of gimmick before the family conference. Yeah, the kind of thing that we were just like theorizing about couldn't be done while they were in the room anyway.
Yeah.
天井と配膳車以外でです。
Hell, I don't think what I was just talking about could be done like with anyone really there to see it. Like it would have to be like just Nazi Kraus and the servants that knew about it.
Yeah.
So that actually wipes out the idea that that could be done by someone outside the mansion right now.
That's true.
We know who it is. Well, I guess Nanjo could do it in Kumasawa.
I suppose we could assume.
Okay, Quinn is saying it's that meeting specifically.
Yeah.
I'll trust you on that.
Yeah, which I'm sure that was the intention. I was always certain that was the intention, but, you know, you never know with these fucking word games.
Yeah, because, like, the red and the blue are specifically word games. Playing with the words and logic.
Anyway, the other thing you could assume is Kinzo fucking did it himself before he croaked.
That would be funny.
How he managed
to do 2 years ago, he's just like, do this. I want to fuck with someone after I'm dead.
Well, just assuming he isn't going to be dead, but that would be a long game plan.
I would not put it past Kinzo either. Hell, I would do something like that, and I'm not as much of a bastard as he is.
Yeah. For your attention, Bluetooth invalid.
なんでですか？それしかないでしょ？天井と配膳車以外の何かに屋敷以外の誰かが何か仕掛けをしたのよ。
Earl, there's a whole 2 other sides to this rectangle that you haven't considered. Why? That's the only possibility, right? Someone outside the mansion used some kind of trick other than the stealing of the serving card.
金家、その何かを特定 もしくは仮定せぬ限り青き真実とは認められぬものなり。
For your attention, unless you can specify or hypothesize what kind of trick, it will not be recognized as blue truth.
金系手紙についてのエリカ教の青き真実は全て失われたものなり。
For your attention,
Fuck bitch.
Lady Erica's blue truths regarding the letter have all been destroyed.
全て失われた。言い方にもう少し気を使ってください。使えない家具の皆さん。
Yeah, you know they're getting the salty when they're putting out the F word.
Mm-hmm. All have been destroyed. Take a little more care with how you speak to me, you useless furniture.
その仕掛けを思いつきさえす
You
れば
salty bitch.
即座にチェックメイトなんです。
If I can just think of that trick, it's an instant checkmate.
それを全て失われた。青き
All
真
been
実は
destroyed. Blue truth invalid.
この探偵フルドエリカによくも
I'm the
そんな口
detective
を
Furuto Erika. How dare you speak to me like that? Just shut up and fucking... Captioner.
Captain
Give
her,
me another
please.
Captioner, like... I'm sorry.
Hey, it's not your fault.
You jinxed it. You jinxed it earlier.
Yeah. But yeah, Erica is very salty that she does not get to be... Well, it's... You know... It's that fucking meme I sent you, Battler as the GM going... You have to roll an investigation check or something, or an insight check to see if you know that.
Yeah. Actually, I want to go look at that again. Anyhow. Go ahead with the thing.
Erica's face twisted. These words that seemed to deny Erica, Erica's deductions, were the worst form of torture and humiliation for her.
Miss Erika, 手紙の謎は一度保留してはいかがです。
Miss Erica, why don't we postpone the mystery of the letter for
ノ
now?
ックの推理、屋敷以外の何者かがカセットテープなどで聞かせた
Your blue,
する青きくさびは未だに有効です。
your blue stake regarding the knock, someone outside the mansion played it with a cassette tape, is still valid.
音が可能なら手紙もまた不可能ではないはず。
If it was possible to solve the noise, then it should be possible to solve the letter as well. As Erica made to grab and pull Gertrude's hair, Eleanor stopped her with those words.
そうです。ノックについて
Fucking
は私の
absolute
青き真
goddamn
実。
child holding
Iwata
people's
yuko na
hair
hazu
whenever
desu.
she gets upset.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right, my blue truth regarding the knock is still valid. It's not true that everything's been denied.
我が主、手紙の謎は必ずや解いてみせます。
My master, I will solve the mystery of the letter without fail.
お時間の猶予をお許しください。
Please allow me more time.
I wonder if she's worried about getting unmade.
I mean, fucking probably.
Because, yeah, I mean, to be fair, we haven't seen Ava Triche in a while.
Yeah.
しかし、ノックの謎については確かにこ
Just
こに
scrolling past fucking metaphor fan art. We're trying to find the meme again. And just like seeing, just like, oh yeah, Gallica, cute.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Hulkenberg, tall. However, on the mystery of the knock, I've produced results.
屋敷以外の人物が
Have you though?
カセットテープなどでノック音を聞かせる仕掛けを施したとする青きくさびでうがちました。
I've driven in the blue stake that someone outside the mansion set things up with a cassette tape or something to make a knock sound play.
本当に
This is what you get for Ryan.
のコマが
Burn, your piece really is a cute
本
kid.
当にけなげだわ。
Very
と
lively.
りあえず2つの謎のうち1つは降参だけど1つは解けたからお許しをって叫んでる。
She's shouting for your forgiveness, saying she may have resigned on one of the riddles, but she did solve the other.
どうする？許してあげる？
What are you going to do? Will you forgive her?
そうね。
Well, let me see. Normally, I'd never forgive one of my pieces for the utter disgrace of surrendering. Maybe but if she's managed to solve one of the mysteries, maybe I'll let it slide for now. My master.
Burkestel said she'd let it slide. Erica couldn't hide her relief. Of course.
Oh, that's good. Sorry, I'm just looking at the meme again. It's real good. I like it a lot. Then it's time to get punished, Erica. None of the characters would misidentify a knocking sound. That's kind of weird because, like, as a human being, or an eldritch shadow creature currently incarnated as a human being, it's very easy to misidentify sounds.
I mean, yes, but also, I think, well, let's let her clarify what that means.
Yeah, I also know that, like, she's in control of this stuff anyway, so, like, as the game master, saying none of these characters would misidentify a sound is perfectly plausible. It just sort of annoys me. Because Lambda's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that supposed to mean? Just me arguing with myself again. Misidentifying a knocking sound means this. They would not mistake a sound very similar to a knocking sound for a real knocking sound. Hitting a pillar to make something similar to a knocking sound is no good. When you record a knocking sound on a cassette tape and play it back, it becomes the sound of a tape with a knocking sound on it, not a knocking sound. So that's no good either. Okay, so... yeah, I was gonna say, like, it has to be mechanical in some way rather than electronic. In other words, all of them would correctly distinguish a knocking sound of something truly hitting the door. They definitely wouldn't mishear it. Would like a building built in the 30s or 40s, whenever, would that actually have hollow walls to, like, stick a fucking mechanism in?
There might be, because there was still, like, early insulation. It just wasn't as good as the stuff we have.
Yeah, like...
oh yeah, the language is very precise.
Yeah. It's great. I like it a lot. But, like, when I was working construction, I never worked on a house that old, right? Like, I was always, like, furnishing new apartments, like, newly built apartments, or putting up drywall and mud, what we call mud, on the drywall in, like, newly built duplexes or whatever.
Yeah.
It's never, like, working on a really old, like, 100-year-old house, right?
Yeah, I think there...
that was just, like, some asshole contractor, right? Not, not someone who specializes in old buildings.
Not to mention, there would have to be enough spacing to distribute the radiator. Like, distribute heat through the heater.
Yeah, the ventilation system.
Yeah, so there's probably enough room in certain places, at least. Even if there was not a thick insulation like we have today.
What she said just now also precludes the idea of a knocking sound coming through the vents as well.
But yeah, it can't come through...
because it has to be this door, specifically.
Yeah, it has to be this door, so what I'm thinking is something hit the top of the door.
Yeah, or the inside of the door frame or something like that from the wall.
Yeah.
something in that general area that does not actually require a person to be physically in front of the door, grabbing their knuckles on it.
Right.
There's a few different ways that it could go, and it depends whether this would be valid blue truth or not. Depends on how precise they want you to be with explaining the trick.
Yeah.
Right.
Which I would say it is a timed device, possibly timed through the clock, but not necessarily. That hits that is built either into the ceiling or into the mantle that knocks on the door, whether that be the side or the top. Anyway, I don't think you read the full thing on this.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still thinking up like the exact mechanism that I would use. Assuming I had access for like construction purposes.
Yeah.
Anyhow, let's see. It's totally impossible that any sounds escaping or except hitting that door directly would be misinterpreted as a knock.
そんなでもそれじゃあの24時の鐘の音の時存在しないことになるじゃありませんか
But that means at the time the clock struck midnight, no one existed who could have hit the door.
I mean, you're just kind of bad at this. Battler would have at least went mechanism that knocks on the door.
Yeah. It's like Battler is like more prone to doing something like that rather than like examining alibis, right?
Yeah.
Like he's better with the random devices and fucking tricks and shit than he is with the actual detective work, which I think he needs to work on.
そうよ存在しないわよだって黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが叩いたんだもの
Yep, they don't exist. After all, it was the Golden Witch Beatrice who hid it.
つまりあの扉を叩く以外ごまかしようはないってことねならこういうのはどう
So in other words, there's no way around this other than hitting the door. So what about this? There was some kind of device that can knock on the door.
自動のドアノッカーみたいな仕掛けがあってそれによって手を触れずにノックすることができたとか
There was something like an automatic door knocker, and that made it impossible to knock, or made it possible for someone to knock without touching the door with their hands.
ノックは人が手で扉を叩くものよ
To knock means someone hitting a door with their hand.
仕掛けで叩いたなんて認めないわ
I won't accept hitting it with some contraption.
How?
Hmm?
I'm trying to piece it together then.
You got something?
No. That's the problem.
24時の鐘の時にノックが聞こえたわ
They heard a knock at the same time as the clock struck midnight.
その時食堂の人物全員が確かにそれを聞いたわ
Everyone inside the dining hall definitely heard it at that time.
Oh, now it pieced together.
Yeah?
To knock means someone hitting a door with their hand. And I've been talking about a clock timer.
Yeah, like the hand on the clock. Okay. But that's a mechanism. Fuck you. That's a contraption. Lambda Delta, you're contradicting yourself if that's the case.
そして彼らは誰もノック音を誤認しない
And none of them would misinterpret a knocking sound.
クラウス、ナツヒ、ゲンジの3人はノックに関わっていない
Kraus, Natsuki, and Genji had no involvement in any knocking.
それ以外の人物は誰も屋敷内に存在もしない。
No one else existed inside the mansion.
そしてノックは直接扉の前に立ち、手で扉を叩く行為を指す。
And a knock refers to the action of standing directly in front of a door and hitting it with a hand.
Ooh.
Yeah, that like doubly knocks out the idea of the clock.
Yeah.
I was also thinking along those same lines, and then like I just dismissed it because of like the contraption.
Yeah, so that definitely. Well,
like the only other thing I got is like someone's fucking hand is missing.
Someone's hand is missing, or...
But that would also be a contraption, so I don't know.
Yeah, either that, or well, one of those armors is fucking automated.
That's also a contraption, though.
Yes, but... it's not a contraption that is hitting the door. It is a hand that is hitting the door. I think a contraption can exist to make a figure stand in front of the door and hit it.
Back to the dialogue thingy. Let's see. Next one back. Did I miss it in the fucking list, maybe?
Oh, to knock means hitting a door with their
not
hand.
a figure, someone.
I won't... except hitting with some contraption.
So if one of the armors was like mobile and automated, then that would count. And that counted, they would have to be a person, and therefore the 19-person thing would be broken.
Yeah.
And also they would be inside the mansion at the time of the knock.
I suppose. The other idea is their weekend at burying Kinzo's corpse. But that would be especially fucked.
And that would also be a contraption, because like a corpse is not a person.
Yes, but specifically, it is hitting the door with a hand. That is the thing she's insisting.
Again, to knock means someone
hitting a door
with their hand. Yes.
But it doesn't say a living someone.
That is implied by how the numbers worked, because they say 19 now, but that's only because like Kinzo's death has not been revealed to the rest of the people, right? It's actually 18 now, and we already know all their names.
Yes,
Those are all the people that are on this island.
Yes, I understand. Well, I guess the other thing is, no, because he wasn't kidnapped at that time, so it can't be Krause's hand that was taken off.
Yeah,
because he was
Kinzo does not count as a person for the purposes of the writ. Otherwise, like, he would still count as, like, the 18th person.
Yes, but it says someone, not a person. This is that wordplay.
It's true, yes, but...
Well,
I just do not think that someone can be considered a corpse. Unless the corpse is mobile on its own power, in which case you have an undead person, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not relevant here.
Yeah, not relevant here. Well, it depends on... Well, that's the thing, is we're not there to ask her, what do you mean by someone?
Yeah. Be like, clarify someone, you bitch. Hey, Burner, what do you think of my red? Don't you think this is pretty uncomplicated and enjoyable for something before the first Twilight? The Golden Witch descended quietly with a knocking sound. This is interesting. This really is fascinating, Lambda. Now we're talking. This is great.
two witches doubled over laughing, as though this was the most fun thing in the world.
Get shit on, Erica.
ご安心よ。その程度の赤、我が灰色の脳細胞は時間さえ与えられれば必ずや答えを導き出してみせます。
You know she's enjoying the fact that you can't solve these, right, Erica? What the... Is it just, like, built into her to, like... not understand these things? Entirely possible.
Entirely possible. Could also just be that she's saying that in that fashion to be respectful rather than thinking she's actually afraid.
I don't know. My master, have no fear. As long as my little gray cells are given the time, I will definitely reach an answer to this pitiful red. Is that so? Thank you, and I'm disappointed, Erica. You've bored me, Erica. As my peace and double, the fact that you have nothing is so pathetic it's comical. If you don't know the answer, then be silent forever, please. And please open your mouth only when you know the answer. You're nothing but a piece. Your absence wouldn't hinder my progress in this game in the slightest. If you can't think of any theories in particular, please just go back to the peace tray and gather dust or something. It's painful to even reserve space in my memory for useless pieces. Bern is pretty forgetful. If you don't try a little harder, Bern's gonna forget you, you know. You'll collect dust in that forgotten peace tray, awaiting your turn that will never come. I imagine that'd be pretty harsh, don't you think? Have no fear of Great Lady Lambda Delta and my master. I promise to deliver such a spectacular performance to earn your approval that you will never be disappointed in me again. I don't believe you. Oh, how reassuring. Yeah. I guess you're my double after all. Then you'd better make sure you do work hard in all kinds of ways. If you don't make an impact, I might forget all about you.
As the two witches giggled, they continued discussing the letter and the knock. There was no room for Erica to step in. She resigned herself to that. She would literally have no place to go, would be buried in an eternal oblivion. Erica endured with a hideous expression, looking with shame at the back of the master who was ignoring her. With both fists clenched, she thought frantically for some kind of breakthrough. I am the detective. I am Perudo Erica. I am the peace and double and servant of the great Lady Berncastel. Definitely make her satisfied, definitely. God. Uremia Battler, how dare you humiliate me so? This has nothing to do with Battler.
What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, what the fuck? Berncastel was the one playing him at the time. Or yeah. Lambda Delta was, whichever. And you know that! You know that!
As she stood there, ignored...
You know it's not actually Battler.
Yeah. She stood there, ignored by the witches and trodden in darkness. It looked like she had been made to go stand on her own in the hallway.
Like a kid in middle school.
Yeah.
Right, bathroom break time. It's just about 4 hours. It is time.
Alright. Just as we get to... Yep, there we go.
All right, we'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yep.
I gotta go.
We are back. With the crime in the early morning, we'd completely forgotten about breakfast. Yeah, that's valid.
Yeah, understandable.
So we now had our first meal of the day at a time that could never be called breakfast time. Skill issue. Anytime I wake up, it's breakfast time.
Literally, because you're breaking the fast that you had to do while you were asleep. Your first meal is always breakfast.
Even Goda's wonderful meal, which had supposedly been in the works since yesterday night, provided no comfort. The several empty seats quietly burdened us with a pain-filled sadness.
Fuck other kind of sadness do you got?
Then, in the middle of this meal that felt like a vigil, Erica suddenly stood up. Because, of course, it's Erica causing a problem.
Of course it is. Always. And forever. Just constant.
Everyone focused on her to see what was the matter. Her expression was somewhere on the line between invigorated and insane, as though she'd come up with some groundbreaking and strange invention. Hey, what's up? Are you okay?
A moth got in here. A moth got in here. Fuck off. Damn thing. I've got it. I got it. Did you think I wouldn't be able to work it out? Oh, I understand perfectly well. There's no way something so stupid could happen.
With an ugly expression covered with cold sweat, Erica glared and lashed out at Battler. You've got it? Got what?
There's no way you jumped down from the third floor study.
But you saw it!
What? Not one of us saw you fall down and land in the courtyard. What? Did he use the ladder, maybe?
3階の窓にルドルフさんが登るのを見ていた時、その外壁の構造をよく観察し、雨どいなどをうまく伝えば、3階の窓から中庭に降りることは不可能じゃないと気づいたんです。
When you set up the ladder from the courtyard and saw Rudolph go up it to the third-story window, you closely observed the structure of the outer wall and realized that by cleverly using the rain gutters and other handholds, it would be possible to descend to the courtyard from the third-floor window. Or you just, fucking rolled right. You didn't jump down. Like a loser? Fuck you! That's like highly skilled
cool.
shit right there.
In fact, that
is highly skilled shit. You used the rain gutters and so on and clambered down the outer wall like a loser. What do you think of my blue truth? Come on, where's your rebuttal?
Also, mentioning the fucking blue truth in front of those on the game board.
Yeah.
My rebuttal?
反論はないならば私の真実は有効です。ほら見たことか。かっこつけて飛び降りたように見えたのは全て幻想。
You have no rebuttal, then my truth is valid, yes? There, you see? It may have looked like you jumped down all dramatically, but it was all an illusion.
あんたはかっこつけて飛び出し雨どいにしがみついただけなんです。
All you actually did was jump out and grab desperately onto the rain gutter. Like at this point, he could literally just hold up his hands and just be like, "There you go."
My argument then was about whether it was possible for grandfather to escape from the study, remember? And it was possible for grandfather to escape through the window. All I did was prove that. Whether either of us jumped down or clambered down makes no difference.
They're
not changing the subject, you are.
Don't try to change the subject. Erika, what the fuck? I hope you didn't break anything just now. A mere human can't jump down from the 3rd floor. Doubt? How do you like that? How do you like that? What the fuck are you talking about? You're on the game board right now. You're not at the table. Erika, what the fuck? What do you think of my reasoning, my master?
I mean, I get it. She's afraid of essentially being unmade, but also, girl, calm. Calm yourself a little. You're going to cause a fucking scene.
Deep breaths.
Are you short of sleep or something? Just calm down and eat your food. When he escaped to the courtyard through the window, Battler really did use the rain gutter to crawl down the wall, just like Erika said. His hand slipped halfway and he fell from a considerable height, but he managed to land on his feet without injuring himself. No one witnessed this, but most likely everyone except Erika currently in the dining hall had realized that something like this had happened. No one had believed that he jumped down from the 3rd floor window in the first place, even if they hadn't witnessed it directly, so they had no clue what Erika was complaining about and obsessing over all of a sudden. He started to whisper, glancing at her with cold eyes and dubious faces.
Yeah, this is why you don't mention the board overall on the board, because then people start looking at you like you're fucking mad.
Gosh, she is so bad at this. Like, way worse at this than I thought she was gonna be.
Yeah, this is like the kind of like dip that Krause took, right? In this fucking episode, because like he at least came off as relatively competent, if a bit fucking hasty in his decisions. But like, as soon as this episode started, it's just like, nah, this dude's just fucking shit at everything.
Yeah, and Erika got, oh yeah, you know the solution to the epitaph, but fuck everything else apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
I mean, they would have had Battler to write if Lambda Delta hadn't interfered to keep certain red truths off the table, but otherwise, he's actually kind of bad at this. And even then, that wasn't Erika's thinking.
You can't argue back, can you? Your jumping was denied. My truth won out. My blue truth is valid.
Girl,
shut up.
You're talking about, like, beyond the veil shit to people who are on this side of the veil. You're making, like, a maximum blunder.
Maximum strength fucked here.
Like, at this point, you're gonna get yourself killed.
Yeah. Which we know she's not, at least not until after she makes the final accusation somewhere tonight. But, like, come on. Please acknowledge this, my master. I'm not incompetent or a disappointment. Like, if you're Nazi, he's sitting here, or is like literally anyone else just sitting here, like looking at this girl's like, what's going on? Like, how are you feeling? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, girl?
Though,
genuinely, what the fuck is going on?
Though, to an extent, I would feel better that she's actually having a nervous breakdown now.
It's true, yeah. Yeah, actually, you could, like, I could see people who don't understand mental health and all that shit, like, writing this off as, like, literally just the stress getting to her, so she's just speaking nonsense.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there we go. That's probably how they're gonna do it. I will match up to your expectations without fail, so please don't abandon me, my master. My master.
Facing someone that might have been somewhere beyond the ceiling, Erika spread her arms and yelled. Then, as if in answer, a massive lightning bolt landed very close by. It was an incredible sound. It could even feel the earth shake. At the same time as that sound, Erica went limp, falling into her seat like a puppet who'd just had all the strings cut. Then, as the sound of wind and rain gradually filled the room once again, Erica slowly opened her eyes as though recovering from a bout of dizziness. Then she continued eating in silence as though nothing had happened. As if she had been acting normally the whole time.
Dumbass.
Didn't Erica just stand up suddenly and rant at someone? Erica continued eating quietly, her behavior so perfectly normal that everyone started to doubt themselves. After seeing her behaving so calmly, everyone convinced themselves that they were totally worn out, and that they must have just hallucinated Erica suddenly yelling. Lambda Delta, that is the biggest fucking hand wave.
Yeah, that's Lambda Delta. That is the laziest storytelling.
I would have at least
gone. She was breaking the fourth wall, so, like,
Yeah, like, it's one of those, it was a bad thing from the start, and it was just getting worse.
Yeah.
I think what might have just happened is Bern Castell might have seized direct control.
Seizing direct control.
So Erica's sudden transfiguration of a few seconds ago was treated as a daydream, and faded out of everyone's memory. Erica quietly poked at her salad and muttered in a voice no one could hear.
Thank you very much, Great Lady Bern Castell. Did I say Brain Castell or Bern Castell there?
I think you still said Bern Castell, but...
Okay, because, like... I thought I said Brain Castell for a second, and then, like... The captioner said Prank Castell, so... They're both losing it now. Thank you, Dari. Thank you. I am Furuto Erika. I am my master's piece and her double. I will most certainly present you with an incredible tale. Stop breaking the fourth wall. Oh god, don't go back to this. Don't hurt me like this. Yes, knives and forks are such primitive utensils, aren't they? Chopsticks are the best. Or are best, rather.
Nani?
They're the easiest way to eat a salad, don't you agree, girl?
Like, I've never tried, but I don't think so.
Let me out. Let me out! This is the inverse of the meme. Let me out! Help! Fuck. Well, everyone. Okay, at least it doesn't go on. Like, this is just the end of the scene. That's good. Thank you. Thank you, Ryukishi. Thank you for, like, taking mercy upon me specifically. Butler returned to the guest house at 3 a.m. Then the rest of you split up about 30 minutes later, is that correct? Like, these people are running on, like, fucking, like, 2 hours of sleep every single fucking day they're here. That's brutal, dude.
Yeah.
Like, even without the murders and shit going on, like, no goddamn wonder they can't, like, actually talk to each other without screaming.
Yeah, really. On top of all the
like,
tensions running high.
It's like, please just, like, go fucking sleep for a couple more hours. You'll feel better.
Yeah.
Like, have a glass of water, like, eat a snack, like, have a sandwich, and then go nap for, like, 5 hours.
Seriously. I would just gather everybody into a room, just put a bunch of fucking beds in it. They're Japanese, they might have futons.
Although with Kinzo's obsession, like, maybe not.
Maybe. But they've got something. Just put a bunch of fucking mattresses in one room. Everybody lay down, go the fuck to sleep. No talking, just sleep.
It's like, fucking have Genji with a water bottle in the corner. Anyone talks, they get sprayed. Go sleep, you idiot. Gods.
Yes, that's right. We were getting pretty tired by that point.
一眠りしてから仕切り直そうってことになったのよ。
We decided to take a short rest before starting up again. To smoke out the murderer of the first Twilight, Erica closely questioned everyone involved to check their alibis and
Well, we're coming up
evidence.
on the final accusation that was shown, because this is the right room now, and everyone's here.
Yeah, we are actually in
Goody.
the right room. To confirm these, she went around the mansion with them, and when needed, took several trips out to the guest house through all the rain. Her vitality was admirable. Though she was an uninvited guest, everyone had long since stopped feeling anything strange about the way she imitated a detective. Because Lambda Delta is massaging the narrative.
I call bullshit. This is railroading. The secret is that everything is railroading.
エリカも着実に基礎を固めているようですな。
Don't ask me to explain. I won't. I will, but don't ask me. It seems Erica is also steadily building her foundation.
無駄なことよ。アリバイがあろうとなかろうと、わらわたちの存在を否定することなどできぬわ。
It's useless. Whether alibis exist or not, she can't deny our existence.
金蔵は窓より逃れ、今や六軒島の霞よ。
Kinzo escaped through the window and is now one with the mists of Rokenjima.
決して捉えることも、否定することもできぬ。
She can never capture or deny him.
さしずめ、チェス盤の裏側にでも逃げ込んだ。とでも言えばいいのかしら。
When all's said and done, perhaps you could say he's escaped to the underside of the chessboard.
その場合はしまい込んだというのが適当
That
で
is
す。
an interesting, turn of phrase, or rather an idea or concept.
Yeah.
Escaping to the underside of the world. Hmm. In that case, maybe it would be appropriate to say he's been stored away.
そういえば、例の第一の晩の死体。
Come to think of it, about those corpses from the first
同
Twilight,
じくしまい込んだのであったな。
they've been stored away too, right?
ええ、異界と人間界の狭間の私の暗黒にしまってあるわ。
Yes, they've been put away in my darkness between the human world and the other.
あの探偵気取りに見つけられることはあるまいな。
And that would-be detective won't be able to find them.
当然よ。人間には絶対不可能だわ。
Of course, it's absolutely impossible for a human.
確認する？
Want to check?
念のためな。そしてわらわたちも今後のベルンカステル教の狙いを今一度読み直す必要があろう。
Just in case, and we also need to take this opportunity to re-examine what Lady Berncastell's goals are likely to be from now on.
敵を知れば百戦も危うからずですな。
As they say, if you know your enemy, you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles.
真に知れば百戦も戦わずに勝てるわ。
If you know the truth, you can win 100 battles without fighting.
いやいや、全く。
Quite so.
Gap
Oh,
opened.
that was some good sauce I just put on it. Yeah. I like that.
I agree. Gap opened up a large pitch black hole in the sky and had it swallow all of them up. She invited Beto and Renobe to the gap between worlds where she had hidden the corpses. That place was nowhere in this world, and existed at no time of this world. In other words, it truly and literally was a place not of this world. In this place, questions such as, where is this and what time is it, had no meaning. Every single place led to here, but no place could be reached from here. Furthermore, all times connected to this place, but no time could be passed to from here. In short, this place was just what they said it was, the underside of the chessboard. Now, perhaps it would be more appropriate... Go ahead.
I would call this rather a weaponized liminal space.
Essentially, but I suppose you could say the underside of the chessboard is a liminal space.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, it's
transitionary space that's not part of the actual thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's essentially the back rooms, but for a chess analogy. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call this the captured pile, where pieces that have left the games go.
The back rooms are more of a...
Well, they're at least a commentary on liminal space.
Yeah, because like a liminal space is not necessarily a place that is not real or is somehow outside the bounds of reality or anything. It's a transitionary space.
Yeah.
So technically speaking, a hallway is a liminal space.
Right.
Because it's a transition between one room to another. We don't usually use it like that because like we conceptualize hallways as part of the building and then like it's just like a different piece of the building rather than an actual transitionary place within the building. But that's technically what it is.
Yeah.
Anyhow, go ahead.
Then deep within this pitch-black world, 5 corpses came into view, illuminated by a glow like a faint spotlight. The 5 pitiful corpses, with their necks sliced open, had been arranged neatly. Their eyelids were shut and their hands joined. Apparently, even Gap had respect for the dead.
おや、今回のゲームの第一の番の犠牲者は5人なのですか?
Oh my, there are 5 sacrifices for the first Twilight in this game.
6人ではなく
Not 6.
おお、お師匠様ではないか。どこへ
Oh, it's you, Master.
心配したのだぞ。
I was worried about where you'd gone.
ゲームはもう第一の番を迎えて、ご覧の通り最初の犠牲者が出ておるわ。
Although, to clarify about the liminal spaces thing, it depends on which definition you're using.
Yeah.
One of them is about, like, specifically the backrooms type shit, and another, like, the more academic one, which is the one that I was just using, is about, like, a transitionary thing or period. Space or period. So, like, a doorway is a liminal space. A highway is a liminal space.
Yeah.
You know, the point between, like, childhood and adolescence is a liminal space.
Right.
Or liminal time, rather, not space, but etc.
Specifically, it gets applied to, like, abandoned malls or nearly vacant malls.
Yeah, or the intersecting, like the many intersecting hallways of a hotel where you just like stand in the middle and look down one and you just see a shit ton of other hallways splitting off.
Yeah, or
you know, like that.
Or where backrooms got their name, literally the backrooms of something like a Disney park, for example.
Yep. Something like that.
Because there are hallways, thoroughfares, and everything that various cast members and other employees use to get around the park that don't require them to be in view of the guests.
Yeah, and the reason why those are creepy is because they're buildings with absolutely like no furnishing or anything like that, and they're literally just for transition.
Yeah, they're
like to our brains that expect stuff like windows and clocks or posters or like any distinguishing marks, they don't have them, so it looks creepy.
Yeah, exactly. There's meant to be some breakup that can really do anything for us, but you're lucky if the place has a fucking carpet to keep your feet from getting sore.
Mm-hmm. Anyhow, the game has already reached the first Twilight, and as you can see, the first victims have emerged.
さあ、いよいよだ。ワクワクしてきたぞ。
Now it's time for the real show. I'm getting all excited.
Though, again, they're keeping the question of who the sixth victim is. If there is even a sixth victim.
そうですか。ここのあなたは元気そうですね。
I see, the version of you that's here looks to be in high spirits. Okay, so you're the game board version, not the... Yeah, the game table version. I'm pleased.
ん？わらわは元気と魅惑のボディ。
If you took away my high spirits, my bewitching
あ
body,
と気立ての良さくらいしか取り柄がないぞ。
and my pleasant disposition, I'd have nothing left. That's the problem. That is exactly the problem.
For some reason, Virgilia praised Beato for her high spirits, though Beato was taken aback at such granny-like words coming out of Virgilia's mouth all of a sudden. I mean, she was knitting in the last scene we saw her. Or one of the last scenes we saw her.
No, it was the previous scene that we saw her in. Yeah.
She answered while bumping a fist against her chest. Virgilia had been absent often during this game. She might even have been away from her seat when Battler solved the epitaph and during the uproar that followed. Apparently she had been absent for so many critical points that she didn't have a very good grasp of what had happened so far in this game.
今のところ出ている死体は5人。見ての通り首をすっぱりよ。
For now, we've got 5 corpses, all slit through the necks, as you can see.
George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, Genji. Something sharp had sliced open all 5 of their necks. Those gaping wounds opened wider than their mouths. It made it feel as though they would no longer need their mouths to breathe.
なるほど。ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジの死体は誰が見ても一目で死亡が確認できるというわけです。
I see. So anyone looking at George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, or Genji's corpses could confirm at a glance that they are dead.
赤か。まあ、お師匠様にケチっても始まらぬ。
Red? Well, there's no point in me holding out against you.
そうとも。死んだふりなど絶対にありえぬ。誰もが一目で死亡を確認できる死体であるわ。
That's right. At a glance, anyone could confirm that these corpses are dead, so it is absolutely impossible that they are just people playing dead.
なぜリーヤは赤を？
Why did Leah use the red?
さて、しかし
I said Leah, not Leia.
思われている方です。
Whatever, fuck you, Captioner. Who knows? However, she was always thinking of Milady, so
お嬢様に利する
she must
何らか
blah,
の
blah,
お考
blah.
えがあってのことでしょう。
She must have something in mind that will benefit my lady.
Yeah, because Gab has not surfaced past the game board. Or at least past a certain layer. So she's not aware of the things going on.
Is that true?
I don't think she's actually... Yeah, I don't think she's actually ever came to say hello, because she was summoned by Kinzo at first. For the last game.
Yeah.
But I think we're working on 3 separate layers at this point.
Yeah. Fuck.
Because we've got the human world, things that Battler and the rest can perceive. Then we've got the witch side. And then we have the meta side. But they had hidden the corpses here so that no one could use the red. Despite that, however, Renove was right. Virgilia always thought of Beatrice first.
Yep.
The way that these corpses, which Gab had gone to all the trouble of erasing, had now been confirmed with the red, made a slightly displeased expression rise to Gab's face. However, in the end,
Sorry, everyone. I clicked the fucking video that Mal sent me. That I think Quinn sent you, and it just started playing a bell ringing. Sorry for the scare.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
However, in the end, she remembered that she was only a guest and shrugged.
This is a really good video.
It is. He fucking pulls out an ID. That's really good. Holy shit, dude. It really is.
If I were that cashier, I would not have accepted that, like, obviously fake ID.
Granted, she had that dead stare that I'm like...
Maybe this is just like a really short bitch. Fuck.
Yeah.
Why did you have Gap hide the corpses?
今回のわらわのゲームはすでに碑文が解かれているため、今は夏日に仕え、夏日を守ることを目的にしているのだ。
Well, since the epitaph has already been solved, this game of mine is different from usual. I now have serving and protecting Natsuhi as my goal.
彼らの死体を隠蔽することがどう夏日を守るのです？
How would concealing their corpses protect Natsuhi?
向こうの手は大体読めてるの。
Here, this is the video, everyone. It's Twitter, so you know, fucking it sucks, but also have fun. Go watch that. It's funny.
Yeah.
We've more or less figured out what our opponent's moves will be.
多分これは夏日を追い詰めるための罠。
This is probably a trap made to corner Natsuhi.
おそらく第一の番のアリバイを突き詰めていくと、夏日以外の全員にアリバイが現れるのよ。
Natsuhi, not Natsi. Thank you, Captioner. Because Natsuhi is awful, but she's not a Nazi.
No, absolutely not.
Like we don't know for sure about Kinzo, but like Natsuhi is not. She's just like an awful person.
Yeah.
Anyhow, most likely they'll sort through alibis for the first Twilight and find them for everyone except Natsuhi.
夏日様は昨べは最初に親族会議を抜けられ
Okay, you're gonna have to give me a second because I gotta fucking put like this anti-itch cream all over my goddamn arm because apparently every time I open the fucking door, I get a singular goddamn mosquito in here.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me talk about something I already told you about, but
Oh yeah, go ahead.
In metaphor, you have a fairy companion named Gallica, and you can consult her.
Adorable.
Yeah, she's adorable, and you can consult her for some things that, like checking on if you know stuff about Persona, checking on your social links, checking on the people you want to talk to, or checking what requests you have. Well, if you talk to her 100 times through the course of the game, you get the achievement, Hey, listen.
Hey, listen.
Or Nabby. She gets
All
so...
they had to do was give Navi just like literally any other dialogue at any point.
Well, she gets, hey, listen, and look.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the same shit over and over again. This is why, like, Gallica is annoying during battles in Metaphor. It's because, like, she won't shut the fuck up saying the same damn lines.
Yeah, especially because it's about the same status effect, or, you know, the same person being downed.
Yeah, it's like, I don't have a way to fix this, Gallica, shut up!
Yeah. I hope they tune that down a smidgen.
It's like, please, you don't need to tell me that Hulkenberg is down every single round. I don't have any, like, reviving medicine. Shut up!
Though thankfully now I'm at a point in the game where I can afford more revivals.
That's good.
And also I'm getting to the point where I can unlock the cleric, which does have a revival spell.
Do you even have someone in your party that is a healer right now?
I switch out Will to be a healer.
Okay, fair enough. Because, like, I would really want, like, to make Will just be the gunner or fucking whatever, some high damage thing, because I hate I hate doing shit damage.
Yeah, that's fair. I kind of really Heismay and Stroll are my big hitters.
That's fair. And then, like, Hulkenberg is your tank.
Yeah, Hulkenberg is the tank. I won't talk about anybody else just to avoid spoilers, but there are versatile characters that can help me do a bunch of different things.
Actually, yeah, I think I might choose that one because it's like it's an all-arounder that's not quite as good as everyone else in the same things, but like just has like a lot of options, and I like that. I like options.
Yeah, exactly. I like options, and it's as quick as changing just their accessory.
Interesting, okay. Anyhow, last night, Lady Natsuhi was the first to leave the family conference and then rested alone in her room.
お気の毒なことに、朝までアリバイが全くありません。
Unfortunately, she has no alibi whatsoever until the next morning.
金蔵の存在はすでに否定不能とした。しかし一つだけ、それを打ち破る手が敵に残されている。
We have already ensured that Kinzo's existence is impossible to disprove. However, the enemy has one remaining method of breaking through that roadblock.
なるほど。夏日を追い詰め、金蔵は存在しないと自白させるわけですね。
I see. They can corner Natsuhi and make her confess that Kinzo doesn't exist.
Yep.
敵の狙いはおそらくそんなあたりよ。親族会議をめぐる駒たちの動きから、わらわたちはいち早く夏日の孤立を察知し。
The enemy is probably after something like that. By watching the movements of the pieces involved with the family conference, we quickly realized that Natsuhi was isolated.
その罠に気づき、こうして手を打ったのだ。
Notice that trap of theirs and countered with this move.
死体が消える。全員にアリバイがあり、運搬車は存在しない。
Corpses disappear. Everyone has alibis, and no one exists who could have moved them.
魔女の存在を主張しつつ、同時に死亡説自体にも疑問を投じることで、
Not only does this support the claim that a witch exists, it also throws doubt on whether they were actually dead in the first place.
夏日をギリギリ容疑者から逃すことができるわけ。
Making it just about possible for Natsuhi to avoid being a suspect.
つまり、夏日様は第一の晩、実は死んだふりだったと主張することが可能ということですな。
In other words, it's possible for Lady Natsuhi to claim that the sacrifices of the first twilight will be playing dead.
いとこ部屋で大勢がその死を確実に確認しているにもかかわらずですか？
Even though many people confirm their deaths for certain in the cousin's room.
確認など赤き真実に到底及ばぬ。彼らがいくら確かな死亡を見たと主張しようとも、人間界に赤き真実は存在しない。
Confirmation is nowhere near red truth. No matter how strongly they claim to have seen unmistakable corpses, the red truth doesn't exist in the human world.
死体が存在しない以上、夏日は彼らのその言い分を。
Because the corpses don't exist, Natsuhi can discount their words as a mistake.
見間違い、トリック、もしくは彼らが全員嘘をついているなどで。
a trick or by saying all of them were lying.
いくらでも延々と言い逃れが可能なのだ。
It's possible to do this over and over to buy time for herself.
赤き真実なき人間界においてはパーペチュアルチェックは最も有効な一手。
In the human world, which lacks the red truth, perpetual check is an effective move.
延々と相手を否定し合っての水かけ論。
Unfortunately, guys, Erica has been merging the two layers in really fucked up weird ways. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I have my concerns.
and of course, Lambda Delta has also been fucking like massaging the rules. An endless argument with both sides denying the other's claims. Oh, it's pretty.
ですが、しかし、美しさとは勝利の先に望むもの。
True. However, beauty is secondary to victory.
勝利を得ぬ者が欲すれば、毒にしかなりませんよ。
If someone who cannot achieve victory seeks it, it is nothing but a poison to them.
勝てば官軍というでな。
They do say that might makes right.
私にとっては美しくなくても、航海者の魔女たちはそれを退屈しないと呼んで好むのかしらね。
And even if I don't think it's beautiful, those Voyager witches will probably like it and say it isn't boring. Fucked a Voyager witch?
なるほど。
Oh, yeah, that's what they're calling anybody who can move between the shards.
Oh, right, yeah, that's right, that's right.
今回のゲームの流れを把握しました。
I see. I've managed to gasp, yes. I've gasped the flow of the game. No, I've managed to grasp the flow of this game.
随分といやらしいものになりそうですね。
It seems that it will get quite nasty.
百も承知よ。そして私たちはすでに夏日がこれからさらなる罠に誘い込まれるだろうことを知っている。
We're fully aware of that. And we already know that Nazi is probably about to be lured into yet another trap.
罠？
A trap?
うん。ラムダデルタ教が生み出す19年前の男を名乗る何者かがすでに夏日を脅迫している。
Someone Lady Lambda Delta created, who calls himself a man from 19 years ago, has already threatened Nazi.
もうじきの午後1時にとある客室のクローゼットの中に入り息を潜めよと命じているのだ。
She was ordered to go into a closet in a certain guest room at 11 p.m., which is only a few minutes away, and hide there.
1 p.m.
Or, yeah, sorry, 1 p.m.
クラウスを人質に取られ夏日は逆らえ。
$1,300. Kraus was taken as hostage, so Nazi can't resist.
なるほど。必要ですね。かばいきれますか？
I see, how relentless. Can you protect her?
無論よ。何しろ夏日は犯人ではないのだからな。
Of course, after all, Nazi isn't the culprit.
いくら犯人扱いしようとも、真実も幻想も我らに味方する。
No matter how much they treat her as one, both truth and illusions are on our side.
負ける道理などないわ。
There's no way we can lose. That sounds like arrogance. That's a flag right there.
Yep, that is a flag right there. Natsuhi threw her...
Here. It's happening!
Yeah, we're getting close. Natsuhi threw her cup of black tea to the ground in protest to show the anger that flowed throughout her entire body.
それはどういう意味ですか？私が疑わしいというのですか？
What do you mean by that? Are you saying that you suspect me?
先に抜けられて自室に戻り、朝まで部屋を出なかったというお話は賜りました。
I hear what you're saying. You left before anyone else, returned to your room, and didn't leave that room until morning.
しかし、それを証明していただかないとアリバイにはならないと申し上げ
Okay,
てるの
not
です。
yet. It's not happening yet. I'm simply explaining that I need you to prove that. Otherwise, it won't count as an alibi.
証明？どうやって？
Prove it? How?
どうやってでも結構です。 客観的にあなたには犯行が不可能だったと証明してもらえれば結構なのです。
Any way you like. All you have to do is prove objectively that it was impossible for you to commit the crime.
他の皆さんは協力してくださっています。
Everyone else is cooperating.
夏志さんもそう邪気にされず、どうかアリバイとその証拠を示してもらいたいと思いまして。
I would very much appreciate it if you could also be a little less harsh with me, and please give me your alibi and evidence.
そうよ。夏日姉さんには丸一晩の空白時間があるのよ。
That's right, the whole night is a blank space for Natsuhi.
先に休むと言って会議を抜け、ゲストハウスへ行き、ジョージたちを襲ったかもしれない。
See, there's a problem there, because just because she has no alibi for it, she has no motivation either. Like, remember, her daughter is also one of the dead, and her husband is missing, and you know that.
Yep. After she left the conference saying she was going to bed, she might have gone to the guest house and attacked George and the others.
バカなことを言わないでください。どうして私がジョージ君を、そして何より自分の娘を殺さなくてはならないというのですか。
Don't be so ridiculous. Why would I kill George? And most of all, why ever would I kill my own daughter?
落ち着いて。私たちは等しく疑われてるわ。悲しいけど、潔白の証明は各々がしなくてはならない。
Calm down, we're all equally suspicious. It's sad, but we all have to prove our own innocence. No, you don't. Not to a fucking teenager.
That's not how this works at all.
Yeah, we've all been thinking frantically about how to prove our alibis for last night so we can clear up the suspicion against us.
Honestly, like, personally, if I were Erica, without the knowledge of the game board and all that shit, if I was just, like, in her role, I would think Battler the most suspicious.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, literally in the room the entire time.
Yeah.
I wouldn't believe that he did it, but I would also be like, yeah, you're the most suspicious, obviously. Like, you were in the room with the dead bodies for several hours.
I know you can't like being suspected, Natsuhi. If it frustrates you, shouldn't your first priority be searching for some way to prove your own innocence? Yeah, but how the fuck do you do that? Like, setting aside that this is fucking ridiculous. Like, how
yeah, setting aside that it's a ridiculous situation to begin with, like, if she did have, like, say, Shannon or Cannon or, like, you know, Kumasawa, whoever the fuck, be like, yeah, she called me in at, like, fucking 5 a.m. or whatever the fuck. You could just be like, yeah, but you're the like the head of the house right now. You could have just given them orders to do this. It's not trustworthy. Like, okay, well, what the fuck?
Yeah, like, people don't record a log. You know, they don't have an electronic log of every time they go in and out of their bedroom.
Yeah, it's like, if Kraus was kidnapped or killed while he wasn't in the bedroom with her, then no one's gonna be able to give her an alibi because... And, like, all the other spouses also can't prove their alibis either because they're married and could have just been like, yeah, they were with me and protect their spouse that wasn't actually with them. Or they could have been in on it. Doesn't fucking, like...
Yeah.
None of you can actually prove your alibis. That's the problem here.
Yeah, like...
Fuckers.
At best, you can prove your alibi up until you left the conference. That's it.
That's it. Like, you can't, like, even the servants can't prove their own alibis. Are you kidding me?
Relatives spoke as though they were all under equal suspicion, but the mood about the place didn't feel so peaceful. Erica was still in the middle of confirming everything, but other than Natsuhi, who was unwilling to prove her alibi, everyone else had an alibi which was reasonably credible.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Only
None of them have a
Natsuki,
reasonable
who
alibi.
claimed that just being suspected was an insult, was uncooperative with Erika, and her position began to grow more and more perilous. Yeah, I'm gonna say no. Like, that does not compute. Like, at all.
I know they're like all being like massaged by Lambda Delta this entire time, but man, come on, guys.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of this. Like, I'm a fan
I think
of
it's
it.
good writing.
Yeah, like, I'm a fan of it
writing.
from
It's just like,
writing.
come on, girl.
I'm not a fan of that logic leap for everybody. Like, even
Yeah,
if,
in Erica's position, I'd be like heavily criticizing all of them.
yeah,
Every single one of them. For
absolutely.
even believing that this could be like a reasonable alibi. It's like, no, it's not. It literally, like, wouldn't you defend your spouse? And you could say that you wouldn't all you like, but until it happens, you don't know.
Yeah, like, I can't be sure about that. I'd like to think I would, but that depends heavily on the circumstances.
Yeah,
Right.
like,
Granted, for this crime, it would have to be some mighty circumstances.
yeah. Well, although the only thing that bothers me is that the kids are dead. It's
Yeah.
like everyone else, fuck them. I don't give a shit about anything else. Like, but I would not defend like a partner that killed kids.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. But also, as far as I know, Genji hasn't done anything wrong to anybody that would require an alibi.
I don't know about that. He worked as the servant and like the right hand man of a billionaire for decades.
Well, that's why I specified anybody who would require an alibi in this situation.
Yeah, like I'm just like morally thinking like as a stranger and outsider, you know, whatever. It's just like I don't think I'd give a shit about any of the adults at all.
Oh yeah, like I'm assuming I'm a member of the family here.
Yeah, like I'm assuming I'm in Erica's position specifically.
Fair enough. Well, I mean for suspecting your spouse.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I still don't think I would be bothered by anyone killing Genji. It's like, oh yeah, that's kind of fucked up, but also, whatever.
Fair enough, I guess. I'd feel kind of bad about Kumasawa, though.
Should I start adding like the evil tag to my fucking streams? Because some people would definitely consider this evil.
I mean, you
I don't know, I
could,
just consider it apathy.
but nah. Like, we're talking in fiction anyway.
Well, yeah, but the evil thing is like about like the character that you play on stream, right?
True.
Like some VTubers have the evil tag because they play an evil character or a villain or whatever on stream.
That's fair. Let's see. I'd feel kind of bad about Kumasawa just because she is kind of a defenseless old woman.
Okay, yeah, that one I could see calling that one evil, but like she's also not dead.
Yeah, she's not among the dead. I'm just thinking of the servants. Who would I care about? Like, I obviously care about Shannon and Cannon because they're pretty fucking young.
Yeah, and like Goda and Kumasawa are both like normal people, so that's fine. Like the fit, like
Yeah, I especially feel bad for Goda because Goda probably doesn't have working for the Uchinomiya family related sins. Because he's just gotten on here.
yeah, he's been here like 2 years. He met Kinzo like twice. He hasn't been here long enough to do anything fucked up.
Yeah,
Like, he's literally just some guy that's a cook.
yeah, he worked for a hotel. He got fired for whatever reason. I think because the hotel
He's a
was
bit of
doing
an asshole
poorly.
sometimes, but like that doesn't deserve death, probably, unless it's at me, in which case, fuck you.
But also, like, he probably can make a mean burger, you know?
You know what? Yeah. Why would you take something like that away from the world?
Exactly.
Goda, can you make me a burger?
You get it. Shannon and Cannon, like I said, are young. Kumasawa, I feel bad just because she is actually literally frail. Like, she's that kind of old where you're looking at her and you think, if I shake her hand too hard, I think her hands would become dust.
Yeah. And also, she's not the type, at least so far as we know, to be able to do anything fucked up without spilling the beans immediately.
Yeah, she's not exactly good at holding truth, or holding a secret for that long.
Like, literally, even just, like, hiding, like, keeping someone's death, like, mum is too difficult for her.
Yeah, so she's not great at the whole secret-keeping thing. Koda, like you said, has been involved in Sins of the Family, so, like, I get it. He's essentially, Kinzo's retainer.
Yeah.
Like,
and this is very obvious, like, made very obvious by his other name.
Yeah.
Runoe.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, that's just like, fucking Runoe's vessel is Genji.
Yeah. Nanjo, I do feel bad about. Because he's just a nice old grandpa.
Yeah, that's fair.
Though, the fact he knows about Kuadorian might put that into question.
That is true, yeah. I was about to say something about that. Like, he's friends with Kinzo after this long. And it's like, it's one of those things where if you don't do anything to stop your friends from doing something fucked up, you are, like, complicit in it.
Yeah, and you could say, oh, he didn't know, but he knew about Kuadorian.
Yeah.
The only thing I could think is he didn't see the prison cell portion. But even then, he had to have seen the mistress, like the older Beato. It could not have been, like, child Beato. Otherwise, that would be supremely fucked. Because you could go, oh, okay, so his mistress has a summer home, and it's just walled off because Kinzo is Kinzo.
Yeah.
And you can assume that she just, sails off to do whatever in Italy. When you're not there to check on her health or whatever.
Like, Kiri is and has done fucked up shit, but, like, my kind of fucked up shit, right? So.
Yeah, like, I would...
Like, I can't blame her too hard for that one, because I would do similar shit for the most part.
Yeah, but again, she is definitely, like, near the top of my list for people I think might be the murderer in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway. The parlor was no longer a place of comfort for Natsuhi. And the sound of the cup smashing just made that decisive.
This is ridiculous. Why must I be suspected when I've lost a daughter? You're maliciously trying to make me look like the culprit just because I went to bed early last night. I cannot stand this humiliation any further.
I mean, she could slap you in the face. Oh, so what are you going to do about it? Show us some kind of alibi that proves your innocence. As if you could. Give me back my George, you murderer.
予算買えば夏木さんあんたも少し疲れてるんやもちろんそれはわしらもや少し楽にせんか
Give it a rest, Ava. Natsuhi, you're probably a little tired too. Of course, so are we. We take it easy for a bit. Seriously, we're a little too high-strung. Natsuhi, where are you going?
アリバイ探しも犯人探しも実に滑稽です。台風が過ぎ警察が来れば全てが白日の下にさらされるのです。
The search for alibis and culprits is truly ludicrous. When the typhoon passes and the police arrive, everything will be exposed to the light of day.
私たちが探偵ごっこをする理由など何もない。
There's no reason whatsoever for us to play play detectives.
違いますか、エリカさん。
Am I wrong, Erika?
一般論的にはそうですね。ですが、私にはそれをする権限がありますので。
Generally speaking, you would be right. However, I have the authority to do this.
Who gave her that authority? No one asked. It was an authority given by words of power from a higher world, so the pieces weren't even allowed to doubt it. Fuck.
私は退出します。警察が来るまで皆さんのくだらない問答にも付き合うつもりはありません。
I will take my leave. I have no intention of playing along with your pointless questioning until police are here.
私を疑うならどうぞご自由に。
If you suspect me, feel free to do so.
それを疑い晴らすことも私は警察に委ねますので。
I will leave it to the police to investigate that and clear my name.
Maybe a bit late to mention this, but, well, no, this happens every time. As usual, the phone couldn't connect to the police. Nazi said the police would come, but that wasn't exactly true. Strictly speaking, the boat that picked them up would come tomorrow, and they would be able to use the radio on that boat to contact the police. Well, it's not like I'll let everyone live that long anyway. Nazi, it's dangerous to be alone. Perhaps it would be better if you...
いいじゃない。それも立派な証明かもよ。これで夏日姉さんが自室で殺されてたりしたら、それも立派な無実の証明だわ。
Why not litter? That might make for some excellent proof. If Nazi gets murdered in her own room, that'll be excellent proof of her innocence. Quit it, Ava. It's probably best if we all get a bit of rest. Our bodies won't last until tomorrow.
一服はしても油断はせず。
This is fine, but let's not let our guard down, okay?
明日どころか今夜も越せないかもしれない。
We might not make it through the night, much less tomorrow.
夏日おばさん、部屋へ帰るならしっかり施錠して、窓も鎧戸を閉めて安全にしててくれ。
Natsuhi, if you're returning to your room, make sure you lock it tight, close the windows and shutters, and stay safe.
誰も疑いたくない。
I don't want to suspect anyone.
そしてそれ以上に、もうこれ以上。
And more than that, I don't want there to be any more victims.
ありがとう、バトラク。では、私は部屋に戻ります。
Thank you, Battler. Then I'll return to my room.
ゴーダ、あとは任せますよ。
Goda, you're in charge now.
お客様に、せめてこのような状況ではあっても、ご不自由をおかけしないように。
I know this is a horrible situation, but make sure that the guests at least have everything they need.
Yes, madam, I shall do so. With everyone watching her, Nazi left the parlor. From their faces, she could tell that they were expecting the classic mystery pattern. The first person to quarrel and leave the circle would become the next victim. Nazi couldn't disobey because of the threat against Kraus, who had been taken as a hostage. Very soon it would be 1 p.m., the time that had been arranged. She was to hide for an hour in the closet of a specific guest room. It was easy to suspect that this bizarre order was a trap to select her as the next sacrifice. She thought of various ways to resist, but all methods would be useless against a culprit who had a hostage and was observing her from close by. So Nazi could do nothing but obediently follow his orders, and then claimed that she had been forced to do this for her husband's safety.
My cat's yelling at me. No, Phoenix, you're not allowed up here.
As the arranged time had drawn near,
you bastard.
Nazi had intentionally acted annoyed and smashed the cup on the ground to give her an excuse for slipping out of the parlor. At any rate, no matter how cowardly a trap it may be, I cannot disobey now. I am now the one who carries the burden of the one-winged eagle. Now that my husband, Kraus, has been captured, I must protect it even if I have to crawl through the mud. Of course I am prepared to do that. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Even if I am not permitted to bear the one-winged eagle on my clothes, Father gave me permission to bear it in my heart. I think dashing away in a rage got me here without raising too much suspicion. So far, everything has gone well. Before my eyes was the doorknob of the specified guest room. However, I wondered about the lock. Servants are under orders to always lock any unused rooms. What will I do if it's locked? I dashed out of the parlor, pretending that I was returning to my room. Going back and asking a servant to unlock this guest room would be obviously suspicious. If possible, I'd like to get this eerie hide-and-seek over with without anyone noticing. In that phone call from the one who claimed to be the man from 19 years ago, he said that I would win if no one found me, but lose if anyone did find me. He said that he'd release my husband whether I won or lost, but as a person with a hostage taken against me, I'd rather not lose. I don't like it at all, but I have to go along with this game. Softly gripped the knob, and I could feel that it was unlocked. Did Shannon or Kumasawa forget to lock it after cleaning? Or did that man unlock it in advance? That man couldn't be waiting for me in this room, could he? And then all of that about hide-and-seek might have just been an excuse. I kept the fact that I was coming here secret, and all of the other people think I'm resting in my room. If I were to be killed in this situation, in this room, it might create a new baffling murder case like an extension of the one which occurred this morning.
That is true, yeah.
そうならば、むしろ好都合です。犯人と直接対決する良い機会ではありませんか。
If that's what he's up to, so much the better. It'll be a good chance to confront the culprit directly.
Natsuki had some experience with using a naginata, but only from casual lessons.
Seriously?
Unlike Ava, she couldn't brag about being able to
teaching
hog
people how to use naginata in like the 1930s.
Guess she was. Well, she was.
Maybe.
I mean, she was from a traditionalist family.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like a traditional, like wealthy family. Yeah, it's like, yeah, could have been done like in the 1930s or whatever. Like I don't know exactly how old she is, but I gotta think she's like 50 or so now, right? So.
Yeah, and if she had a relative in a past era that used a naginata, it might feel important to the family.
Yeah, which pretty much every noble family in Japan will have a relative that used the naginata, because the naginata was seen as the female equivalent of the katana for samurai.
Gotcha.
The female samurai would be called an onobugeisha, or I'm not sure that's the correct pronunciation, but that's roughly right. It's basically a warrior woman who was taught how to use the naginata.
Gotcha.
Like Tomoe used a naginata.
Ah, gotcha. Unlike Ava, she couldn't brag about being able to hold off any single ruffian indefinitely. As she was now, she had no realistic chance of prevailing over a man with malicious intent on her own. No weapons that could make that possible.
Tomoe goes in. Oh, she was an onamusha, which is somehow different from an onabugeisha. I don't know how that's different, but it is.
She readied herself and slowly opened the door. She couldn't afford to stand around in the corridor and risk being seen by someone. The atmosphere inside the guest room was ice cold. She could sense no trace of a person waiting impatiently for her. All she could hear was the unsettling sounds of the wind and rain.
And as you can see from the picture there, she is depicted with a naginata specifically.
Gotcha.
This, not a sword, I mean, she does have a sword on her hip, but like that's what she's depicted as using. Is that
Gotcha.
The same thing for other Onabugesha and Onamusha.
At first, that seemed to be proof that no one existed to threaten her. But before long, it only stirred up the uneasy feeling inside her all the more. The closet was just off to the side of anyone entering the room. Lined up inside it was a set of hangers where guests could hang their coats. This closet, which had nothing hanging in it, was large enough for even an adult to hide in. She softly opened the closet. Of course, there was nothing inside. We'd have to hide quietly in here for an hour. The room had a wood floor, but something like a carpet had been laid in the closet. It seemed that sitting down wouldn't be a problem. She had been sure that someone would be waiting for her in this room, or that a strange letter would be lying in the closet. She had even imagined the worst, that her husband's corpse might be inside. However, none of these things she imagined turned out to be true. All that was here was a cold guest room, and a lifeless closet which silently urged her to go inside.
And he told me to hide in here for an hour. He's making fun of me.
I mean, yes. He wants to humiliate you.
Okay, so Onabugesha must be just like a different term for the same thing, because it leads back to the same thing of Onamusha. So I don't know why it's different, but it might just be like a different form of the same thing. I don't know.
Natsuki shrugged, turned around, then locked and chained the guest room door.
I can't actually look at the kanji and figure it out, because I am dumb and illiterate. This way, no one will be able to get into this room. In other words, no one will be able to find me for the next hour. I win. What a stupid game of hide and seek.
This would certainly result in a total victory in the hide and seek game against that mystery man. However, it was such an easy victory, it made her feel uneasy.
Hi, fat boy. Yes,
this is normally against the rules of hide and seek. Even if I win, won't this displease the culprit? And everyone thinks I'm in my room right now. If they find a room with a chain set, that will be an impossible locked room to them. Erica was dashing around the mansion to confirm everyone's alibi. He notices that the chain is set on this room. There will probably be an uproar which will end in them cutting the chain and searching the room. If that happens, I'll be found hiding in the closet right away. It'd be easy for me to...
I think I know how the trap's going to play out. Since she locked this door, it's going to... Like, no one's going to get murdered in this room. Rather, someone's going to be murdered elsewhere. And because they can't find Natsuki, they're going to think she did it.
Yeah. It would be easy for me to honestly confess why I was hiding, but that man insisted that I not reveal that. If I tell them, I might be endangering my husband. Thinking of it that way, setting the chain, no, even locking the door might be a bad idea. That's right. This room was unlocked when I came here. Where the sunlight
I was holding Phoenix in my arms, like up on my chest and like over my shoulder a little bit, and just like petting him and doing everything that he wanted. And then I just tossed him down on the floor. And I tossed him in the direction that his face was facing, over the edge of the chair. And there's just like 5 droplets of drool on my chair mat. From this fucking cat drooling over my shoulder onto the ground.
Alrighty.
This is what I have to deal with, people. This right here.
Where the suddenly become locked, it's conceivable that it might catch someone's attention. It's better if I don't have anything unnecessary. That man only told me to hide. So in the end, I have... Oh.
So in the end, I have no choice but to do what he says.
I hate doing it, but I can't disobey. I undid both of those 2 precious locks, went into the dimly lit closet filled with the smell of old wood, and managed to close the door from the inside. Pitch black. Remind me of when I was young, when I used to hide somewhere and then surprise my mother. That peaceful recollection wasn't enough to kill off my anxiety. It really is pitch black. From in here, I won't even be able to check my watch or see if an hour has passed. I'll only need to open the door a crack every once in a while to let in enough light from my watch. For now, I sat down and folded my legs. Thought about holding my knees to my chest, but it hurt my back when I tried. I'm not as young as I used to be. Even though I and the rest of my class were made to sit on the floor clasping our knees in every PE class as grade schoolers, I now have to struggle just to sit down. Just sitting down here for an hour will probably hurt a lot. Can't believe he expects me to sit in the darkness for a full hour listening only to the wind and rain. Ironically, Natsuki had made Jessica do the exact same thing in the past. She had done it to scold Jessica's persistent bad habit and teach her a lesson when she was a little girl. She had thought that making Jessica stay put in the darkness would spread the desire to reflect on her mistakes, and that, this way, she would understand what she had done wrong. Natsuki, it almost felt like she was being made to do the same thing. That was the true purpose of this hide-and-seek.
Phoenix. Stop it. Fucking cat. How naive of me.
This must be my naivety. The hope that if his goal is to make me repent, nothing will happen here during this hour. Uncertainty and fear of that man's shadow was not what I need right now. Will someone suddenly come to this room, open this closet, and do something horrible to me now that I've come here in total secrecy as promised? That's what I should be worrying about. Culprit, or one of his accomplices, is very close by. If they weren't, they wouldn't be able to observe me so thoroughly. I don't want to think it, but it's highly likely that the culprit bought off one of the servants. The culprit was able to hide an eerie card with Autumn written on it in my room. My personal room is always locked. That trick wouldn't have been possible without a key. Instead of believing that they obtained the key when the servants weren't looking, much more realistic to assume that one of the servants lent the culprit a hand.
Or one of the servants is the culprit. Still, how? Did they know that autumn is my favorite season? How ghastly.
I mean, this is shit people talk about.
Yeah.
You had to have mentioned it to somebody in your life.
And even if you didn't mention it, people would notice that you got notably, happier or more relaxed in autumn.
The thought that this mystery man might be peeking into
you're
my
not fucking
heart
12. People have been around you a while.
Sent goosebumps running across my whole body. It's true that I like autumn, but I've never said that out loud. Oh, alright. I don't think anyone's ever asked me either. I'd even ask my husband what my favorite season is, and he would probably be stuck for an answer. No. There was one time I told it to a single person. That's right. Shannon. Oh. Okay. On an autumn day long ago, I happened to be in a good mood. I mentioned that autumn was my favorite of the 4 seasons. I can't believe it. Then the culprit, or one of their accomplices, has to be Shannon. Or they asked her, what's the madam's favorite season? I want to get her something themed.
Yeah, some shit like that. Well, I guess that's still an accomplice, but just not, knowing. You know?
Yeah, an unknowing accomplice, yeah.
Only Shannon could know that I like autumn. In that case, this is clear proof that Shannon is involved. That card with autumn on it is proof. Incredible. After 10 years of being provided for by our family.
My trembled and shook with rage. Didn't Kinzo once say that the emotion of anger is the fastest sedative to cure fear and uncertainty? It's easy to tell the most fearful humans from within a crowd. They're always the first to get angry. I remember him telling me that. So I realized that this anger was a sign that I was actually frightened. I tried my best to remain calm. Yeah.
That is so stupid.
Yeah, like, a fear reaction can be fight, flight, or freeze. Or fawn.
Yeah, like, some people do get angry when they're scared. But not everyone, and not every time they're angry doesn't mean that they were scared first. Like, I'm pretty sure I don't get angry, or I'm not scared of Elden Ring. You know, sometimes I'm just fucking pissed.
Yeah. However, this is a fascinating clue that I can use to turn things around. Shannon may not be reliable as a servant, but if she's the accomplice used by that mystery man, this might actually be convenient. She's a timid girl. If I threaten her, I could probably spill the name of the mastermind in an instant. I'll tell the police about this in secret. I'm certain it will be a big clue that will help in arresting the culprit.
あのカードで私を驚かし、うまく手綱を取れたつもりだったのでしょうが、むしろ墓穴を掘ったようですね。
The card was probably meant to surprise me and control me. But he's actually dug his own grave. Assuming you get out of it alive. I never told anyone except Shannon that I like Autumn.
This is unshakable proof that she's working with the culprit. Though I'd thought this time in the closet would crush me with uncertainty and uneasiness, it had actually given me the start of a counterattack. If I hadn't been given this time in the darkness, I probably wouldn't have noticed this. I felt almost grateful to the culprit for making up this foolish game. My mood brightened. Still couldn't guarantee that my husband was safe, but I was determined to take him back and force the culprit to face judgment. I gripped my fist tightly, further strengthened my resolve to avoid losing this fight at any cost. At that moment, I heard the sudden sound of someone trying to force a locked door open. My heart leapt.
Huh?
Oh, it was unlocked. That's Hideyoshi.
Also, hi Hideyoshi.
The voice was Hideyoshi's. I heard a quiet voice as though he was talking to himself, coming from what was probably the hallway. Apparently, he had thought it was locked and tried to unlock it, but it ended up locking the unlocked door instead. Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Once again, there was the sound of a lock turning, and this time the door opened with a faint sound.
Although, with most modern locks, you turn them different directions to unlock.
It's true, but I've also just been there like, oh, the key's not turning that direction, it must be the other one. And
yeah. I feel no clunk in there. What's going on?
Yeah. Why is Hideyoshi in this room? Footsteps which sound like his came in, and there was the sound of him closing and locking the door behind him. Then what seemed to be the sound of him setting the chain. Don't tell me Hideyoshi is the mastermind. Or else an accomplice. Is he planning to do something to me in this room? The door may only be locked from the inside, but it will still take some time to remove the chain. Hideyoshi doesn't intend to let me escape from here. There's no chance he'll give me time to fumble around with the chain. In that case, when he opens the closet door wide in just a moment, and looks down upon me sitting here pathetically, just what kind of horrifying words will he say? I don't want to be found. I don't want to be found. I beg you, pass right on by the closet door. Please keep going into the center of the room. My head was filled almost to bursting with throbbing sound so loud that I almost missed hearing his noisy footsteps. When I heard a clunking sound coming from the center of the room, I finally realized that he passed by the closet and was deeply relieved.
念のためや。どうせこの天気じゃ夜と変わらんわ。
just in case. Can't tell if it's day or night in this weather anyway. As he muttered, he did something that made a clunking sound, probably closing the shutters on the windows. Just in case? In case I try to escape out the window? No, that can't be it. That's right. When I left the parlor, everyone was talking about possibly taking a break. After all, several murders had occurred, and the weather was bad. There'd be nothing abnormal about resting in a guest room here instead of returning to the guest house. In that case, locking up and closing the shutters to guarantee safety was the proper course of action to take. When he finished closing the shutters, there was a thunk as though he had flopped over on the bed. It was surprising how much of the situation could be grasped just by the sound. What's going on here? Did the man from 19 years ago plan all this out to put me in the same room as Hideyoshi? Maybe not Hideyoshi specifically, but there might be enough guest rooms to presume that somebody would be in this room.
Yeah. Especially since all the cousins were supposed to be, like...
in the guest house, in one room, at that.
Well, 2 rooms, because they like to sleep together every time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because there was a room in the guest house. Like, there's obviously the servants' quarters in the guest house.
Yeah, they won't be using the guest house, like, after the murders.
Yeah.
So.
And there was room enough in there for Nanjo, Rosa to have her own room. Really, all the family to have their own rooms. So, the fact that there's suddenly everybody staying in the mansion might put a little bit of a spanner in the works, as far as the bed situation.
Yep. Fuck me, dude. You got like fucking 4 bites on my right elbow.
No, that probably isn't true. Clearly he planned on me hiding here, but Hideyoshi coming to take a rest here must have been outside of the scope of his plan. Thinking about it that way, having him in the room might help to secure my own safety in an odd sort of way. Unlike his wife, Hideyoshi is the kind of person I can talk to. If Ava comes, things will probably get complicated. Maybe I should slip out of this closet now while he's still alone. Reveal everything just to him and ask for help. But if I do that, my husband might be killed. And it isn't wise to do anything rash until my husband is released. Should I go out and talk or hide in here? Moaning from my headache and biting my lower lip, I resisted the temptation to crawl out of here. Even if I talk with Hideyoshi, I don't know where my husband is being held. I'm sure the informant was observing me as nearby as well. Just talking to him won't resolve everything. The fact that Shannon isn't an informant, that doesn't mean that Goda and the others aren't. It's no good. Leaving here and confessing it's just too dangerous. Eventually, I heard a strange sobbing voice. Whose voice was it? I strained my ears trying to hear that strange voice. I was shocked to discover it was Hideyoshi weeping.
Yeah, his son's dead.
Yeah. And, toxic masculinity means he's probably going to cry by himself.
Mm-hmm.
Now that he was all alone like this, Hideyoshi, who had lost his only son, was finally able to shed tears and cry. Thinking that he needed to support Ava in her distress, he had acted as though he alone was standing firm. However, he had as good a right as anyone to cry. Now that he had found a place where no one could see his tears, he was finally allowing himself to let it out. Yeah. Like, I would be shocked if Hideyoshi is in on the murders. It's not out of the realm of Ryukishi's writing, but... yeah. I've lost my daughter, too. I've seen her body with my own eyes, so it still doesn't really feel like she's dead. But if the one who carried her off was the culprit, and he had some repulsive motive for doing it, just thinking about it makes me feel as though my chest will tear itself apart. The reason I'm hiding in here now is that I'm thinking more about my still living husband than my dead daughter. Given the chance, I'd be wailing at the top of my lungs too. Or I still can't let myself do that. That isn't because the man from 19 years ago told me to hide. It's because I am the final head of the Ushiromiya family. It's been completely overshadowed by all of this. Last night, Battler found the hidden gold, and even gained the head's ring from that mysterious envelope. At the very, very end, when it's all over, I probably won't be able to prevent him from inheriting the family headship. And then everything regarding the distribution of the inheritance is revealed. The Ushiromiya family honor and glory passed down from father will plummet to the earth. So I am the final head. No, I think with that gold, you can really get back.
Oh yeah. Maybe you won't become like fucking billionaires again, but like, come on.
Yeah.
It's definitely still like a shitload of money.
Battler will probably
there are
inherit...
apparently some guaranteed investments that will return on quite a bit under the Ushiromiya family name right now because of you and your husband. So...
yeah.
I don't know.
Battler will probably inherit the remaining wealth of the Ushiromiya family. However, its history and honor will end with my generation. No, it never had honor to begin with.
Yeah. Never had honor to begin with. It's a rich family. You don't get honor there.
I mean, there's...
although it is nice to think of like fictional worlds where that is the case, and you can trust the rich to do something with their impressive power, but like that's not how it works in reality, sadly.
Granted, there was a time where doing public works was at least considered a flex.
It's true. Yeah, there was that at least.
But yeah, what I was going to say was, yeah, it never had honor to begin with, like, even more so than a lot of families, because Kinzo was a fuckhead. Like, it never had any sort of, like, even normal roots to it. He got elevated into position just because he wasn't involved with any of the disputes
and he had
between
6
the elders.
toes on each foot.
And he had 6 toes on each foot.
Which is apparently a lucky thing.
Which, I mean, fair enough, you know, rare things can be considered lucky, and it's better than him being murdered in the crib. I mean, not him specifically, because he's awful, but, you know.
Dude, you know what I just realized literally just now?
Hmm?
You're not going to be able to make a character with polydactyly anymore.
Why's that?
Because people are going to look at it and be like, oh, AI. Not the right number of fingers. Like, fuck you. Polydactyly.
Oh, yeah. Fuck. I hope that kind of accusation kind of goes by the wayside.
Yeah. It's more like, okay, for everyone, like...
And also, it's about the consistency of the fingers, I think.
Yeah, the AI, spotting AI stuff is less about the anatomical mistakes or like the mistakes in details, because people make those kinds of mistakes all the fucking time. It's about the specific kind of mistakes, like how they're made, and the texture of shit. I know that, like, to most people, it doesn't look any different than, like, someone else, like, the art that it was, like, created from, right? It doesn't look any different to most people, but believe me, it fucking is.
Maybe I just have good pattern recognition, but I always felt like
It's easy for you to notice when you consume a lot of art, right? When you look at a lot of art. You don't need to be an artist to be able to recognize it, you just need to know what art looks like.
Fair enough.
Which is not easy for people that just look at it once and hit the like button and go, oh, it's really pretty, and then forget about it forever.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, there's something in the specific issues with how things are lit and a misunderstanding of light and shadow that really tips it off for me.
Light and shadow, it's the rendering style, the rendering style in quotes, so this is what we call texture. Things look plasticky and like rubbery, which is not the case for the things that it came from, right? Like, when I first started seeing AI pop up and people were saying, "Hey, it looks like plastic," I didn't get it either, and I'm an artist. But like after a little bit of looking at the shit, oh yeah, I definitely see it now. It looks like plastic. You just need to look at a bunch of it, and then you'll be able to tell.
Yep. And also, you will very rarely find a comic that's going to use AI. Some people have attempted it, but it looked like all AI art, it looks like shit, but it looks even more like shit.
Like there's no continuity between the characters, the frames, the paneling. It's all literally mindless. It's not even amateur, it's mindless.
Yeah, it's mindless. You cannot go, oh, I like that character, keep it. Keep those specific things. No matter how they make the prompt, there will be differences.
And I'm sure like someone's gonna like, if there were people who supported AI in the chat, they'd be like, but there's this new one coming out that can do that, or just recently came out that can do that, blah blah blah. It's like, no it can't. No it can't. You think it can, but it can't. Believe me, it cannot.
Yeah, so rather than stealing and not being able to make something that works, and then having to edit in Photoshop or something anyway, why not just learn how to draw?
Pick it up. Kicks pencil towards you.
Yeah, you get it. Okay, PNG tuber.
Speaking of, after we're done here, you need a figure study.
That is true. Yeah.
I was lax last week.
Yeah, like, last week was tough for a lot of us.
What are you looking for? What's going on?
Oh, PNG tuber crashed.
Oh, okay. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, it stopped moving suddenly because I'm looking at my OBS, of course. And so, I had to actually pull up my task manager and close it so I could open it again.
Pain. Agony, one might say.
I must not cry. Not yet. Until I get my husband back and avenge my daughter, I will not be allowed to shed tears. As I listened to Hideyoshi's sobs from the closet, I silently hung my head. Who are you, huh? My heart leapt. Hideyoshi, who had just been lying prostrate on the bed, made a sound as though he had bounded to his feet. Did he notice me? How did you get in here? What's that? Wait a second.
Okay, so my first guess of what they do was actually correct.
Yeah, no, just murdering him right here. He was clearly in a struggle with someone. Who could it be? No, it doesn't matter who it is. It's probably the culprit, and they're probably trying to take Hideyoshi's life at this very moment. Did I jump out of here and help him? Even if I couldn't help him, I could at least call for help. No, but if I do something like that, I'll be questioned about why I was hiding here. You're gonna be questioned about why you're hiding in here with a dead body. However, if Hideyoshi goes on to get killed now... No, now isn't the time to be saying that. At this rate, he'll definitely be killed. I'll jump out of here and help him right now. But if I do that, even if I can save Hideyoshi, I might be abandoning my husband's life. Come on, it's right in front of you.
Yeah.
Like, first off, you're gonna get framed for murder. Second off, I think you have to be a stone-cold motherfucker not to help somebody who is literally right in front of you about to get killed.
Hey kids, want to see a dead body?
Especially when you're about to get framed for that person's murder. Like, at this point, you should realize this person isn't intending for you to get out of this alive. They just want to hurt you first.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Hideyoshi's life and my husband's life. How simple it would be to try to weigh those against each other. Just then, there was a loud sound of the door opening and the chain being pulled tight. Someone was trying to open the door despite the chain being set.
あなた、私よ。
Oof, you did not have time.
Yep.
You have to jump out that window. There's no two ways about it. You have to get out of that room right now and leap out a window. How the fuck and where the fuck were they hiding, though?
Yeah.
Well, there's a detached bathroom in some of these rooms.
And under the bed, maybe?
Under the bed, maybe?
If they check the closet before they check under the bed, then, like, they'll think Natsuhi was the murderer, leave with Natsuhi, and then, like, the culprit can just, like, jump out
開けてくれる
and run.
Granted, if I was Natsuhi right now, I'd be like, okay, as much as this is a son of a bitch, I need to make myself look bloody right now. As in, make myself look injured right now.
Just, like, smash her head on the wall real quick in the
Yeah.
closet.
Yeah, I need to look like I've just been through hell and they stuffed me in the closet. As much as that would suck, and as much as I would be lying, it is very likely that Ava or the others will murder me if I don't do that.
Yeah, just, like, slang her head on the wall, like, maybe stick your finger down your throat to make yourself vomit, and then just be like, help! Help!
Yeah. Anyway, honey, it's me. Could you open up?
Eva!
Well, my question was, how did the culprit get in? When did they get in? And...
I mean, the door was unlocked, remember? They got in before, hid under the bed.
fair enough.
Or in an attached bathroom or what have you. Because, like, Hideyoshi didn't fucking check.
Yeah, Hideyoshi didn't check for anything. He just plopped into bed and, you know, had a good cry about everything.
Like, I know he wasn't thinking straight, but, like, going and be like, oh, it was already unlocked. Like, that should set off alarm bells.
Yeah, in this place, absolutely. In this situation, absolutely.
Like, on a normal day, sure, maybe this one of the servants just forgot to fucking lock it, but, like, after you already found 5 dead bodies, and someone else is missing.
Now, my only question will be, can this be truly done? Like, did they plan for it, or was it happenstance that Hideyoshi happened to come in?
It may be a happenstance that Hideyoshi specifically came in.
Yeah, because like we were talking about before, it's a matter of the number of beds.
And doesn't the second Twilight require 2 deaths as well?
The 2 that were close, yeah.
So yeah, it should be Hideyoshi and Ava in this case. Or whoever the fuck, because there was no one else aside from Natsuhi that didn't have a fucking spouse.
Yeah?
Atler and Erika are immune to, like, being killed until the end of the rounds because they're supposed to be the detectives. And all of the kids are dead. So the only people left are Nanjo and people who are married. Kraus is missing and Natsuhi is being framed, so that means it's only Kiri and Rudolph or Hideyoshi and Ava.
Yeah, though I will note that there hasn't been a actual 6th person in this 6th Twilight, in the first Twilight.
It's true, although we don't know if Kraus is dead or not.
Yeah, we don't know if Kraus is dead or not.
I would wager on he is to make the 6.
Yeah. My thinking is if they are actually sticking to the murders, but doing stuff a little out of order, they took Kraus and they're going to kill Kraus and Natsuhi.
Could be, yeah. Using the survivors as the, like, instrument to kill Natsuhi.
Yeah.
Very well could be, yes.
Or
there's a few different ways this could go. Yeah.
Yeah. Either that or they're using a different interpretation of specifically tearing apart the two who are close.
That's true, yeah.
Because you could interpret that as kill one, leave the other alive. They are now separated by the gates of death.
You could kill one of each of the married couples as well, like either Rudolph or Kiri and Hideyoshi or Eva, and then there you go. You also have two deaths, and you've torn apart two who were close.
That makes sense.
Two pairs of two who were close, in fact.
Yep, it depends, but it could be either. We'll see. Anyway, honey, what's happening? Honey? Open up.
I think there's not enough gurgling there.
Probably not.
But it's hard to get someone to be able to voice act the sound of like gurgling blood through an open wound. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll give them a pass on that one.
Yeah, I've heard horror stories of people trying to do stuff like and make it work in voice acting. I remember one voice actor trying to like act out having like a swollen cheek from an injury or something and like putting a donut in there, and it just kind of ended up weird.
I would have put like a cotton ball or something in there, right? Instead, not a donut, because a donut gets broken down. A cotton ball, not so much.
Yeah, though this was back in the day, so this was actually done at like an actual studio, like a main studio.
Yeah.
And so, just grab something from the vending machine.
Don't they have gauze and shit like that on hand, just in case? I don't know. Whatever, it's fine. It doesn't matter. It's just me being a weirdo.
I mean, A, thinking of that, but B, expecting companies to care about their workers enough to actually...
I know, it just... fucking...
To actually keep up the code of having, emergency supplies on hand.
I know, it's just me being a weirdo. You should, but like...
Open up, honey, someone! She opened and closed the door over and over again with all her might, but of course she couldn't snap the chain. I call bullshit.
Yeah, those chains are small.
They're like...
really easy to break.
I was never a fitness person. I was never a martial artist. I think I could go to the back of that hallway, like opposite the door, and do a full sprint and body in there.
Yeah, not even that. Like, I think you could do it with the short amount of space you have to push the door from the doorway. Like, even as a disabled person right now, I think I could do it.
Yeah, those chains are not heavy. And like, sure, you have to, you've never tested that necessarily. But, oh yeah, actually, I do have a story.
Oh, go ahead.
I have heard of someone, I have heard of a pregnant woman that was having an issue with the father of her child and broke down the fucking door to get to him.
Yeah, okay.
So if she can do that...
I think like a 55-year-old martial artist definitely could, right? Like...
Yeah.
She is explicitly fit and strong.
Yep, exactly. And very technically skilled. At that. Granted, shock and all that, but also, like, again, even if you're doing it the brute force way, she could full body herself into that door. Like, I'm not particularly tall, I'm like 5'5"-ish. And in fact, I need to kind of work on my muscles a little bit because the gender fluid helps with a lot of things, but it also deteriorates the muscles a bit. Or rather, it makes you lose muscle mass if you don't stay fit.
Yep. I will get you the routine that I used to use later. It should be easy enough to do because it's built for someone who is disabled. Me.
Yeah.
Back when I could still work out, this is the routine that I used, so it should be fine.
Alrighty. But yeah, anyway.
It also may give you a bigger butt, so that's nice.
That would be
nice.
Of
lunges and shit like that to specifically help with knees and legs.
Ooh, that would be nice then, yeah. Ava raced down the hallway calling for help in a loud voice. By this time, the room had settled back into silence, and the earlier feeling of Hideyoshi being in a noisy struggle had disappeared completely. What's going on here? So right now I'm in the same room as the murderer who killed Hideyoshi? In that case, the culprit should try to escape from the room as soon as possible, so why are they staying so quiet in here? I haven't heard anything. Nothing that might have been the culprit who attacked Hideyoshi rushing away. No matter how much I strain my ears, I can't sense anyone in the room. It's so silent that it might have happened just a second ago feel like an illusion. In other words, does this mean that the culprit is holding his breath, standing right in front of this closet, waiting for me to shamelessly come out? He's waiting to frame you.
Nazi, you're not stupid. I know you're not. Like, what are you doing?
Like, shock, sure, but also, get out of this closet. At least make yourself look like you just had a fight, but honestly, I would leap out the window considering what Battler just proved.
Yeah. Shut up, Phoenix.
I don't even know what to be scared of anymore. If only I could just melt away into the darkness of this closet. I mustn't remain in this room any longer. I get the feeling I have more to worry about than just my personal safety. But what should I do? I don't even know if it's a good idea to leave this closet. Before long, the clamor of many rushing footsteps approached. Fuck your life, Nazi.
Yeah, you should have, like, jumped out as soon as fucking Hideyoshi said something.
Yeah, the minute you... Well, at the very least, the minute you heard a gurgle, you should have been out of that closet. But... yeah. I held my breath again and melted away into the darkness of the closet. That's not going to save you for long. They're going to search this room.
I mean, like, we also know that, like, she doesn't truly have agency right now because she's being, like, fucking poked around by Lambda Delta.
That is also true, so just heighten the anxiety to 1,000 and anybody would be paralyzed in indecision. Or just about anybody.
Yeah. There are, of course, some people that wouldn't work on, so you'd use other methods to control them, like, you know, the way that fucking no one questions Erika's authority. Just that way. Just do that.
Yeah, there are ways to do it as long as there is a plausible situation in which they would ever do that. And there is possibly a situation where they would cede authority to somebody else. Maybe not Erika specifically, but if they would cede authority to anybody, they're probably weak to this method. So you would need somebody with, like, an iron will who would not cede authority to anyone. So it would probably have to be you, actually.
I was gonna say, it me!
Yeah.
So, like, funny story, a while back, like 6.5, 7 years ago, I was dating someone, and they're a switch. So, like, they'd like to be both, like, sub and dom, depending on the day. And they were like, I want to try being the dom. And I was like, okay, so what do you want me to do? This is kneel. And I was like, okay, sure. And I went to go kneel, and like halfway down, they just like bodily picked me back up and dragged me to my feet. It was just like, no, you can't.
Yeah.
So apparently the vibes are so off that I can't even like play pretend being submissive to someone else.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Because you've told that story before, and you've told the story of trying to do it in other situations and just physically not being
like
able to bring
fucking
yourself
like
to do
a
it.
psychological block that wouldn't let me do it. Oh god. And now there's a physical block that won't let me do it. Fuck that. I'm not hurting myself for you.
Yeah. So yeah, like you were immediately the person. I'm like, wait a second, what am I saying? Oh yeah, that's Cat.
It's just me. Me.
Ava dashed back, bringing everyone with her. Oda was gripping a bolt cutter. It was to cut the chain with. Kinzo, what are those chains made of?
They're like fucking like 8-gauge steel? Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that these are just made of something far stronger than your average hotel room or apartment building. Which, by the way,
fucking like
if you ever
brass chains.
If you ever get an apartment and you can afford it, have a locksmith change out the locks for you.
Yep.
Like give your landlord the key just so you don't get in trouble.
Yeah, just in case the person who had it before you made a copy.
Well, that, and also a lot of apartments don't have like deep set locks.
Yeah.
That are deep into the door.
Because it's cheap shit.
Yeah,
it's cheap shit because landlords are awful.
Yeah, so the doors are going to be cheap. So they might not have deep inset locks. So you're going to want to have a lock put in where the bolt is deeper in the door so the door doesn't come off from the lightest thing. Especially if you're in a neighborhood that has a lot of crime, or just in general, really, but especially if you're in any demographic that's likely to have somebody trying to victimize you.
Yay, being a minority sucks.
Yeah. After trying to open the door again and confirming that the chain was still set, she yelled through the crack in the door. Honey, we're going to open this up. Cut it right now. Yes. Goda stuck that large bolt cutter right, which looked like it could slice off a whole fingers, into the crack of the door and easily severed the chain. If he had any difficulty with that, I would cry foul, especially. Here. As soon as it was severed, Ava pushed Goda aside and dashed in. The others tried to follow her, but they bumped into Ava, who had fallen to her knees moaning. So even though they couldn't tell much of what was going on inside the room, they could tell by Ava's moans that they were too late. What the hell? Okay, this time you actually have reason to believe maybe he's holding on to life.
Yeah, he's not going to survive this wound, but he might still be alive for the moment.
Yeah, he couldn't survive if this took too long. Which, it's going to take too long, because it's this. But
yeah, of course.
She literally heard him speak and gurgle, so there's a chance. At least the body's not cold like George's was.
Yeah, like his heart should still be beating right now, causing more bleeding.
Yeah, Anyway.
It takes a couple minutes for that to set in from blood loss from the throat like that.
Dr. Nanjo, look at my husband quickly. Do it right now. You've got to be kidding me. It's only been about 10 minutes since Uncle Hideyoshi went out saying he wanted to rest. Is there anyone in the bathroom? No, there's no one here. What could have happened?
Yeah, the wound's too deep.
Yeah, I'm afraid to say there's nothing I can do.
Assuming the wound is identical to everyone else anyway.
Yeah,
in which case, like, it's just, there's nothing you can do. Maybe if it happened while you were in the emergency room, like, literally while you were already there, you could do something, but...
Yeah, which, at this point, Hideyoshi, you need to, like, get a servant's cart and just walk around with a servant's cart full of whatever supplies are here.
Yeah, like, Nanjo needs to, like, put his doctor's bag and, like, all the emergency meds in one place so he can, like, figure something out.
Yeah. Because I'm sure there's sutures somewhere around here.
Yeah, of course, because, like, trying to get to the hospital off this fucking island that can readily be cut off from the outside world for several days at a time in the right weather. Like, yeah, you need sutures and shit like that on hand.
Yeah, like, most farmers in rural areas are going to be aware of how to do a lot of first aid. If they can be.
Profile update sound?
Because that's just the way to do it, really. You can't not. Because it could be hours before a hospital could get to you, even if you have access to the phones. So you need to know how to do crisis care so you can keep the person alive until they get to somewhere or to someone that can do more.
I'm pretty sure that's triage. That's what that's called. I'm not exactly clear on it, but I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. It's triage.
No, it's crisis, because triage is the act of sorting people out. It's sorting... Yeah, it's sorting people...
you were absolutely correct, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sorting people by their level of severity, because you don't have enough doctors to do everything at once. Nanjo stood up, hanging his head sadly.
Sorry, what do you mean, profile update sound? I don't know what this is.
What's up?
Daria said, I think profile update sound rang, and I have no idea what that means.
Oh, okay.
I know I haven't eaten yet today, but, like, I don't know. The characters. Oh! Okay. I got it.
Oh. Now I understand.
Widowed instead of married. Okay, yeah. Or no, that's not a joke. Okay, yeah, it's this profile. Gotcha. I understand. Yes.
Yeah, there was a little jangle. It's just, I don't know why my brain didn't parse what they were saying.
Really? Through the back with a demon stake.
Oh, that's probably going to make it worse for her, because I feel like he crumpled back behind, like in front of the closet door.
Yeah, so his...
Oh, yeah, Nanjo could not do shit. As far as his lungs. Which, I mean, isn't necessarily far, but that definitely indicates the level of damage.
Yeah, there's no way for a stake like that from his back to hit both lungs. So honestly, he shouldn't be dead right now. Like,
I mean,
he's definitely not going to survive, but like, because it's going to take too long to get to the hospital, but he should not be dead right now. You can survive with one lung for quite a while.
Yeah. Granted, he might
not long enough to survive this like tsunami, or not tsunami, typhoon, but like long enough to be like, it was not blah 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 person.
Yeah, granted, with one of your lungs punctured, good luck saying that.
Oh yeah, it's just you could actually get information out because lung shots are not instant death.
Anyway, it was only natural. Because anyone, even if they weren't a doctor, would think that at a glance. Hideyoshi was lying face down on the bed, and stuck deep into his back was something like a blade with an intricate demonic design on it. But he stood up! So, he was
somehow stabbed from the back, despite, like, looking at the person that was in the room with him.
Yeah, I think there has to be a device being used. Like, basically like something that fires bolts, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, so stuck deep into his back was something like a blade with an intricate demonic design on it. When Ava pulled it out with all her might. That's not what you do when someone has something stuck in him.
Yeah.
They could tell it wasn't a blade, but some kind of stake. As usual. But yeah, no. What occurs is... if you have a knife stuck in you or anything, railroad spike, whatever, you leave it in you until you get to the hospital.
And sadly, this includes the stingers of, manta rays.
Yeah, there's also that.
Some people aren't going to understand that one. That's because you're little babies. You're young. There was a very famous dude who got killed by a manta ray stinger to the heart. Like, what is it, like a decade and a half, 2 decades ago now?
Yeah,
Steve Irwin.
Yeah, Steve Irwin.
And he would have had a solid chance at survival if he hadn't pulled the stinger out.
Yeah, which, you know, shock can do that to you.
Yeah. But also, he wasn't a medical professional, so, like, you know.
Yeah.
It's possible that he just straight up didn't know not to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, how many times are you going to get gored or, you know, stung through by an animal and still have it in you to begin with?
Yeah.
So, not advice you might have necessarily heard before. Because you're not going to break off a bull's horns or something. I mean, if you get gored by a bull, good fucking luck surviving that, but some people have.
Yeah. Some people have been gored through the butt cheek, which is terrifying.
Yeah.
It's always, like, genuinely, like, my worry with getting new chairs, by the way, because I have to sit down a lot because my legs are all fucked. Like, when if the pneumatic column in it is fucked, like, sometimes it is possible for them to basically explode and send part of the pneumatic column through your leg or whatever. And I was always just like, please don't be, like, breaking down right now. don't explode into my butt cheek, please.
Yeah, just a fear that casually comes up every now and then.
Yeah, like, when if I sit down just right and then, like, my cats might bump the little, the thing and have me sink, like, maybe half an inch, and I won't notice until later. I'm just like, it enters into my mind, unbidden, that, oh fuck, what if I'm about to have my butt cheek exploded by my chair?
And its sharp tip had penetrated nearly 15 centimeters in. Probably dug deep into the lungs. If it had been stuck in any harder, the tip might have pierced all the way through to the surface of his chest.
There is no way. Hideyoshi is bigger than I am, for sure, 100%, and like 15 centimeters is barely 2/3 through my chest. I'm measuring it with Taylor's tape right now. There's no way. It would need to be like 25 centimeters for a man his size. But it's fine, whatever.
Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Why did you go alone?
You're okay, Phoenix. Fat boy, lay down.
Stupid.
It's okay. No. I guess he could have just like a really shallow but broad chest. Look funky, but technically possible, I suppose.
Yeah, then again, it's saying about by the amount of force, so maybe he doesn't have a lot of fat on his back, but it has a lot of meat on his chest.
Could be, I guess. I don't know. Oh, lay down. Yeah.
多分犯人は俺たちが油断してばらけるのを待ってたんだろうな。
The culprit probably waited for us to get careless and split up. That bastard, so he still hasn't had enough blood.
やはりこの屋敷のどこかに隠れていて
So he really is hiding somewhere in this mansion.
私たちを狙っているのでしょうか
And coming after us?
それよりおかしいわ
There's something
Stop
strange
looking at me
here.
with those fucking deadly eyes, cat. Get out of here.
この部屋は戸締まりが完璧なのに
The doors and windows to this room are completely sealed.
確かに鎧戸も全て閉まってますし扉にはさっきまでチェーンが
That's right. The shutters are all shut and the chain was on the door until a second ago.
Isn't that bizarre?
犯人はどうやってこのお部屋の秀吉様を襲ったというんですか
In that case, how did the culprit attack Hideyoshi in this room?
扉の隙間からこの杭を投げて刺したとか
Perhaps they threw the stake through the crack in the door?
その隙間から秀吉さんのベッドは完全に死角よ
Hideyoshi's bed is in a total blind spot from this
銃を
crack.
使ったって殺せやしない
You couldn't even kill him with a gun.
おかしな話になったわ
This really is
密
strange.
室殺人
It's a locked room murder. And of course, because Ava is so indecisive,
I mean, Nazi.
密室
yeah,
殺人
Nazi, brain. A locked room murder.
そうと決めつけるのは早いぜ。
It's a bit too early to be sure about
風
that.
呂場の天井を外して天井裏に逃げたと。あるいは鎧戸が実は
Okay, so that confirms that they have those fucking weird tiles in the bathrooms.
Yeah. Maybe the culprit removed the ceiling in the bathroom and escaped to the space above it, or maybe you can close the shutters from outside.
鎧戸は外からはびくともしませんでした
The shutters, they didn't budge an inch from the outside.
今確認してきました
I just went and checked.
エリコ
It's no wonder everything felt so quiet and relaxed. At some point, Erica had split from the group. Just
Doesn't
now.
he know that there was like a character profile update sound?
Yep.
So I hadn't noticed it this entire time.
Yeah, it's usually gone over by the music or something.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, it was barely, because we're
No,
talking...
Like, one of the first few episodes I noticed it, but then like I just stopped noticing it, I guess.
Yeah, because we're usually talking over it anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. Or I'm fighting with my fucking cats and I'm distracted. Speaking of which, Phoenix, go lay down.
Just now, she had finally arrived and poked her face in from the hallway. She had heard that a crime had occurred in this room, seen everyone rushing towards it, and taken the opposite approach by circling around to the outer wall. She had gone all by herself to check that the shutters were down on the windows, that you couldn't do anything with them from the outside, and there was nothing out of the ordinary.
室内は 案の定お約束で
Okay, so I hadn't noticed that the blood drop counts as that. Alright, because I knew the jingle from, like, way earlier. Interesting. Darty says that it always happens in the form of a jingle when Battler first meets a new character, or a blood drop, which is a death.
Gotcha.
I was trying to, like, remember the jingle and see if it happened, but no. I assume that the inside of the room is perfectly clear. Do we go on? What?
No, go ahead.
Sorry, sudden, like, sneeze urge, but it's...
Oh, well, anyway, I think both happened, because I heard a distinct noise.
Fucking I don't know.
Anyway.
I assume the inside of the room is perfectly cliche.
That was uncalled for.
お悔やみ申し上げます。で、
You have my deepest condolences. So, what is the state of the room?
扉にはチェーンがかかっていて、私たちは切断して入ったわ。
The chain was set on the door, so we cut it and entered.
そして窓にはすべて鎧戸。
And all the windows have the shutters down.
内側から施錠されてる。
They're locked tight from the inside. So I wonder if when Battler sits down, he'll be immune from the detective's will or whatever.
Maybe, because then he's back in his role as the detective, right?
Exactly, so he can kind of assume protection and continue to use his piece.
Because, like, Battler hasn't been injured or killed until the very last moment of each of the things, and also no one has questioned his right, in quotes, to his right or authority to investigate. But of course they wouldn't, because, like, he's involved in the family, he's there, it's his business, someone close to him has died. They would all be doing this.
Yeah,
and the only reason this even comes up is because it's Erika, who is a stranger.
Yeah, and also he's not pushing to get everybody's alibis. It's everybody else also asking for alibis.
Yeah.
In fact, he's been a very passive player up until very recently.
Which is a much more natural way of writing it, right?
Right, that's just what a person
But that's
would
kind of
do.
the point with Erika, is that it's not natural that she's here.
Yeah, it's not
And what
natural
she's doing is
she's
not
here.
natural.
Yeah, everything she's doing shows a desire to find out the truth that is beyond just, you know, let's find out who the fucking murderer is. It's this thing where she has to be the one to do it. And she has to thoroughly corner somebody. So she's asking all sorts of invasive questions rather than doing it naturally in conversation. She's insisting she has authority to do something when really she doesn't, except for higher planar beings are pushing for it.
Yeah, like the whole point of her is that everything she's doing is unnatural and would not actually work in the real world at all. So that, like, in Battler's role as detective, he has been, like, naturally and organically doing all this, even if he's kind of bad at it.
Yeah.
Or was bad at it. We haven't gotten to see him actually do it himself now.
Yeah, we haven't really seen him actually start to ask questions. And a lot of Battler's probing and questioning tends to happen on the meta side, where he conversates with Beto, rather than pushing his piece to do anything and put himself necessarily in danger, other than when he gets pissed off and tries to chase after the direction of where the culprit might be.
Mm-hmm.
Erika, in a lot of ways, is a much more active individual trying to push the boundaries of things. What are they bickering about? Oh, sorry?
I opened my mouth to speak and then you cut me off. How dare.
At least I'm noticing it mid-sentence now.
That's true, yeah. What are they bickering about in there?
Ava was arguing with Nanjo about something. Apparently she wanted to carry the body to the parlor. Nanjo tried to calm her, saying that they should leave the crime scene as untouched as possible until the police came. What happened to the other corpses when we did that? The culprit carried them off somewhere. It may be that the culprit isn't satisfied with just killing, but intends to do something with the bodies as well.
You're making a sculpture. It's a Halloween gift to all of you. It's a sculpture. Or, as I am so fond of saying, a monument to ruin out of you.
Yeah. Now I'm just thinking about the, fucking idols you can make in the forest.
Yep. Just like that.
So no way. No way we're leaving my husband all alone here.
This is actually a solid argument because, if you can't guarantee the, sanctity, I guess, of the crime scene, you should grab the body and, move with it if bodies have already been moved without your knowledge.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, all they'll have is blood splatter and the weapon, right?
Yeah, there's an argument to be made here. Maybe drag his ass into a walk-in freezer.
Normally what you try to do is secure the room as much as possible, but they already did that and the body still went missing, so...
Yeah, somebody has access to fucking keys. Which, I mean, has already been established because Genji's key is missing.
Yep.
So this room isn't safe. The only room that could be used, actually, because it could still be used that way, is Kinzo's room. Because it's the only one with a finite number of keys.
Both of them aren't, they don't actually know where both of them are, but Natsuhi has both of them.
Ava did have a point. After all, the prior victims were all carried away after we were shown their terrible and fatal wounds. Erica, you'd probably like to preserve the crime scene, but could you just let this one slide?
That is so fucking unnatural.
It really is.
The fact that they're even asking her.
Yeah, she absolutely has this authority as some weird otherworldly being.
Fuck me.
Battler needs to sit down, because otherwise, he's getting free roam to do whatever the fuck she wants.
Yeah.
Battler actually has to get seated just so his piece at least could be protected from this, and he can point out how fucking weird she's being.
Yeah. God damn.
And maybe not everything will get through to them, because they're not under the protection of having a meta piece, but at least Battler could argue.
Crack it, right? He could at least crack that protection a little, right? Shit.
Yeah, exactly. At the very, like I said, at the very least, his piece is bigger than Erica. He can just... he can stuff her into a trash can.
Yeah, you're gonna pick her up, stuff her into the trash can, put the lid on, and duct tape it closed.
Oh, she is so smug about being asked.
Mm-hmm. Do as you wish. All I'm interested in is the fact that a locked room has appeared that's much more serious than Kinzo's study. And she's actually right on this. That's much more important than being able to, access the body and preserve the crime scene, at least if she is acting as the detective, because she does not have the expertise nor the tools for forensics.
Yeah. And very few people at this time do, to be honest. Not to mention that Ava kind of screwed that up by pulling out the stake anyway.
Yep.
There isn't going to be a lot of evidence gained from the actual injuries other than going, okay, it was right here on the back. And
yeah, like maybe with Nanjo's assistance, you could determine the angle at which he was stabbed, which would give you a good indication of the height of the attacker. But that's it. That's all you got.
Yeah, and you can do that with moving the body. Just, you know, kind of map out where it is and then move it.
Yeah. The important thing there is having the weapon and the body, right? Because the wound is not going to close or change angle when you move the body. And the weapon's not going to change its shape when you move it either. So it's going to be gross, but you can just kind of slowly slide it back in and check the angle it was sticking out of his back.
Yeah.
死体には興味ありませんので、どうぞご自由になさってください。
I have no interest in corpses, so do as you please.
Battler looked at her with an expression of clear disgust. But it rolled off her like water off a duck's back.
搬出していただいて結構ですよ。死体。
Well, you can take the corpse away now, I don't mind.
それとも私が邪魔ですか?
Or am I in the way?
Erica backed away from the door to open a path. But there was no trace of any sadness for the dead. Her eyes simply blazed at the thought of this locked-room murder that had appeared. It is. You're going to be sorely disappointed even though it's her getting framed. Because you also jumped to the easiest answer as well, I've noticed.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other thing, is she's not actually interested in the truth, so to speak. She's interested in solving, quote-unquote, the murder. Where Battler is actually interested in the truth. Because you notice how she's prying for alibis and just going for the easiest alibi. Because she thinks this is a cheap third-rate mystery.
Which is weird, because, like, Lambda Delta's the one making the mystery, not Beato.
Mm-hmm.
And she knows that, so I don't know what's going on in her tiny little brain.
I think the gray cells have died.
Yeah. Maybe it's smooth like a boneless chicken breast now.
In any event, the great detective had given her permission. Ava and the others wrapped Hideyoshi's body up in the sheets, and Godai and Rudolph started to carry him out. The sheets quickly turned red. It was so painful to see that Shannon and Cannon stripped the blanket off the bed to further cover the body. Hey, out of the way.
Yes, I am out of the way.
Let's get him to the parlor. Yes.
いいことみんなこれからは常に団体行動
Listen up, everyone. From now on, we'll always move as a group.
絶対に孤立してはダメ
You must not let yourself be isolated.
犯人は源氏さんを襲った時点でマスターキーを得ているはずだ
The culprit probably got a master key when he attacked Genji.
世情がもはや安全を保証しないことは明白だぜ
It's clear that locking up will no longer keep us safe.
しかしチェーンまでされていたのにどうやって
But even the chain was set. How did they do it?
不可能だ鎧でもチェーンロックがしっかりかかっていた
Impossible. The shutters and the chain were firmly set.
マスターキーがあったってあの部屋に押し入るのは不可能だ
Even with a master key, it's impossible to force your way into that room.
ベアトリーチェ様の仕業ですよ。
Must have been Lady Beatrice's doing.
ベアトリーチェ様のはずありません。
There's no way Lady Beatrice did
自
this.
分は解かれ、すでに儀式の意味を失われたはず。
The epitaph has been solved. There shouldn't be any more reason to hold the ritual.
わかるものか。こんなの
As if we could understand her reasons. This is impossible for anyone except the witch.
Yeah, Lambda Delta really is just kind of providing an easy answer with this. It's not the correct answer, but it's an easy answer, and that seems to be what Erica's built for, is just the quickest path to an answer.
魔女にしか不可能ですか。
Impossible for anyone except the witch, you say? Good.
いい響きです。
That has a nice ring to it.
I wonder if, to some extent, Erica is a commentary on people who said they would do this or that if they were in Battler's position.
Could be.
Because we're talking about 6 months in a role, so it's been... well, 2
Almost
years.
3 years.
Yeah, almost 3 years.
Erika-chan, 話を聞いてる?
Erica, are you listening?
私たちはこれから全体行動って決まったわ。
We've decided to stick together from now
私
on.
たちはまず秀吉さんの遺体を客前運ぶ。
First, we're carrying Hideyoshi's body to the
探
parlor.
偵ごっこはそれからにしない？
And you hold off playing detective until we get there. When she heard the words playing detective, Erica grimaced visibly. Then, after everyone had filed out, she took a single step into the now empty guest room, looked around, and burned the scene into her eyes. Erica claimed to have a photographic memory. If that was true, those few seconds were more than enough for her. Later on...
She's looking like... There's so much stuff that she's missing from her vantage point. Is the problem.
Yeah.
Photographic memory or not, like, you can't get the full layout like that.
No. Later on, she could sip black tea in the parlor while perusing her mental photographs of the crime scene and enjoying playing the part of the armchair detective. Then suddenly her eyes stopped on the closet.
Fuck you, idiot.
Then suddenly her eyes stopped on the closet off to the side. The closet for hanging coats. It was large enough to fit a coat on a hanger. A person should be able to hide in it. Slowly, Erica stretched her hand out towards the closet. Erica's shoulder was grabbed roughly from behind. Let's go, Miss Detective. Then they teach you to stick with the group on school field trips.
私が旅行に行くと必ず人が死ぬってお約束がありまして。
Like, even if they are not allowed to question the authority, at least they can mock her a little bit.
Good, yeah.
Well, whenever I go traveling, someone always dies.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is the serial detective protagonist for you.
Yeah, and also just, like, literally true what we know of her, specifically. Like, someone died on the boat there, someone died as soon as she got here.
Yeah, that's also true. But yeah, just that is the life of a detective. Sure, go on vacation. 100% of the time, there will be a murder on that vacation. At least when it's, you know, when you stay home, it's, you know, maybe once a season or so. Could be more,
You know,
but usually they're themed around seasons a little bit.
it would actually be interesting to have a curse on Yeah, you always thought it might be for Rika's as well. Fucking maybe, I don't know. It's been so long since I watched Higurashi that I don't actually fucking know anything about it anymore. I recognize the characters and the art style, but...
Yeah, no, Rika isn't like that where it's traveling. It's just that was a fucked up coincidence. Well, coincidence, I say. I mean, somebody purposely did it, but...
Yeah, but, like, it would be a really interesting curse for a detective, like a literal, actual supernatural curse, where whenever they traveled, someone died. Maybe not necessarily a murder, but, like, someone just dies.
Maybe.
A heart attack on the plane, fucking someone gets hit by a goddamn, like, runaway tram when they land, something, you know, something like that. No matter what, like... As soon as they get to like, they can even be like, as soon as they get to their destination, they just like, oh fuck yeah, no one died this time, and then they step out into like outside of the airport, and then someone just gets smashed by a railway or a tram that doesn't have the working brakes anymore, and it's just like, well, fuck.
Yep. Hey, what do you think you're doing, brats? Move it. Natsuhi, you got fucking lucky. Like...
You also got played.
I mean, you got extremely played, but you also got so exceedingly lucky. In the course of getting played, you were seconds from being caught in there. You just have to be very careful not to step in the blood. Scurry your ass out. After clicking her tongue and glaring at the closet, Erica followed Battler back to the parlor for the time being. The sound of their footsteps finally faded. That time of terror, when I feared that even the dripping of the cold sweat that covered my cheeks might be noticed, was finally over. Slowly opened the closet door with hands that still couldn't stop trembling and dashed out into the hallway. It's alright, no one's found me. Still, it's a good thing they didn't lock the door. If they had, I wouldn't be able to lock behind me after I left, and they'd find that suspicious. Anyway, I should leave this place. Then I'll return to my room and pretend that I was sleeping the whole time. That's right, I have to get back quietly. Did she say quietly? Or, I have to get back quickly. A new murder has occurred. They'll probably try to tell me about it. And they'll probably do it immediately after they carry Hideyoshi's body back to the parlor. Can get around a phone call by saying I was asleep and didn't notice, but if they came knocking directly, that'll be bad. Get back before they try to stop their way in. I didn't even know whether I should sprint back noisily to save every second I can, sneak back with hushed footsteps, or walk around normally as though I don't know anything has happened. The only thing I'm certain of is that I have to avoid bumping into them on their way back to the parlor. Get to my room, at a quick pace, without getting noticed by anyone.
Yeah. You can always say, like, if you were, like, on the way.
Pass through the hall to the lobby.
Oh, let's get some water.
Once I've ascended the main staircase to the lobby, I'll be almost there.
Natsushi-san?
Fuck.
Yeah.
Sucks to suck.
Yep. You fuck nerd.
Just as she was about to go up the large staircase, Natsuki heard Erica call out to her, and was so surprised that she visibly jumped.
I was just about to go tell you.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. You're talking to yourself.
It's me. I'm gonna be like accusing myself. Also, I need another capture link.
Yep. One moment.
There we go. Thank you very much. Did something happen? Natsuhi, were you just going up the stairs.
夏日さんの部屋って上ですよね。
Your room is upstairs, isn't it?
Erica coldly pointed out this strange fact, as he cursed her bad luck.
寝つけなくて客間に戻ろうとしていたのですが、自分の部屋に鍵をかけて不安になり戻ろうとしたのです。
I couldn't sleep, so I was going to return to the parlor, but I wasn't sure whether I'd locked my room or not, so I was about to head back.
心配性なのでよくあることです。
I'm a worrier, so this sort of thing happens a lot, which is actually true. Don't worry about it. That is actually true. Like that, from her, like, fuck off, Erika. No, it's just like you just fucking do things on autopilot and then forget that you did them. That's all. Oh, damn it. Fucking knuckle. Of course, that is quite common, isn't it? It's a common quirk among people who aren't confident in their ability to remember things.
Yeah, but she's about to point out something about her photographic memory.
Yeah, probably.
Erica was clearly making fun of her, and Natsuhi might have put on an annoyed expression under normal circumstances. However, right now, Natsuhi was extremely relieved to hear Erica admit that this was nothing out of the ordinary.
Why are you by yourself, Erika? I thought I might examine that guest room. Ember, fuck out of here.
Now, Natsuhi, be very careful about what your next words are. I know you're not going to be, but I have to say it.
That's actually, that was the proper response. For once, Natsuhi. Well done. Guest room? Yes, things have gotten pretty serious, haven't they? And investigating the scene of the crime is my right.
Erica's probing gaze peered deep into Natsuhi's eyes. She could tell. Erica was already suspicious of Natsuhi. Judging by the subtle nuances of her words.
Like, pull your best John Travolta and just be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
This was almost certainly an attempt to make Natsuhi slip up and reveal that she knew about the Hideyoshi murder she hadn't yet been told about. Natsuhi played dumb and asked again what had happened.
Is something wrong? No, I was just thinking, this is a repeat of the first crime, isn't it? What do you mean? Again, you were in your room, and again, you can't prove your alibi, can you? This is like, okay, this is where you drop the politeness and just be like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. To turn it around, how can you prove that I wasn't in my room? Oh, an interesting response. Then let's take this one step at a time. Please worry about your lock later. I have something vitally important to discuss with everyone. I'll come back after I check my log. Please get started without me. Hideyoshi has been killed. We'll be talking about that. What?
That's a decent enough.
Yeah, that was a decent enough, like.
Yeah, she had planned
not perfect, but like, that was a good like acting surprise.
She had planned on escaping to her own room using her lock as an excuse, claiming to have a sudden headache and staying in bed the rest of the time. However, now that she had been informed of Hideyoshi's murder, it would be clearly suspicious to say that she could wait and escape to her room. She was already under suspicion after being seen heading up the stairs to the second floor. She couldn't afford to do anything else suspicious. Natsuhi gave up and headed for the parlor as Erica had urged her to do. When she opened the door to the parlor, Ava's sobs poured out, and everyone stared at Natsuhi with grave faces. Those gazes almost made it look as though they suspected her. It was now painfully apparent to Natsuhi. This must have been what that man was after. It was a trap to create a baffling locked room murder and frame her for it. But I couldn't disobey. I couldn't sacrifice my husband's life. While it's true that I was hiding in the closet, that was all. I've been committed murder. Yeah, this really is a repeat of the first murder, though, in that she doesn't have an alibi. She just did something suspicious that has nothing to do with the murder.
Interestingly enough, it's also a parallel to when her child died.
No?
Yeah, like as far as we know, she didn't actually like kill the child or order the child to be killed or anything. It's just that she can't actually prove that she didn't.
Yeah. I haven't committed murder.
Did something vaguely suspicious, and there you go.
I might fall under enormous suspicion, but I'm still not the culprit. More importantly, I'm not under suspicion yet. I'll tell the police everything. I'll have to endure until then. I'm sure one of the servants is feeding information to the culprit. Even in a situation like this, if I talk about my husband being hostage, the culprit will hear, and it might be used as an excuse to kill him.
Natsuhi has just come back. There we go. Now that we're all here, I have something very important to discuss with you all.
Something very important?
Yes, it's very important. Here in front of you all, I would like to set out the facts of everything that's happened from the first crime to the last. You can leave me out of it if you please. I think we should leave that sort of thing to the police. I'm not interested. I have something very important to say once I've cleared everything up. Neither you nor anyone else has the right to refuse.
Erica used her detective's authority to proclaim the start of an assembly. None of the pieces could disobey. Fuck. Like, she's not the murderer, but that's still some just incredible power.
Yeah.
Praying that she wouldn't become the topic of conversation, Natsuhi reluctantly sat on the sofa, as she'd been urged to.
Oh, sorry, could you close that door for me?
Shannon and Cannon closed the door. Since they had just now decided to lock all doors and windows carefully, Cannon locked it as well. The lock, which existed to protect the safety of this room, felt like a lock on a prison cell to Natsuhi. One that would hold her there and prevent any escape. Natsuhi still hadn't noticed that ever since Erica left into the corridor to go check the crime scene in Hideyoshi's room, her goal had changed. In short, from Erica's point of view, the sound of that lock was truly...
Checkmate.
Erica said that suddenly. Vernka still said that suddenly.
Oh, fast. Wow, so you figured out the culprit already. We've barely gotten to any of the crimes, you know. You could have let me kill a few more and gathered all kinds of clues. Alright, Lambda, gather all the pieces. Now we're getting to the most entertaining part. Let's both enjoy it to the fullest.
Oh boy.
Hello, my son. I see you looking at me.
お手並み拝見と行くわよ。
It's you're very handsome. My boy. My son. My actual human child. We'll see about that. Why don't you show me what you've got?
24時のゲームセットを待たずにもう仕掛けてきたとはな。
To think that she'd lay down the challenge without waiting for the game to be over at midnight.
ベルンカステル教名。気の早い御人よ。
What a hasty person, that Lady Berncastel. I think Amber's upset with me because as soon as I started petting him and called him my handsome son, he got up and went to lay down across the room instead. But he's still like looking at me like he wants me to pet him. Come on, man. You were staring at me. Of course I'm going to pet you like that. Hi, Phoenix. It is quite an early challenge to think that she already feels she can win at this stage.
普段なら魔女の存在を主張するだけで勝てるけど、今回は夏日や金蔵や守るものが多いわ。
Claiming a witch exists is normally all you need to do to win, but with Nazi and Kinzo, we've got a lot we need to protect this time.
面倒な戦いになりそうね。
Sounds like this fight will be a pain.
面倒な戦い、大いに望むところよ。
I hear a police siren. I welcome a troublesome fight.
わらわの黄金の島で、これ以上の好き勝手はさせぬわ。
I won't let them do as they please with my golden island anymore.
受けて立とうぞ、ベルンカステル教。
I shall meet your challenge, Lady Berncastel.
フルドエリカ。
I don't think I need to repeat that one.
So, do we want to continue or do we want to stop here?
I want to continue, but it's probably a good idea to stop here. Because I'm sure the next chapter will be quite long.
Oh, End of the Golden Witch Closet is probably the name of the chapter. Yeah. Alright.
Alright then. Thank you all for joining us. I'll be back tomorrow with Nate for some Elden Ring, and then on Wednesday we'll have Weeb Wednesday, and then on Thursday, more of this shit.
Yep, which I will do my utmost to make, just so we can get through more of this, because I have a feeling either Thursday or the Monday after next, since I definitely don't plan on streaming on that Monday at least. Well, whenever we stream after Thursday, I'll put it that way, we will probably be done with this episode.
Yeah, but Darty, you know, you've been around here long enough to know that we'll go on like wild tangents for like 20 minutes at a time.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're very slow at this. There's a reason why we still haven't finished. We're like half the speed that like people do on average reading through these.
Yep.
Like, but by that I mean like even while streaming and discussing stuff, like we move at like half the speed. So it could be the literal next scene, and we won't get to that for another half hour. Anyhow, Mal, do your spiel about the description.
Yes. Bottom of the YouTube video, you will find a link to both of our Twitch channels, as well as the usual shield for Cappy. I might move that to like a card at some point instead or something, but anyway.
Yeah, I gotta make a card.
Yeah.
Still haven't done that yet, because I'm a lazy bitch.
Yeah, so you can go to either of our Twitch channels. My Twitch channel leads to my Blue Sky and my Pillow Fort, where you will get stream alerts when I remember to provide them. And Cat's Links has all the links Cat's about to tell you about.
Yeah, if you scroll down below the Twitch player, if you're live right now, or if you are checking after on the VOD, just go to the About section, and then scroll down. You'll find links to my Twitter, my Discord, and my Kara. I will eventually change the Twitter link to a blue sky. It's just, I like the embedded images because I'm an old-fashioned fucking web designer and developer. Don't at me. I'll get it done eventually. It's fine. My Kara is my portfolio. You can go there and see any of my art because I don't actually do web design or development professionally. I just know how it's done. I just have a certification from when I was in high school. Don't worry about it. But my stream alerts go to the Discord and Twitter and Kara, or not Kara, definitely not Kara, Blue Sky. So just look there. If you want to talk to us after the stream at any point, you can go to the Discord. We're both in there. We're both active. Pictures of my cats everywhere. Food that I cook. Recipes. You can at me for recipes for food. I'm always willing to talk about that shit. That's it. I'm done. I'm gonna go get something to eat.
Goodbye, everybody.